Good morning, everybody, and welcome to round 6 of the British Supermoto Championship here in sunny Scarborough at Oliver's Mount. So my name is Danielle Kernick, and alongside me today we have Bradley Hicks, who's the common commentator around here at Oliver's Mount. You are here most weekends, it seems.
Yeah, that certainly does seem to be the case at the moment. Certainly we've had a busy time here at Oliver's Mount. Last weekend was the Bicolores Hill Climb. This weekend, of course, round 6 of the British Supermoto Championship. And in 2 weeks' time, the Visit Yorkshire 80th Anniversary Gold Cup. So a busy time here at Oliver's Mount, but I'm really looking forward to the racing this weekend.
I know, and we definitely are here for our ACU Championship Racing Day here for the British Supermoto Championship. And I think we need to do the shameless plug for our socials. If you are a fan of Supermoto and would like to continue watching our live streams, previous rounds and our upcoming rounds, make sure you do subscribe to the TNL Sports YouTube channel, and don't forget to follow us over on Instagram at British Supermoto, as well as over on our Facebook page. So, out on track now, you'll see there, we've got a couple of our Bambino riders. These are riders that are just getting to grips with learning how to ride a bike, and they get the opportunity to ride round here on a shortened version of our circuit. But coming up, first of all, for our first race of the morning, it will be our mini bike all-comers for their first race. That class will be made up of our mini bike riders here who will be getting 2 days of racing action, as we do not have our super lights here this weekend. And then we will be with our solos group C, B and A for their first race, and it will then be our academy riders out for race 1 before lunch. So, I know you're used to us running the full circuit here, Bradley. You were commentating yesterday as well. Did you get a little bit of a chance to have a look at the circuit we're running today?
I had a little bit of a look, during the lunch break there. I went up to the top and grabbed some food, and on the way down, managed to just watch from mere hairpin. I'll tell you, the speed that those mini bikes carry in towards that section of the circuit really is incredible, so I'm sure we're going to see more of that again today. Yeah, so you can see there on screen our commentary tower just there behind the trees on the start finish where our grid is. Something worth mentioning, the grid here is a little bit different to our other grids. It's more of a staggered grid, so we have 3 riders on row 1, 2 riders on row 2, 3 riders on row 3, 2 riders on row 4, and so on and so forth. And it is relatively narrow here as well. So we head down the start-finish straight, and normally here at this road racing circuit, our riders would turn and head round Mere Hairpin and up Sheen's Rise. Rather than doing that here this weekend, our riders will be heading down and into the paddock. So we'll try and get you some close-up video footage and action of that. And then they come through into the paddock, up over a little bit of a hump as they come up over one of the bankings. Round, we then have an infield section, and then we head out of there and towards our special off-road section. Once they've made it through the off-road, it's then back out, up onto the far end of the circuit, round farm bends, and then they rejoin right down there at the bottom of your screen. You can just see that curb and the line that our riders have been taking. So, weather yesterday was a little bit mixed in the morning. We had some showers overnight, so it left the track quite greasy, and that off-road was relatively tacky as well. So, it rutted up quite nicely, and as the day went on and the track dried, the tarmac was incredibly slippy. We saw a few people take some tumbles, but the off-road did improve, and it put on for some fantastic racing yesterday, which is what we're looking forward to seeing today. So at the moment we are just waiting for our riders to be released from the paddock, which isn't down here today. They are all up on the top field, which is, as you look at your screen now, is just to the left hand side up where all those trees are. They have a big paddock up there, big field, and that's where all our riders will be released from. So the first glance of those we'll get will be as they come through the pit lane. Now, like I said, we've got a few minutes just as they get released, and then they'll come down. They won't get sent off from the start grid for a warm-up lap. Their warm-up lap will essentially be from the top paddock, and then come round, take up their grid positions, and we'll be underway with racing. So I know yesterday on commentary, we actually had a return of Phil G, didn't we, Bradley? He was back with us, and he's actually going to be out there racing today. Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. I haven't seen Phil race, and for the first time yesterday, of course, commentating with Phil. And, well, he knows a lot more about Supermoto than myself, so I was very much following in his footsteps, as I am today with yourself, Danielle. But now I'm looking forward to see how he gets on, along with the rest of the C Group riders very shortly. Yeah, Phil is one of them. He has been in and around Supermoto for absolutely years. I won't say just how many, but Phil is a plethora of knowledge when it comes to Supermoto, so I'm sure we've been
dropping some knowledge bombs all about Supermoto and about the riders and some of the technicalities of the sport. You can see there down on the right hand side of the bottom of your screen, we've got a couple of yellow cones there just blocking the entrance to the off-road. That is just as our mini bikes won't be using that for our first race of the day here. But weather at the moment, I think it's nice to say, it's completely clear, it's completely dry, isn't it?
Yeah, it certainly is. This time yesterday, 24 hours ago, it definitely wasn't the case. We had quite some heavy rain during the morning, but that soon made way for blue skies over the course of the afternoon. And as you said there, Danielle, it looks to be pretty much the same again today. No rain so far today, which is always good to report. And the rest of the weather forecast is looking pretty good for the racing later on.
Yeah, so I know I was racing yesterday and it was wet all morning into qualifying, and then I went out in race one on a set of wets and it was still very, very greasy, very, very slippy. The off-road had sort of been dragged around most of the circuit by that point as it had been so wet. But at lunchtime, I was told to put my big girl pants on, put a set of slicks in, which definitely was the right call. The circuit was completely dry. I think it was more of a mental thing, just going from those wets to slicks and not quite knowing just how much grip there is out there. So as we look, we're just waiting for those mini bikes to be released down to us. We do just want to give a little bit of a shout out to some of the people that make this live stream possible. So some of the sponsors here, we've got Brothers Racing, who've been supporting the championship so far. We also have our other sponsors. We've got Walker Group, so Chris Walker, who also has supported this championship now for a number of years and is in the Trips UK team. All these people that have helped, we've got our Automotive Solutions, so Paul Reynolds, the company based out of Yorkshire, who are BMW and Mini specialists. FF Solutions, Design and Build, they are a building company down in London. Also Contract Solutions, the company of Jamie and Rab Duncan, based up in Cooper in Fife. So, just mentioning a few there. Raw Building Services as well. I can start hearing race engines, so hopefully that means they are on their way down to us. And we'll have a little look now. So now there you go, in the infield section there are our first mini bike riders making their way out onto the circuit. So our mini bike riders now coming on to the start finish. We do have waved yellows down here as our riders will take up their grid positions, ready for the first race of the day here at the historic Oliver's Mount circuit here in Scarborough.
Yeah, lots of history here at Oliver's Mount Racing, first commencing back in September 1946. And, well, there's been quite a few names here at Oliver's Mount since then, but the most recent ones are those lining up on the grid at the moment.
So let's see if we have our grid positions for our mini bikes. Let's have a little look through here. So on pole position, it should be the A69 of Zach Richards, who I believe was on a TM65 previously, if he's out there. Alongside him will be the P74 of Craig Louth, who won our mini bike rider of the day yesterday. He was on a fantastic ride, was Craig, who's from Morecambe. And then rounding out the front row is the P303 of Aidan Walker.
Yeah, good stuff there. Row number 2, the number 9 machine of Luke Wright. He set a time of 51.094. Rounding out the second row is the 183 of Jackson Nuttall with a 52.290. But as you said just a moment ago there, Danielle, the grid is staggered. 3 on the front row, 2 on row number 2, and so on and so forth in that 3-2 format. But that front row is looking good. Richards, Louth and Aidan Walker all ready for this race start.
So we have all riders positioned on the grid down here for our Many by All Comers race 1, and we are just waiting to get under starters orders. It looks like we might just maybe be waiting for one rider. We've got a little bit of a hold up down here. So row 3 we have the 190 of Noah Bagshaw, the 143 of Hayden Owen, and in 8th place, rounding out row 3, it's the A18 of Theo Lupton.
Row number 4, Gavin Shepherdson, and 52, Harry Page, with the final grid slot completed by the 691 of Oliver Hillary.
So on our screen and down here on the start line, it looks like all riders now taking up positions. So we'll just wait for the riders to be let under starters' orders, and then we will be underway with racing here at Oliver's Mount for the first race of the day here on our ACU Championship Day.
Yep, round number 6 getting ready. Looks like just one more rider joining at the rear of the grid, but the green flag is shown at the back, so it will be all eyes to the lights for the first time today, Danielle.
It is, and away we go. It was a great start there on row number 2 for the 183 of Jackson Nuttall, as the riders all make their way down towards Mere Hairpin and head in towards our paddock bend, and it looks to be Zach Richards that's taken the whole shot.
Certainly has. Zach Richards, the man who was on pole position then on that number 69 machine. He is well away, and these mini bikes not using the lower end of the paddock and will not be taking to the dirt section, but it is the 69 of Zach Richards. But a bit of a moment there, was it?
Oh, that was Jackson Nuttall. He got a fantastic start off the line, as I said, from row 2, and he was just pipped there by Aidan Walker and Craig Lau through the infield section on screen. So I will say these are adults, so this is a mixed class. Jackson being one of our younger riders there, just being caught out on the infield, but chasing them down now as they head down the start-finish.
Certainly are, and at the end of lap number 1, Zach Richards already leading the way by 4.6 seconds as he heads in towards Mere Hairpin. And at this section, normally on the full track they'll turn to the left, but this time it's through the right-hand hairpin and into the paddock section.
Yep, so there you can see the tyres just on the left-hand side of the screen. That is where you'll see our solos a little bit later on. But there is the 303 of Aidan Walker. He's being pushed on now by the 74 of Craig Louth on board that 140 pit bike, I believe that one is, and making their way through and back towards the far end of the circuit.
No, he's doing a good job there on this second lap, really holding his own as Zach Richards comes across the line yet again, already out of sight from the live cameras here, just overlooking Farm Bends. As across the line goes that battle for second position, it is Aidan Walker from Craig Louth, separated by only 3/4 of a second, and we just caught a glimpse of the three-way battle for fourth place, consisting of Jackson Nuttall, Luke Wright and Noah Bagshaw. They're on the way towards Mere Hairpin now, but back with Aidan Walker and Craig Louth as he heads into the paddock section once again.
Craig Louth now all over the back wheel of Aidan Walker, and he's certainly closer than we saw him on that last lap. Walker getting a good run out of that infield section, and it looked like on the last lap Craig Louth took a quite wide exit back out onto this start finish. So we'll see if he's able to do that again, see if it maybe sets him up. He cuts a little bit tighter this time and holds his line and runs out towards the curb, and he's certainly closer to him now on the start finish. Is he going to be able to get a little bit of a draft from him as they make their way down into Mere Hairpin? It looks like he has, as they come into this bottom corner. Who is it that will come out in front? And it's Craig Louth on the 74. He found a way through down the start finish and now leads the 303 of Aidan Walker on our third lap.
Yeah, I was watching Craig Louth and Aidan Walker as they came past the comms box at vantage point there, providing a great view all the way down to Mere Hairpin. And I think Craig Louth really did have to hold his breath and squeeze his way through on Aidan Walker. But nonetheless, he got the overtake done, as already Zach Richards, he has posted the fastest lap of the race a few laps ago, 47.119, as that battle for second position makes the way back onto the front straight, making the way past some of the tail enders. But Craig Louth now leads Aidan Walker for the first time in this race.
Yep, and it is still the 69 of Zach Richards who is currently in pole on this one. He's doing a 47.071, but there on screen the 74 of Craig Louth starting to break away ever so slightly there from Aidan Richards, but Aidan Walker, sorry, who is definitely still keeping a finger on the pulse of this battle, but not quite close enough to be able to make a challenge for a pass. But carried so much speed through the infield section there.
Yeah, he certainly did. He takes a look round. It looks like we may have a retirement on the left-hand side there, Danielle. Not quite sure who that is. Is that Casey Hillier?
It is. That's Casey Hillier. She's pulled off at the side. She's up and okay, but just pulled over at the side on the infield section.
A shame there for Casey Hillier. I think she may have had an issue in practice qualifying earlier on this morning as well, but nonetheless, it's a shame for Casey Hillier on that 108 machine. But back with the battle for second position, Craig Louth, 0.8 of a second up the road from Aidan Walker, as we look at Aidan heading into the infield section. And you're right, I think it's 6 of one, half a dozen of the other in the infield section here, because Craig Louth from Farm Bends to Mere Hairpin seems to pull out an advantage, but Aidan Walker manages to drag it back ever so slightly through the twisty paddock section. So back on towards Farm Bends, already our race leader, number 69. That is Zach Richards. He's across the line to start lap number 7. So 6 laps completed and 8 to go. As here comes Aidan Walker, just making his way through, and one of the tail enders just looking across, and gives himself plenty of room to make his way through. But Craig Louth now 1.9 seconds ahead of the 303 of Aidan Walker.
But out in front, the 69 of Zach Richards, he extended his lead out to 10.9 seconds, and with still 8 laps to go, I'm sure we're going to see that lead be extended. So the youngster on the A69 in a bit of a league of his own out there in our mini bike all-comers race today. But there is Craig Louth, who sits in second. Then it's Walker third, Bagshaw fourth, Nuttall in 5th place. Then it's Hayden Owen and Luke Wright having a right good battle there for 6th and 7th. Theo Lupton in 8th place, Gavin Shepherdson in 9th, Martin Cooper 10th, Harry Page in 11th, Oliver Hillary in 12th, and Katie Hillier, a retiree of this one.
So Zach Richards, Craig Louth and Aidan Walker now already across the line to start lap number 8 as we look towards Mere Hairpin once again, and we'll get the riders coming into our sight very shortly. But Richards leads it by 11.9 seconds as he starts lap number 8 of 14, so 7 laps complete, 7 to go. And there is can't quite see who that was there, unfortunately, heading in towards the paddock.
Now, I know Casey Hillier, our retiree, she does have a lot of support here in the paddock, and everyone will be happy to know I have seen Grandad making his way over to her to make sure she's okay. So, Casey Hillier, the retiree, earlier on in that race. There is Jackson Nuttall. He's having a fantastic ride out there in 5th place, and that's then the 143 of Hayden Owen. So, these two riders all battling it out there with Luke Wright as well. So it's a battle for between 5th, 6th and 7th on track, which is fantastic to see. All these riders who've come on absolute leaps and bounds in the last couple of rounds. And there we are, out onto the main start-finish. There's Nuttall, Owen and Wright as they make their way over the start-finish line.
Certainly do, and it looked like a slight mistake there in the infield, but in the paddock section for Hayden Owen, as the number 10 machine just pulling off.
Yeah, that looks, I don't think that he's actually 10 on the bike. I think that might be Oliver Hillary potentially retiring down at Mere Hairpin. But we can't take our eyes off this battle here. Nuttall doing everything he can to keep Owen behind him, and it'd only take one little mistake and he's definitely keeping the pressure on as they come through this infield section and make their way back down towards that far end of the circuit.
Certainly is nothing to separate Jackson Nuttall, Hayden Owen and Luke Wright. They're on towards Farm Bends now, and we'll be making the way onto the front straight very shortly. So the 183 of Jackson Nuttall is still leading that particular trio as they make the way past one of the tail enders. But you do get the sense that the number 09 of Luke Wright is just keeping something in his pocket later on with only a handful of laps to go.
And it's down at Mere Hairpin. We've seen some moves be made over the weekend so far. And Owen looked like he tried to get there alongside Nuttall, but not quite enough room at the end for him to squeeze through. And definitely can't write off Luke right there on the P09. Oh, Owen going a little bit wider. Does that give him the run on Nuttall, who's doing a fantastic job of really defending there from Hayden Owen? So flat out back up there, and it looks like potentially Luke Wright just maybe a little bit down on top end speed compared to these 2 strokes. So we've got 2 strokes there in 5th, 6th, and then the pit bike of Wright And we're also getting lapped there. I think that's Zach Richards, is it?
It certainly was, yeah, Zach Richards. I think that's the first time we've seen him since the race start. But the number 69 of Zach Richards now starting at lap number 12. And that means he has lapped up to 5th position as he makes his way. In fact, he split the group. So Zach Richards, your race leader, in between Jackson Nuttall and Hayden Owen as they head in towards the paddock section. And Luke Wright just losing a few tenths of a second on that previous lap. But he will manage to, I'm sure, get that time back. But Zach Richards is through on that trio, and it is still Jackson Nuttall from Hayden Owen.
Yeah, so a little bit of a gap there, as you said, with Zach Richards coming through and lapping up to 5th. That did unfortunately mean Luke Wright lost a bit of the toe, but he's certainly worked to bring that back. He's all over the back wheel of Hayden Owen as they make their way down the start finish. And into Mia, we saw some quite late braking opportunities as they came in. So there's Zach Richards, and it would have been, there he is, there's Nuttall. Luke Wright's made a move now up to 6th place, so he found a way through on Hayden Owen now, who's been demoted back to 7th.
Certainly has, and Jackson Nuttall, number 183, will be next in the firing line for the number 09 of Luke Wright, going from 7th to 6th. Into the closing stages of this race, so we are on to the penultimate lap then for your race leader of Zach Richards. A quick mention as well for Craig Louth and Aidan Walker, still holding station in 2nd and 3rd place, as we keep our eyes firmly on this battle for what is now 5th position, and Luke Wright trying to go the long way round on Jackson Nuttall, but not quite able to make it work, and here comes Aidan Owen once again as the last lap flag goes out.
Yep, there you go. There is the yellow flag with the black cross through it being displayed on the start finish. This is the last lap. If Luke Wright wants to be able to try and pinch another position, it's going to have to be a now or never type move. There's our race leader, the number A69 of Zach Richards. 19.219 was the advantage the last time he came across the line, so really out there in a field of his own. Hayden Owen has returned the favour on Luke Wright, so he's promoting himself back up to 6th place. So Luke Wright, after making the move on the earlier lap down at Mia, he's now back to 7th place as they head round the final corner onto the start finish. Right there trying to take a run down to the line, and a mistake for Owen means Luke Wright takes that 6th place as they take the checkered flag.
Certainly do. At the front, Zach Richards has taken that checkered flag, so he takes victory by quite a substantial margin. Next up is the 74 of Craig Louth. He's across the line now, albeit 22.5 seconds in arrears. And then Noah Bagshaw will be next across the line to take 3rd place as Oliver Hillary completes the race in 11th, a few laps down. So an issue in the middle of the race there for Oliver Hillary, but he comes across the line in 11th. But what a great battle we were treated to there with Jackson Nuttall, Luke Wright and Hayden Owen. Hayden keeping Luke Wright at bay throughout the majority of that race, but as you said, Danielle, a slight mistake out of the paddock section and through Farm Bends, and that is all the invitation that Luke Wright needed to put himself into those top 6 positions.
Yeah, it was a fantastic ride from all three of those, having a fantastic battle on track. And I have to say, sometimes with these mini bike all-comers races, as they're non-championship, sometimes the action's maybe a little bit depleted compared to the riders out there that are all battling for championship points. That certainly wasn't that. That gave us action right to the very last second. So, fantastic well done to all the riders out there in our mini bike all-comers, and they've given our spectators here down at Oliver's Mount and also our spectators on the live stream a little bit of a taste of what's to come. But coming up next, it will be our first of our solo riders. So this will be our British Championship Group C riders who will be released from the top paddock down to us here at the circuit. So we'll keep our eyes peeled for them coming down, and we'll try and give you a little bit of a run through the grid as well.
So these bikes then going from the pit bikes and the 85cc 2-strokes. This should be the big 450cc 4-strokes. Maybe a few 250s in the mix there potentially. Danielle, is there?
Yeah, we do have a couple of 250s out there. One notably, it's the number 56 of Lily Rhodes. She had a fantastic ride yesterday. Unfortunately, having a DNF in race 1 after taking an unscheduled detour out of the off-road. But glad she's up and okay. We also sometimes see some of our academy riders doing a little bit of double duty, especially on a Saturday. So we sometimes see the odd 85 in the mix as well. But just looking through our order today, it doesn't look like I can see any of our 85 Academy riders' names jumping out at me. But the racing yesterday was absolutely fantastic. And if you are watching at home or you're here spectating with us today, make sure you've downloaded the Speed Hive app and go on to live timing, where you will find round 6 Oliver's Mount. On there, you can see pretty much what we can see here, Bradley, where you can see our live timing, you can see the laps, and that just sort of gives you a better idea of what's happening on track. And notably, one of the names out there, it's the 5'11". It's Phil G. So he's going to be out in this next race, our commentator from yesterday and all-round Supermoto expert. So Phil will be starting in 8th place. But this is the first time he's ever raced here at Oliver's Mount, and I know he was really excited. I don't know if you got that vibe yesterday.
No, I certainly did. He was saying yesterday that not only is it first time racing here at Oliver's Mount for 5'11" Phil G, but it's also his first time visiting Oliver's Mount when there's a race event on. He said he was here a few weeks ago, having a bit of a trip away, and he's really enjoying the scenery and the atmosphere at Oliver's Mount. And I can see quite a few people up there on the footbridge as well, just overlooking the paddock section. And, we welcome all of the spectators here as well, whether, as you said, Danielle, they are on the live stream or, in fact, here in person. We've got some great racing coming up very shortly, and it's Sean Jones who is going to be leading the charge from pole position in the next race.
I'm having a look over at the live stream now as you speak. So we do have a live chat function on there. So if you are watching at home and you're not able to be here in sunny Scarborough, make sure you do give a big shout out to whoever it is that you're cheering on at home. I can see we've got Jamie Duncan, the number 7, being cheered on by his in-laws from sunny Portugal. Make sure you've got the sun cream on there. And also Joey B Racing. So I think that's Joey Billum. He's not here this weekend, which is a big shame. He is saying he's not riding himself and he's a bit gutted. So understandably, Joey, you'll have to get yourself back out here. You were fantastic last time out. And again, let's have a little look at our championship standings. So our C Group riders are normally a good mix of our S2 and S3 championships. And currently leading the ACU British S3 Championship is the number A37 of Byron Johnson. So Byron, who was one of our special rider winners yesterday, Byron made the switch to riding a 450 from an 85, and he's taken to it like a duck to water. He was absolutely flying at Three Sisters and incredibly stylish as well, may I add. In second, it's the number 6 of Dean Clark. So Dean out there on a KTM 450. Dean, I saw him riding yesterday, looking like he's having a fairly consistent day. And then in third at the moment in that championship, it's the number 16 of Tommy Sayer. So he's actually tied on points with Dean Clark. So we've got Byron Johnson out in front on 153. Then it's a 29-point deficit back to Dean Clark and Tommy Sayer. So with 3 rounds remaining in this championship, there's certainly plenty of points to be had to mix up those overalls. And we'll also have a quick look in our S2 championship, because this championship, again, we see riders through from the C's to the A's. S3 is currently being led by the 116 of Harvey Ward, and if I'm not mistaken, I believe he may have qualified into our A race coming up a little bit later on. And I'm sure you'll be able to say a little bit more than me, Bradley, but he had a fantastic ride yesterday. He was flying in qualifying, and you can certainly see he definitely had some good off-road experience.
Yeah, absolutely. Just touching on that off-road experience that you mentioned there, Harvey Ward managed to have a quick chat with him yesterday evening after the racing had concluded, and he does have a quite a significant motocross background, does the 116 of Harvey Ward, so that'll be working in his favour in the dirt section. Of course, I don't ride, so I haven't looked at the dirt section myself in a competitive manner, but it certainly looks as though it's working okay for those riders with the dirt background.
It does, and I can certainly attest to Harvey Ward's off-road skill yesterday. He went past me like I was stood still in that S2 qualifying yesterday morning. He was flying. So he's on the Trips UK Racing 450, and it's great to see so many of the Trips riders out racing with us this weekend. And just starting to hear those bikes making their way down from the top paddock and down Sheen's Rise. And as I said, like with our mini bike riders, they will head straight out into their warm-up lap. They won't be gridded up and then sent round. So we're just waiting for them. This will be the last opportunity these guys get to get a feel for the circuit, see if there have been any changes or differences made, and then it will be underway with racing. So we'll see if we can catch them on our screen here. I can certainly hear them, and I think they're already making their way through into the infield section.
Yeah, so they will be with us very, very shortly. And in fact, we've got eyes in the paddock now as the riders make their way through that section. A very twisty section here. How did you find it yesterday, Danielle?
Very, very slippy. I just could not find any grip. 1 minute, I'd come out of the hump section. You'll see it in a moment. I'd come out of there, if the bike was even slightly leant over, the rear wheel would spin up, and then as soon as I get on the power, I must find some grip because the front wheel would lift, and then I'd slide again, and it was so unpredictable. There's the first view we've had of our off-road, and from here, that looks about as smooth as the M6. I can promise you it isn't. It's also a lot steeper. It's so deceptively steep. I don't think you quite sort of get that from the camera angle we can see here on screen. And if you are here spectating live, please come down and have a little look. These guys are putting on a fantastic show for you in the off-road. So some great berms have formed that are really helping the riders. So there's the entrance into that off-road section. You come round, it's a couple of like rutted lines. You've got an outside berm that allows you to really get the power on over that first jump, and then you have a little bit of a run up towards the split lane where you can either choose for the outside line, which is a little bit longer, but you get a bit of a better run up over the final jump, or you have the inside line, which is certainly tighter, but does give you the inside on the exit of the off-road. So we saw a lot of those lines being used yesterday. There is our commentator from yesterday, Phil G, in 8th place there in the bright pink bib, so a big shout out to Phil. On front row we have the 164 cranked up racing rider of Sean Jones on pole position. Alongside him it's Dean Clark, and then the 144 of Jason Ramshaw.
Row number 2, 77 Stephen Haig, and the 777 of Jordan Grant.
Row 3, it's then the 434 Brothers Racing rider of Ian Rogerson, alongside him the 44 of Dan Hudson, and there is Phil G in 8th.
Jackson Bennett and Steve Smith on the number 79 and the 671 complete. Row number 4 as we get the green flag at the back.
So, green flag at the back of the grid, so we're just waiting for these riders to come under starters' orders, and there in the background of our live screen you can see those lights. They are red, and once they go out we will be racing. So there they go, and it was a good start there from the number 6 of Dean Clark. He looks like he popped the front wheel ever so slightly on board that KTM, but looks like he's getting the run down into the mere hairpin, and next time we'll see them will be on our screen here. And it is Dean Clark that takes the whole shot from the 164 of Sean Jones.
Yeah, pole position man, number 164, Sean Jones, now trailing the 6 of Dean Clark. That Jason Ramshaw still holding firm in 3rd position as they jump up onto the upper level of the paddock, but it is number 6. He was 2nd on the grid, middle of the front row, but he's now into the race lead. Number 6, Dean Clark on the KTM, ahead of the 164 of Sean Jones, and already about, I'd say, 8 or 9 bike lengths between Sean Jones and Jason Ramshaw.
And we've got all the Brothers Racing riders there in a little bit of a train with Ramshaw, Haig, Grant and Rogerson all together there on track. So here's our off-road. So Dean Clark opting for the outside line, and it looks like we've got a couple of riders there taking the inside. There's Phil G opting for that inside line up over that really steep step up, then the run out here onto the tarmac, and you can see Sean Jones there spinning up and sliding, trying to get the power down on all that dust. So here they are, round farm bends and back out onto the start finish, concluding our opening lap of our Supermoto Group C Race 1.
And you mentioned there earlier on, before the racing got underway, you could see, whether you're here at the track or watching on the live stream, that you really do get a sense of how far the dirt was dragged onto the circuit. There's a quick look over the right shoulder of Dean Clark, and it's a base full of the number 164 of Sean Jones. Jason Ramshaw is not too far away either. Neither is Stephen Hague or Jordan Grant. So it's all the sevens in 4th and 5th place with Stephen Hague and Jordan Grant.
Yep, through this tight infield section. This is slightly amended to yesterday. We have a little bit of a circuit change, and then it's heading back towards the off-road, still being led by the number 6 of Dean Clark. It's then the 164 Sean Jones following. You can see that berm on the outside really helping these riders sort of hook up that back wheel and get the power on. So again, Dean Clark having the choice of lines, opting for the outside line, and it's so incredibly steep. Ramshaw there taking the inside line, and watching him, he definitely has some off-road experience, and he looks to try and squeeze there through on Jones, and he does. He makes the pass stick as they make their way back out onto the tarmac circuit.
So that's Jason Ramshaw moving up from 3rd to 2nd place. And it is interesting that he went to the outside, then inside line through the option section within the dirt, and it worked in favour of Jason Ramshaw, who moves himself ahead of Sean Jones, but the number 6 of Dean Clark, as you'd expect, extending his race lead very slightly on that second lap, the first of those flying laps here at Oliver's Mount. So Dean Clark, if he was to take a look over his shoulder now, he won't see Sean Jones, but in fact it's Jason Ramshaw who's moved up into that 2nd place, with Stephen Hague and Jordan Grant still there keeping a watching brief and trying to join the party. That looked to be 44 Dan Hudson and 434 Ian Rogerson, but a long line of bikes through the infield.
That was a fantastic lap there for the 144 of Jason Ramshaw as well. So that lap almost 2 seconds quicker than his competitors out there in the top 3. So it was a 117.846, and he's going to try and do the same again. So again, opts for the inside of the berm, so he carries some great speed, and you see he's already about half a bike length in front of Dean Clark as he made his way over the step up. That was an easy pass there for the brothers racing rider of Ramshaw now, who takes the lead.
I think that was helped there. Dean Clark, number 6, not quite making the step up work for him, so he drops down to 2nd position. So for the first time in this race, the number 6 of Dean Clark is now playing chase to Jason Ramshaw, as Sean Jones still there in 3rd position. The number 164 of Sean Jones still holding firm in 3rd, but the fastest man on the circuit and setting the fastest lap of the race is number 434 Ian Rogerson down in 6th place, who found his way through on Dan Hudson, and 511 Phil G is joining the party in that particular battle.
And I think so. Ian Rogerson and Sean Rogerson, they are brothers of Brothers Racing, and I'm fairly sure it is Ian that's coming back from a quite serious injury at the start of this season. I think he broke both his wrists, so see him out there putting in some consistently fast laps. It's great to see. And we've also got a battle there between the 511 of Phil G and the 44 of Dan Hudson. So that is the battle for 7th place on the track. And after looking at those lap times, I do think it will be the 144 of Ramshaw now, trying to make a bit of a run for it out front and give himself some daylight between him and the number 6 of Dean Clark. Like you say, from the outside line, just not making that step up work.
Yeah, we're speaking to Harvey Ward yesterday, who we'll see out later on today. He was saying that it's a bit of a seat bounce job for him on the lip of that jump, and that seems to be what Dean Clark needs to unlock if he wants to take time out of the race lead for Jason Ramshaw. So the gap was 0.569, but at the end of lap number 4, it has opened up marginally there as we wait for the timing screen to update to 1.257. So it goes from half a second to 1 1/4 for Jason Ramshaw.
And with clear track, it is Jason Ramshaw that's able to put in a fast lap. So there's Phil G, who's found a way through onto this battle with those brothers racing riders up onto the upper section of the paddock on board the 511. I believe that is still the Bathmate Racing Husqvarna that he's on. Just having a little look there, trying to get through. I know Phil's had a number of bikes over the years. That could be the Husqvarna, it could be a TM. It looks like it's got a pair of twin DVRs on there, so I'll try and get a closer look at what bike our commentator's out there on. And I might have to suggest to him a little bit of live commentary for us while he's riding round.
Oh dear, we need the censor button for that one, I think, wouldn't we?
That might have been for mine yesterday, I'll be honest. There you go. I think you can get a little bit of a better look there at that off-road section. You can see it's dried out perfectly, and a cracking jump there from Phil G up that step up. So he's found a way through on Jordan Grant now. So G just picking off these Brothers Racing riders, but it's still the 144 of Jason Ramshaw out in front, and just having a little look now. So he's already crossed the line with doing a 1:17.5 on that last lap and extending his lead out to 1.7 seconds over the number 6 of Dean Clark.
Yeah, Sean Jones a further 1 second behind as we get a good look at the battle between number 77 Stephen Hagan. Is that Ian Rogerson still playing chase? But Phil G has split that trio. So Phil G, number 511, looking as comfortable as ever. Whether he's got a microphone or a throttle in his hand, he's looking good out there in this Group C Supermoto race here at Oliver's Mount. As 77 Stephen Haig, 434 Ian Rogerson, and 511 Phil G leads the 777 of Jordan Grant. And that is 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th. Now through this dirt section, this is where Phil G seems to make up the time on his competitors. So we'll keep an eye on him, inside or outside. He goes for the inside to give him the outside berm. And can he carry that speed up the step up and try and make his way into one more position? Not quite this time around. And that's cost him a 1/10 of a second or so there, Danielle.
It has, and that's allowed the number 777 of Jordan Grant to close that gap up after making the pass on the earlier lap. And Phil G has plenty of off-road experience. He's a very, very well-esteemed motocross rider in his own right, and also transfers those skills over to racing Supermoto, which he has done for a number of years. But there is our race leader. So there is the 144 of Jason Ramshaw. You can see we've got a little bit of dirt that's been kicked up out there onto the top paddock area, and that's been causing riders a few issues with grip. It has been incredibly slippy up that part of the circuit, and he gets a good run down towards the off-road. It looks like the 164 of Sean Jones, he's trying his best to keep the toe on Dean Clark, but not quite close enough now as we come through into the off-road section yet again. So again, opting to take that inside berm is Ramshaw, who I think it's fair to say he's a fairly big guy. He can throw around that Husqvarna 450 absolutely no problem at all. So manhandles that bike through that really tight berm and then back now into Farm Bends.
Yeah, through the left, and it is deceptively steep through the left up to the right, and it plateaus on the apex of that right-hander as well, so you really do have to be careful on the throttle as you make your way out of Farm Bends and onto the front straight. But that gap, that was 1.3 between number 16 Clark and the 164 of Sean Jones, the battle for second position, it has closed up to 3/4 of a second, so that's a half a second in advantage for Sean Jones at the end of lap number 7.
And also worth mentioning, it is Jason Ramshaw that's in a battle in our S3 Championship. He currently sits in 5th place, just behind teammate the 777 of Jordan Grant. So finishing ahead of him this weekend will get him those all-needed points for that championship fight towards the end of the season with 3 rounds to go. So coming up as our next round, it will be Teesside Autodrome, which if you haven't been before, make sure you get it in your calendar. It's a fantastic weekend's racing, and it is one of those facilities that we've had the privilege of making almost exclusively a Supermoto circuit. We've got a fantastic off-road section, and we will be there over the weekend of the 19th and 20th of September. So get that in your diaries and make sure you're there. And if you can't be there, we will have the live stream again for you all at home, but no excuses. You've had plenty of notice. Make sure that is in your diary, and we want to see as many people at that round as possible.
Last lap flag is now out, and Jason Ramshaw has a 1.6 second advantage over Dean Clark, so no mistakes, and this victory will go the way of Jason Ramshaw, but that is a lot easier said than it is done. So Dean Clark, in fact, Dean Clark is a lot closer to Jason Ramshaw than what he has been over the previous couple of laps, so we could well be seeing a late race charge from the number 6 of Dean Clark. So Ramshaw through the twisty paddock infield section, but can Dean Clark find the opportunity and find the gap that he needs to put himself in front of Jason Ramshaw, and more importantly, put him in prime position to take the checkered flag, because there's absolutely nothing to separate them as they go into the dirt section for the final time on this final lap. And does Jason Ramshaw know that Dean Clark is there behind him? We've got a few slower riders coming into play here, and this could work either for or against Jason Ramshaw and Dean Clark. And just behind them, Sean Jones and Ian Rogerson are not too far away, but through the dirt and back out onto the tarmac. It looked as though that Jason Ramshaw, your race leader, he was the man who took the advantage through the dirt as he makes his way out of Farm Bends and across the start-finish line. The checkered flag will go out, and it's Jason Ramshaw who will take the victory here at Oliver's Mount for race number 1 of the S3 riders. Dean Clark, Ian Rogerson moved up to 3rd position on that final lap, and he was the man with the fastest lap of the race earlier on with a 1 minute 16.522. 164 Sean Jones in 4th position with 77 Stephen Haig. Number 511 Phil G making up 2 positions from his grid slot. 777 all the 7s in P7 for Jordan Grant, with number 44 Dan Hudson rounding out the top 8. But incredibly close stuff there, and going into the dirt section, it looked as though Dean Clark could well be within a shout of taking that victory away from Jason Ramshaw. But the experience of Jason coming to the forefront as he used the tail enders to his advantage and kept it nice and clean and dry to bring it home for a race victory.
A fantastic ride there from Jason Ramshaw and Dean Clark, who will be promoted up to the back of our Supermoto Group B Race 2, coming up a little bit later on after lunch. And pole position will then be taken by the 434 and fastest man on track. It is the a 1:16.522 set by Ian Rogerson. So a shame there for Sean Jones having to settle for 4th place after a very consistent ride in that first solos race of the day. And it's fantastic to see so many spectators down here starting to line the banks of Oliver's Mount. It's what we like to see. And I know for our regular spectators here at Oliver's Mount, this is definitely something different. Normally you're seeing road racing around this circuit and incredibly high speed, especially at the top end of the circuit down that back straight. Supermoto is not all about going the fastest. We've also got a lot of technicality which is brought in through the off-road as well. So definitely something different for the spectators here over in Scarborough, which is what we like. And if you are here watching or you're over on the live stream, make sure you are following us on all the socials to keep up to date with all the racing and watch our live streams. We are over on YouTube. It's TNL Sports. And then we also have racing being posted and feedback and photos and plenty of action over on Facebook and Instagram at the British Supermoto Championship. And I've just been having a little look on Facebook myself, and Chris Hodgson has posted a fantastic video, a live on board of his Super Pole lap. So if you want to see what it's like to be on board with the multiple, I believe it's 18 times British Supermoto champion, as he puts in the fastest lap of the day so far here at Oliver's Mount, go and take a look at Chris Hodgson's Racing and the British Supermoto Championship Facebook page.
Yeah, we're certainly looking very strong in Superpole earlier on, of course. So Chris Hodgson, the reigning champion, and as you said there, Danielle, the multiple-time British champion. A 107.9, I believe it was, in Superpole earlier on this morning. And what better way to view that lap than on board with the man himself on that number 1 TM. So we'll be looking forward to that later on. But in the meantime, we do have the S2s coming out onto the circuit very shortly, and I'm sure we've got a grid sheet here somewhere, but when they do make their way down from the top end of the circuit, where all you Supermoto guys and girls are camping out this weekend, and you really do have a family community spirit going on up there in the paddock, isn't there?
Yeah, absolutely. We are very proud to say we believe we do have the friendliest paddock in motorsport, and that goes for riders, the competitors, the teams, the families that all come. We know how much effort it takes to come racing, and everyone helps each other out. So we've got people out even today out there on borrowed bikes. So notably, we've got Lee Williams out there on a borrowed bike. I think Harvey Ward, who we've mentioned a few times already this morning, he's out there on a borrowed bike as well today, and a few others. It just goes to show that even though you might be out there and have competitors, everyone just wants to race. Everyone wants to go out there and do their best and leave it all out on the track. And just here in our commentary box, starting to hear bikes making their way down to us, hopefully. So this will be our Group B riders who will be heading down to us now. And as I said, no warm-up lap other than when they're released out onto the track. And just peeping out of our commentary box window and through the trees, we can see the riders making their way through that paddock section. So it won't be long until we see them on screen and gets them underway with their first race of the day.
So this will see the likes of 311 Jake Sayer will be in there. Number 101 Neil Meelan, who I said yesterday in commentary has probably the best helmet design and leather design here this weekend. And I'm sure we'll get an up-close view of that later on. But also out there, the 16 Tommy Sayer, 10 Paul Reynolds, 117 Dave Spafford towards the rear of the grid. But as we look at the number 19 machine, flicking his way through the twisty infield section before they head on towards the end of the sighting lap here at Oliver's Mount. So the grid will line up with 311 Jake Sayer on the pole position with a 1 minute 13.193. He's joined on the front row by number 53 Simon Burgess with a 113.5 and a 58 Craig Forshaw with a 113.875.
And looking at our grids, we're getting riders making their way through. On screen, we've got, that's the 99 of Andy Hayes. So I don't think you get any more local than Andy Hayes, since he runs the circuit here. But today, out there, giving it a go on board, I believe it's a KTM that Andy's got, out there in the Oliver's Mount liveries. And nice and easy for us to spot with that bright fluorescent helmet, which is handy of him. So here he comes round to the grid as we get ready for our third race of the morning and our second race of our solos.
Yeah, Andy Hayes as well, not only getting more and more experience on a Supermoto machine, but I know he did some commentary with you. Is it earlier on this year or last year with Andy?
I did. I don't want to hear you getting jealous, Bradley, that he might take your seat. I'm sorry. We had to have him as a stand-in at Rowra. I honestly felt like I was cheating on you a little bit.
It's fine, you're forgiven.
So we got wave reds at the front. We point to the lights down here on the start. And out they go, and a bit of a wheelie there from the 311 of Jake Sayer on pole position, so that allows Simon Burgess to get a fantastic run down into Mere Hairpin, where we're waiting to see flashes of colour. And there's the 58, that is Craig Forshaw on the Automotive Solutions Honda being chased down by Burgess, and I think that's then Kevin Crowthers who had a fantastic run there to push himself into third. It's then Darryl Pennington, Jake Sayer, and just trying to get a glimpse of who that is there sneaking into fifth and sixth. That's Byron Johnson being chased down there by Sean Rogerson. So a big mix up there as they came through the paddock.
Yeah, it looked like Jake Sayer was just trying to find his way through and make his presence felt as they went into the lower end of the paddock before stepping up onto the upper part of the paddock. But some big airtime for the 58 of Craig Forshaw on this opening lap as he goes for the outside berm, hoping to carry that momentum and complete that step up. But that looks as though the race lead has just now gone the way as Simon Burgess out in front on the 53.
Yep, a cracking pass through that off-road section allows the 53 of Simon Burgess to take our race lead from the number 58 of Craig Forshaw, as we now have a train of riders making their way down the start-finish and across the line. And it's then heavy on the brakes into our turn one down at Mere Hairpin as they make their way towards the paddock. So there's Burgess, Forshaw and Pennington now into third through, and Jake Sayer hard on the brakes there. He's there stealing that place away. He's trying there on Kevin Crowthers, but he's not letting him have it easy. But you can see that was a fantastic run in towards that upper paddock section.
Quite difficult to overtake around this Oliver's Mount circuit, it seems, and if you do want to make the overtake, then it's going to be a close one.
You're telling me, Bradley. I was trying to make some overtakes, but you're right, it's incredibly tough. You do have to make some brave moves around here, and there is Darryl Pennington. He was renowned last year for absolutely sending it through this off-road section. So just watching there, you've got both those Automotive Solutions riders, and it's Pennington there who was the one that was sending it when he had clear tracks. So there's Craig Forshaw from Kevin Crowthers and Darrell Pennington now making their way through Farm Bend. You can see just how much dust has already been dragged around this circuit from yesterday as they're now across the line.
And back at the front, of course, Simon Burgess is starting to extend his race lead as we come around to complete the second lap. It was 0.2, it's now 1.3 seconds between himself and Craig Forshaw, as there is the number 37 of Byron Johnson trailing the 311, your pole position man of Jake Sayer as they go through the paddock section, but there's not a lot to separate the battle for third, fourth, fifth and sixth. You could put a blanket over all four riders, but it is still the 58 of Craig Forshaw leading from, is that 666 Darrell Pennington up next behind him?
Yep, and we've then also got a battle behind Byron Johnson. We've got Dan Billum, Jamie Wilson, Dax Almond, who I believe was on the lookout for a bike to race today. So there's Byron Johnson opting for the outside, Sayer going inside, and I believe that's Dan Billum, Jamie Wilson. There's Dax Almond as they come out now onto the tarmac. There's our race leader. It's Burgess, Forshaw and Pennington are currently your top three, and if it finishes as it sits right now, it would be Burgess and Forshaw that will find their way through to the A group, but everything can change, just like that move there from Byron Johnson, who's found a way through on the 311 of Jake Sayer.
Good move there for Byron Johnson as they head in towards Mere Hairpin, and again the number 58 of Craig Forshaw, the gap just being closed up by the 666 of Darrell Pennington. This is second and third place, and it's, of course, as you said there, the top three will be promoted into the A's if it would to finish that way, but through the twisty section, through the right, the left, then the right, which will bring them over the dummy grid before the hard braking zone into the dirt section. So Simon Burgess leads this one by 1.7 seconds and is the only man on that previous lap to go into the 1 minute 13s with a 1 minute 13.8, but the 666 of Darrell Pennington, as you said, Danielle, sending it into the dirt, and he's picking up exactly from where he left off this time last year.
Absolutely, and the one I've got my eyes on, it is Byron Johnson. So he's absolutely flying there. He took the outside line, and he's all over the back wheel now of Darrell Pennington as they exit the off-road. So Byron Johnson on board that 450 that he's only made the move to this season just a couple of rounds ago. He's now chasing down third place in a B group race. That's absolutely fantastic progression from the youngster. As we watch up towards Mere Hairpin. Oh, a move up the inside for Craig Forshaw, and that's allowed Byron Johnson to sneak through as well. Is Darrell Pennington going to let him have it? I don't think he has much say in the matter, as that then allows... It was a 2-for-1 there on Darrell Pennington on board that Automotive Solutions 666 Husqvarna, and Byron Johnson definitely didn't need asking twice.
No, certainly didn't. He saw half an opportunity and thought, I'm having that, and he's looking for a pass here on Craig Forshaw. Is the 37 of Byron Johnson, fastest man on the circuit. He's in the 1 minute 12s on that previous lap, and Byron Johnson makes the pass and he makes it stick. Already
done it. As you were saying it that he was going for it, he's made that pass stick. So Byron Johnson now currently sitting in second place and in promotion position for our A group. We do currently have a waved yellow. Not quite sure which rider that is for just yet. We'll keep an eye out. And it's Burgess from Johnson now coming through Farm Bend. So Simon Burgess had an advantage over Craig Forshaw of 2.02 seconds as they came across the line last time. Looking at our timing screen, it's now Simon Burgess on the 53 who leads us from the number 37 of Byron Johnson, and the gap already now down to 1.3 seconds, and on screen you can see it's barely that. If Burgess wants to try and hold on to this, he's going to have to make it work. He still has 5 laps to go as we're at half race distance, and it looks like Johnson is going to try and stick a move on him on this lap.
Well, this is where he made the move to second position 1 lap ago, and he gets good drive out of the infield section, going for the inside on Simon Burgess, and there could well be a new race leader in the form of 37 Byron Johnson, and that is indeed matter of fact now, as Byron Johnson takes the race lead away from 53 Simon Burgess, as the yellow flags still wave in the dirt section. Not quite sure the reason behind that one. Nothing immediately obvious there, Danielle, but what we do know is that 37 Byron Johnson, just a few laps ago, was in 6th place, but now he is leading the way here at Oliver's Mount.
So I think all riders were getting sent into that inside berm, which makes me think we may have an issue there on the outside. With potentially a bike issue down there. But coming across the line, it's Byron Johnson that leads us, and he did put in a fastest lap on the last one with a 1:12.966, and it's now down to a 1:11.569 on that last lap. So he is almost 2 seconds quicker than anyone else out on track right now, and it shows. He's having a fantastic ride.
And Simon Burgess, just as quickly as he just had to give the race lead over to Byron Johnson, he's got the 666 of Darrell Pennington breathing down his neck, because across the line the gap was 3/4 of a second, but Darrell Pennington is riding like a man inspired to try and get through on the 53 of Simon Burgess. But as they go into the dirt section once again, this is where Darrell's quick. Just lost a little bit of time there through the paddock section on Simon Burgess, as to the outside berm in fact for Darrell Pennington. Will this work in his favour?
Well, we'll see if he does those big sends, and that was relatively conservative for Darrell Pennington from what I've seen last season, so maybe taking it a little bit easy, but he's chasing down Simon Burgess, and I know we sometimes get a bit of feedback from some of our riders that we do focus on the front, but how can you take your eyes off these battles? We've got Pennington chasing down Burgess, Sayer chasing down Forshaw, Billum chasing down Sayer, Crowther's being chased down by Almond. You can't take your eyes off it. It's fantastic racing, but there is Darrell Pennington. He must be late on the brakes to be able to close that gap up on the number 53. This is the battle for second on screen now. There's your race leader, who's already broken away to the tune of 2 seconds in 1 lap, so he's flying out in front.
Jake Sayer just in the background, I think, may have made his way through on Craig Forshaw, so we'll keep an eye on that one, because the top 3 are now through, and 3:11 of Jake Sayer is through on the 58 of Craig Forshaw, and Dan Billum's there in the mix as well. But there is Jake Sayer. This is the battle for 4th position. 3-1-1. Jake Sayer on the red machine in 4th, ahead of 58 Craig Forshaw. And is that Dan Billum just behind them? And going to the outside berm, in fact, is Craig Forshaw to try and carry that momentum all the way through the step up, but not working for him on this occasion. So Jake Sayer has a little bit of clear track in front of him, as just going out of shot and coming across the line very shortly. Darrell Pennington is still playing chase to Simon Burgess.
So we'll do a quick run through of our top 10 quick fire. It's Byron Johnson, Simon Burgess, Darrell Pennington, Craig Forshaw and Jake Sayer rounding out top 5. In 6th place we have Dan Billum, it's then Kevin Crowthers, Dax Almond, Max Rhodes in 9th place, and Chris Bick rounding out that top 10. Just on the outside and looking in, it's a 303 of Sean Rogerson, Paul Reynolds, Jamie Wrigglesworth, James Wood and Tommy Sayer in 15th place, with Andy Hayes 16, Jamie Goldthorpe in 17th, and Neil Mellon in 18th place. And Neil, I think he has won the award this weekend for most stylish leathers. If you have him on Facebook, go and have a look. He has Mellon leathers. They're fantastic.
They look great there. As a slight mistake from the 53 of Simon Burgess has just opened the door for the 666 of Darrell Pennington to find his way through into 2nd position. And as quick as you like, Simon Burgess now dropping into the clutches of Jake Sayer. So your race leader, Byron Johnson, will be out of Farm Bends very shortly. And I'm sure the last lap flag will be prepared for his arrival. So just one more lap to go for your race leader of number 37, Byron Johnson, as the last lap flag is indeed out. And we've got just 0.9 of a mile remaining in race number 1 for Group B here at Oliver's Mount. But it's Byron Johnson from Darrell Pennington, who has a 1.8 second advantage over Simon Burgess, and Jake Sayer only 0.3 of a second behind Simon Burgess himself. So Jake Sayer in very much with a shout of a podium finish, as Byron Johnson, he knows that he's got about 4.5 seconds advantage, and he's starting to showboat already into the paddock.
Yep, he has got absolute styles for miles, and this is his final lap. There is the number A37 of Byron Johnson coming through the off-road section for the final time. What a fantastic ride for Byron Johnson. So they're taking the outside line, And you can see he makes it look nice and smooth, carrying fantastic speed round and up the step up. Not quite clearing it on that last lap, but a quick look over the shoulder and he knows he's under no threat. A good little wheelie there out onto the tarmac. So fantastic ride there from Byron Johnson. Just one last corner to navigate onto the start finish, and of course it's across the line to take the checkered flag on the back wheel.
Incredible stuff there for Byron Johnson. As for 666 of Darrell Pennington, a brilliant ride for Darrell. He is there in second position ahead of 53 Simon Burgess, who keeps the 311 of pole position man Jake Sayer at bay in fourth place. Dan Billum, Craig Forshaw and Kev Crowthers is your top 7. Dax Almond across the line, number 97 in 8th place. And then Max Rhodes, number 158, and the 126 of Chris Bick will complete the top 10. So across the line goes Max Rhodes and then Chris Bick to complete those top 10 positions. And a big wheelie again for the 303 of Sean Rogerson, just knocking on the door of those top 10 positions. 12th place will go the way of number 10 Paul Reynolds. As the rest of the competitors come across the line to take that checkered flag. But it's Jamie Wrigglesworth in 13th, James Wood, Tommy Sayer in 14th and 15th, Neil Mellon, Andy Hayes, Jamie Goldthorpe, and then rounding out the top 20 is Jensen Knowles and Dave Spafford. But a quick mention there for Jensen Knowles, of course, he's not out there on a big 450 machine because he's out there on the 85, is that right?
I believe he is. He was racing on a 65, I believe it was, earlier in the season. Made a step up to an 85 and was flying yesterday. One of those riders that's definitely got an incredibly bright future. So great to see that. Just a couple of riders coming across the line down here, just finishing up. So they are our top 3 from our C group. They were down here getting some podium shots. So once live racing started, that meant they got a little bit caught down here and trapped between races. But coming up next, it will be our British Supermoto Championship A group riders that were making their way out onto the circuit. And as I said, that Super Pole lap can be seen over on the British Supermoto Championship Facebook page, where you'll see how Chris Hodgson set himself up for pole position.
I'm sorry if you get, I'm sorry if the ambient mic picked up that scream. I'm not enjoying the fact that you can't hear me. So I'll tell Patsy that you hate.
So, out on track at the moment, we've got a few of our marshals just getting themselves set up. And it looks like we've got plenty of people making their way down to us to come and watch the racing action and lining the banks here at Oliver's Mount and lining the fences. And if you are here at Oliver's Mount and you're not watching on our live stream, you are in person, you can actually find your way round to the off-road section so you can get up close and personal with all the dust being kicked up by our Supermoto riders over there. And it's absolutely fantastic to see. And it just goes to show that the effort and the skill that these guys have to be able to get these big 450s, 250s, 85s round what is a very challenging, very different circuit to anything else we have on our British Supermoto calendar. The elevation changes here of Oliver's Mount make it unique with how narrow it is. It's again unique, so there's plenty on at this circuit that make it a special one for us here in our British Supermoto Championship. And again, like I said, none of this would be possible if it wasn't for the support of the teams and companies that make all this possible. So we have DVS Scaffolding, I. Rogerson Heating and Plumbing, Walker Group, Mark Bates and Sons Contracting, all these companies that make this possible. Brothers Racing, Larson, Sousa Clutch. There's so many people that we could thank. We'd be here all day. There's our top 3. They're being allowed to make their way back up to the paddock before our A riders head on down to us. But I think they are already making their way through the paddock section.
Yeah.
So the riders in Group A for this first British Championship race making their way towards the end of their sighting lap, and it will be a pole position there showing for the number one there, is it, of Chris Hodgson, a 1 minute 7.9. And as you said just a moment ago, Danielle, if you did want to see that pole position lap, then head over to the British Supermoto Championship Facebook page, and you'll see just how hard Chris had to work to take pole position away from Alex Mullaney. But they are lining up on the grid down here, overlooked by the commentary box. And it is number one, the reigning champion and multiple-time British champion, Chris Hodgson, on that pole position. Number 100, Alex Mullaney, the British under-21 champion. And rounding off the front row, number 21, Ryan Kringle. So Alex Mullaney very much in the TM sandwich.
Yep, he is, and looking down the grid, it's Harvey Ward there looking towards the back, and I think that is also Archie Reynolds who's qualified for the A. So fantastic ride from Automotive Solutions rider Archie Reynolds there, who's again one of these riders that's made a switch to a 450, but lights are out and away we go. It looks like it's a great drive from Ryan Kringle, who started on the front row as they fire down into mere hairpin and make their way into that super tight. And there it is, Ryan Kringle taking the whole shot from Chris Hodgson and Alex Mullaney in third.
Yeah, Alex Mullaney from the middle of that front row just being overhauled by Ryan Kringle, and the same can be said for Chris Hodgson, because the man who started from pole position now trails the 21 of the Manxman, Ryan Kringle, as he negotiates that infield section at a rapid speed, and well on his way now towards the dirt section. And that looked to be was that Matt LeBrun up inside the top 5 positions, already making up 3, if that is the case, for the number 64 of Matt LeBrun. But leading the way, it is Kringle from Hodgson, and Alex Mullaney will be keeping his fingernails dug into the rear tyres of those TMs in front of him.
And very interested to see almost all riders opting for that outside berm as they all head out of the off-road now and back out onto the tarmac. But it looks like Kringle taking a early advantage from teammate of the number 1 on our timing of Chris Hodgson. It's then Alex Mullaney, Richard Sharp, Harley Sharp, Matt LeBrun, Richard Blakeman there, and then Lee Williams, as we see the number 7 of Jamie Duncan tumbling down our order. So an issue there for the Scotsman, who comes across the line way back in 17th, along with the number 8 of Blake Wilson.
Yeah, not sure what happened from the start there, as Richard Sharp just kicking up a few stones on the exit of the step up into the upper level of the paddock. With Chris Hodgson, the gap was 0.6 across the line behind Ryan Kringle, number 21, but Chris Hodgson, he's got a lot of experience and a lot of success as the man with the number 1 plate, and he's a lot closer to Ryan Kringle than what he was this time at 1 lap ago. As interestingly, Alex Mullaney goes for the inside berm here, and we can see he does get some big air on the exit, and that's somebody down just out of shot there, unfortunately. Could be one of the Sharp boys.
Yep, that looks like it potentially could have been Richard Sharp going down there, but we will see on our timing screen as they come across the line, Alex Mullaney getting a good run out onto the start finish and finding a way through on Chris Hodgson, as they come out onto the start finish.
So looking at the timing screen there, so one of the Sharps will be coming across the line very shortly, but it's Kringle, Mullaney and Hodgson in the top 3. Now it's Alex Mullaney's turn to try and overhaul that leading advantage of Ryan Kringle. And it was, as you said there, Danielle, Richard Sharp, who has come across the line now in 13th position. So down from 4th to 13th. And of course, his son Harley would have seen that happen in front of him. So you'll know that his dad's okay. And Harley now up into the top 4 ahead of 64 Matt LeBrun. Dean Hillier on the move on that previous lap as well. Now knocking on the door of a top 10 just behind the 138 of Paul Groom. But back with the top 3. They're into the dirt section now, and it is still Kringle, Mullaney and Hodgson.
Another rider to mention, the 94 of Lee Williams. Lee having a fairly big off yesterday on the high-tech coatings Husqvarna, and unfortunately that machine not fit enough for today, so it is Williams out there on the borrowed machine of the 714 of Andrew Goodsell. The AWG racing rider being kind enough to loan him that machine so he can compete and try and get those points today. Across the line there goes Matt LeBrun. In his rear view mirror, he's got the number 54 fat and fast rider of Richard Blakeman chasing him down there, so that's the battle for 5th. So then Lee Williams, Oliver Holmes in a very respectable 8th place, 9th Peter Bennett, and in 10th it is the 138 Trips UK rider of Paul Groom.
So through the paddock section for our leading trio, and there's only 1.2 seconds covering the top 3 as they started this 4th lap, so 3 laps down and 8 to go. Make that 7.5 as they are already in the dirt section, and Chris Hodgson carrying some speed over the jump that leads them into the option line, but they both go, or in fact all 3 of them go for the outside berm, and it's Ryan Kringle who hit the step up first of all. There goes Mullaney and Hodgson in very close attendance, but just struggling to get the power down there. The rear end stepping out for the leading 2, and Chris Hodgson has dropped a few bike lengths on this lap there, Danielle, but if anyone can make up that deficit, it will be the former British champion.
It was a little bit of a mistake there for Chris Hodgson as he rejoined out of the off-road on that grassy section. There's LeBrun and Blakeman trying to tuck in behind the bars on the Fat and Fast Racing KTM. Here's our top 3. So it's Kringle, Mullaney and Hodgson up into the top section of the paddock. Mullaney there just clipping the outside gravel there, trying to use all the track to try and chase down the TM UK rider of Ryan Kringle, the man from the Isle of Man, as he definitely has some road racing experience, and I'm wondering if that is being transferred to here at Oliver's Mount.
Yeah, it certainly seems to be the case here for Ryan Kringle. Of course, if his brother Jamie is listening, we wish you all the best in your recovery, because Ryan Kringle still leads the way from Alex Mullaney. And last time around, as we mentioned, the gap between the top 3 was 1.27 seconds exactly. And Mullaney just getting the power down on the exit of the dirt now in towards Farm Bends. But Kringle, Mullaney and Hodgson. Now, Hodgson seems to lose a little bit of time out of the dirt and in towards Farm Bends, but he makes it back up from Mere all the way through the paddock and the dirt.
He does, and as you briefly mentioned there, Ryan Kringle's brother Jamie had a rather big and serious accident at this year's Isle of Man TT, and he is actually selling his Supermoto bike that we had seen him ride and race with us for a few rounds last season. So he is selling that to help in funding his recovery. So if anyone's out there looking for a bike and you want to help a fellow racer and incredible TT rider, make sure you head over to Jamie Kringle on Facebook, and I'm sure he'll be happy to oblige. But this battle, it's still absolutely nothing between our top 3. Looking away back, Alex Mullaney in a relatively Harley Sharp in a relatively lonely 4th place on the 817 Trips UK KTM. It's then Matt LeBrun still being chased by Richard Blakeman for 5th.
Alex Mullaney is looking a little bit scrappy through the dirt there, and he didn't quite complete the step up, so that has just opened up the gap ever so slightly between himself and Ryan Kringle. He carried a lot of speed over the jump in towards those option lines, but Alex Mullaney, he was feet everywhere, and he's using all of the track and a little bit more. I mean, he's paid his entry fee, so why not? As he comes around to complete lap number 6, so that is 6 down and a handful to go. Just looking down the timing screen there, Danielle, number 217, Richard Sharp. He was down in 17th position, but he is now up to 11th place. So Richard Sharp is a man on the move, and he doesn't have too much distance to gain between himself and Pete Bennett in 10th and Paul Groom in 9th.
And again, like you say, looking down our order, some fantastic rides going on out there. An 8th currently for the 42 of Oliver Holmes. It's then Richard Sharp, who's now up to 10th place as he came through on that last lap. So, like you say, from going down in the early stages of this race to now up in 10th, a fantastic comeback ride from him. Jamie Duncan, who we believe was a faller on lap 1, he's still down there in 15th place on board the number 7, just behind the 941 of Darren Wells. He's a rider that doesn't always compete with us in the British Championship, but when he does, he's a very good runner and consistently in our Supermoto A group. Ryan Kringle getting incredibly close to the grass there on the exit of Farm Bends. I don't know if you caught that. But like you say, using all the track here at Oliver's Mount, it is very, very narrow. It looks deceptively wide there on our cameras, but it can easily catch you out.
Yeah, it really can, and it's even more narrow in the paddock section, which is exactly where we find our leading trio once again. But it is still Kringle from Alex Mullaney and Chris Hodgson, but Chris Hodgson is a lot closer to the duo in front of him than what he has been over the previous couple of laps. But Kringle still leads it, and Mullaney, even if he has a bit more speed than Ryan Kringle, catching up is one thing, but trying to find an overtaking opportunity is quite another as they go back into the dirt section. And Chris Hodgson, is he there just in third position making way, whereas Alex Mullaney gets the style on through the dirt? But is Chris Hodgson just waiting in the wings here for a potential mistake of one of the two guys in front of him so he can take advantage? And it's through the berm where Chris Hodgson seems to lose that little bit of time, but as both Kringle and Mullaney lose traction from the rear, they really are pressing on, aren't they?
Yeah, and that was a bit of a mistake there from the number one of Chris Hodgson, and you can see just how much time that's cost him. And as we said, Chris Hodgson is a multiple British Supermoto Championship. I think it's at least 18 times British Supermoto champion. So he does have the mindset of someone that's been able to win so many championships. He knows when to push and he knows when to sort of sit back and let the race come to him. He's always been fantastic at that over his career. And taking a little bit of time away from the sport at the moment, but always fantastic to see him come out here and show us exactly what he's capable of. There's no doubt about that.
To put into perspective how hard these guys are pushing on, Chris Hodgson in Superpole took the fastest lap and got pole position with a 1 minute 7.9. Fastest lap of the race so far is Chris Hodgson's with a 1 minute 7.0, so he's found at least 1 second between Superpole and this race, as Kringle still has Alex Mullaney scrapping at that rear tyre, but Mullaney a slight twitch from the rear as he exits the dirt yet again, and that lets Ryan Kringle open up his leading advantage by a further bike length or so. But Alex Mullaney is soon back on the case as they come across the line to start what will now be the penultimate lap.
Yep, there is very little time left for the number 100 of Alex Mullaney if he wants to try and make a pass work. He looks to go alongside of Kringle into this tough section. We've got a rider there down at the side of the track. That looks to be, I think that might have been the number 5 of Archie Reynolds there, who's pulled off after a bit of an issue. We've got a waved yellow. But back on it now through this paddock section and heading up towards the off-road. So as much as Chris Hodgson made a mistake earlier, he's back on the back wheel of the 100 of Alex Mullaney, and like you say, right there in the wings if either of these riders make a mistake.
Yeah, Chris Hodgson right back in contention now as we've got just 1 1/4 laps to go up the step up, and all 3 riders completing that one. Chris Hodgson, no such issues this time around, but Kringle and Mullaney just seem to get a little bit better drive with every lap. But Mullaney, how much he closes on the brakes onto the back wheel of Ryan Kringle is so impressive.
I think this is going to be a last-ditch effort into mere hairpin for the 100 of Alex Mullaney as he tries to outbrake the 21 of Ryan Kringle, which would be no mean feat, and he's done it. He's made the move stick, so it's a new race lead for the number 100 of Alex Mullaney as he outbrakes Ryan Kringle into mere hairpin, up into the paddock section, and now making their way through and into the infield, just coming up on a couple of back markers who hopefully won't interrupt this battle, and pulls right over the side. That is Crystal Lambourne getting out of the way of this one. Into the off-road, Alex Mullaney almost sideways there on the brakes, and up over that jump, absolutely sending it now with clear track.
Yeah, and of course what he's done here is not allow Ryan Kringle or Hodgson the opportunity of retaliating, as Hodgson goes for the outside berm to carry the speed, but he's not quite close enough to capitalise on that and challenge Ryan Kringle. So it's looking good at the moment for Alex Mullaney with just 2 more corners to go.
That was a fantastic ride there for the number 100 of Alex Mullaney. He made the pass exactly when he needed to take a first race victory here at Oliver's Mount for our first A group race of the day. So fantastic race there for Alex Mullaney, Ryan Kringle and Chris Hodgson rounding out our top 3.
Alex Mullaney on the final lap, posting the fastest lap of the race with, get this Danielle, a 1 minute 6.915.
That is absolutely blistering of a lap time there from Alex Mullaney, and it just goes to show with clear track he was able to
fire round that off-road, and he absolutely sent it over that first jump. So rounding out that one, it's Alex Mullaney, Ryan Kringle and Chris Hodgson are your podium. It's then a lonely 4th place for the 817 of Harley Sharp. 5th place, the number 64 of Matt LeBrun. He'll be happy with that. 6th, it's the 54 of Richard Blakeman, who leads the Fat and Fast Riders. 7th place, the 94 of Lee Williams on the borrowed machine. It's then a recovery ride for the 217 of Richard Sharp to take 8th, with the 42 of Oliver Holmes demoted down to 9th, and the 116 of Harvey Ward taking a fantastic top 10. Jamie Duncan found his way back through to 11th, with the 941 of Darren Wells in 12th, and the 108 of Dean Hillier in 13th. Peter Bennett is finishing 14th place with the 138 of Paul Groom in 15th. 16th place goes to the 211 of Chris Lambourne on the Trips UK Racing KTM. It's then a 17th for the number 8 of Blake Wilson, and Archie Reynolds rounds that one out in 18th place.
But that really was a great ride by the number 100 of Alex Mullaney. He spent pretty much 10 laps of those 11 just in the wheel tracks of 21 Ryan Kringle. And on that final lap, he knew where he was stronger and where he had to defend if necessary. But Mullaney with a 1 minute 6.915, not only the fastest lap of the race, but the fastest lap of the day so far for the British under-21 champion and the red plate holder of Alex Mullaney, eventually taking victory by 1.1 seconds. But Chris Hodgson wasn't too far away, only 2.2 seconds away from Kringle, but more importantly, 3.3 away from the victory.
And Alex Mullaney doing exactly what he needs to do to put himself in contention for taking a win in this championship. He currently sits in second place, 2 points adrift of the number 54 of Richard Blakeman, who currently leads our S1 championship after playing his Joker at Three Sisters, our last round. The 21 of Ryan Kringle is currently the man in third place, and it's only 5 points that separates him from taking our championship lead as well. So it's incredibly tight at the top between Richard Blakeman, Alex Mullaney and Ryan Kringle. And I know we've certainly got a few more riders that will be looking to play their Jokers towards the end of the season as well. Now with Joker, if you're not aware, our riders are all given one Joker per season, where they can play it for one race, and that then doubles their points in that race. So, for instance, if they took a race win, it would double their 35 points scored in that race, and a lot of the time it can help with taking overalls, and they're most likely used and best used when you're having a bad day. So look to see some of our riders a little bit further down the order might play those today, and it can definitely put the cat amongst the pigeons when it comes to our overalls. Now, coming up, we should now see our S4 Academy riders once they're released from the top paddock, and they will be our final race before we break for lunch. So we do one full block of racing, which is one of each of our races, and our Academy riders, they always put on a fantastic show for us, and just because they're on the smaller capacity machines does not mean they're any less quick, any less competitive. They're absolutely fantastic. So we're just waiting for those riders to be released and head on down to us, and then we'll be underway with our next race.
No, because I'm fine tonight. I'm not. Rob, you know how scared I am of wasps. Nope. To be fair, I survived the drop. That was fine. Honestly, I think if it's only just how it did, that's fine. If it drops any more, I will cry. It was like... So... I don't actually like the fact that I'm tethered in. I would rather be untethered to the basket, because I feel like if the basket fell, I would just like jump onto the crane bit, but then I would have a basket hanging from my back. Potentially. I've also been looking at the basket, and it's not held on to the prongs with anything. I've just sat on top of the two, like the basket is just on the two prongs. Does that make sense? There's nothing securing. Yeah. It's just on the prongs. I mean, if my eyes deceive me. Okay.
So, out on track now, there are our S4 Academy riders making their way round and for their final warm-up lap. And on screen down here we can see Byron Johnson, who is definitely doing double duty. So after taking a race win in our B group, up after lunch he's going to have a quick turnaround because he will be in the back of our A group for race 2, and then straight out in our S4 Academy race for their race 2. So it's definitely going to be a busy day for Byron Johnson. There's Edward Darnton. We've also got Jackson Bennett out there. Archie Reynolds, who again we've just seen out there in the A group, now out here in our S4 Academy. So it goes to show, just because they're out there on smaller capacity machines does not mean these guys are any less competitive. They put on a fantastic show for us. That looks to be Cole Reynolds. We've got Josh Walker there making his way down the start line on the Trips UK Racing KTM. Rip Jennings out there as well. I believe he's one of the only riders out there on a CRF 154 stroke, which in previous seasons was definitely the bike to have, especially for our mini bike riders. Those 150s are certainly plenty tunable. There's Hayden Owen. We've got 101 of Oliver Mullaney out there as well. That is younger brother of Alex Mullaney. We've just seen take a race win. So hopefully the racing runs in the family there. And it looks like this is most of our riders now down here on the start, ready for their first race.
Edward Darnton there, easy to spot with the fluorescent yellow crash helmet at the end of row number 1, as the rest of the riders make their way onto the grid. So a full grid here for the S4 race. First race of the day for these guys, in theory at least anyway. Byron Johnson's already been out, but as we get under starters orders, the revs rise, a cloud of two-stroke smoke goes into the air, and we are away racing. In fact, the majority of them are anyway. It looks like one of them there just stalling on the line, unfortunately.
That was Oliver Mullaney. It looks like Josh Walker also having an issue there. Rip Jennings. So about 3 riders there, all having difficulty getting off the start, but there's certainly 2 that haven't. It's Edward Darnton who takes the whole shot into turn 1, followed by Byron Johnson. And that looks to be Jensen Knowles there. So Edward Darnton, who's currently leading our S4 championship from the number 5 of Archie Reynolds, putting on a fantastic showing for us here today at Oliver's Mount. So there's the 41 TM Leeds UK rider on board the 85, now heading towards the off-road for the first time.
So Darnton leads it, as you said, from Johnson, and Jackson Bennett in the mix there as well, inside those top 5 positions, and I'm sure his dad will be watching on from the sidelines to see how he gets on. So that's the 79 of Jackson Bennett in 4th position, in fact, as going round the outside berm for Jackson Bennett, and Edward Darnton and Byron Johnson completing that step up. And how they're doing that on an 85, I'm not quite sure, but nonetheless, they're certainly doing it.
They are absolutely sending it, proper little rippers out there. But there is Edward Darnton. Another look over the shoulder. He really needs to stop looking behind him. There's Byron Johnson and Jensen Knowles. The bullet, he's been flying. So he had a fantastic day yesterday, and he's definitely brought that confidence into day 2 here at Oliver's Mount as they come across the line. It is Darnton, Johnson, Knowles, with Archie Reynolds in 4th, Jackson Bennett 5th, and Cole Reynolds in 6th place.
Edward Darnton sliding his way into the lower end of the paddock, jumping up to the top now, and again a quick look over his left shoulder just to see whereabouts his nearest rival of number 37, Byron Johnson, is in proximity to himself. And through the paddock they go on towards the dummy grid before they brake hard and slide the way into the dirt section. But it's Edward Darnton still holding the advantage over the 37 of Byron Johnson. And third place, Jensen Knowles, is just keeping tabs on the two guys in front of him as they go in towards the option line. And it is the outside berm for the top three. And they're coming in some tail enders already, who, of course, we saw not a moment ago, not making the best of starts, as Edward Darnton, Byron Johnson and Jensen Knowles don't complete that step up this time around as they make their way through on some of the tail enders.
Yeah, just a couple of back markers there after that difficult start, and that's allowed Edward Darnton to come under a little bit more pressure from Byron Johnson as they come across the line. It's then the 455 of Josh Walker, who we saw struggling getting off the line on the start, just there in that sandwich with our leaders. And down there at mere hairpin, it's still the 41 of Edward Darnton that leads Byron Johnson from Jensen Knowles now as they come up into the top section of the paddock.
And at the end of lap number 2, it's Jensen Knowles on the 272 who set the fastest lap of the race. So don't discount the young man in third position from this one, because while we keep a close eye on the proceedings at the front with Edward Darnton and Byron Johnson, Jensen Knowles is less than a half a second away and was lapping about 0.6 of a second quicker than the two men in front. So it's now a trio fighting for this race lead with Edward Darnton at the helm as he gets plenty of airtime on that 41 bike through this left-hander that brings them into the outside berm, but Jensen Knowles goes for the inside line, Danielle.
He does, and he's carrying some speed around that inside line, and it was almost alongside Byron Johnson, and looks to try and sneak up the inside as they exit the off-road, but not quite close enough, and that allows Edward Darnton to get a fantastic run now out onto the start-finish and put a little bit of breathing space between himself and Byron Johnson.
Now it's Byron taking a look over his right shoulder to see whereabouts Jensen Knowles is, as Edward Darnton posts the fastest lap of the race with a 1 minute 14.811. And he has a 1 second advantage over Byron Johnson as they started lap number 4, but already Byron Johnson trying to make inroads into that advantage that had opened up over the previous couple of corners. But Darnton, Johnson and Jensen Knowles well out in front of Archie Reynolds by 9.1 seconds, who has Jackson Bennett only a couple of seconds behind him. So that's your top 5, but it is still Edward Darnton who leads the way and holds the advantage. Jensen Knowles just losing a tenth of a second or so through the twisty paddock infield section, but back into the dirt, and it is Darnton who leads from Byron Johnson, and the gap that was 1 second has now closed back up once again.
And I have to say, one of the big things that I have to say is incredibly challenging for these riders, especially that of Byron Johnson and Archie Reynolds. They've both just gone from racing Husqvarna 450s, I think they're both on, 454 strokes, then jumping straight off that bike on completely different machinery now on 85 or 105cc 2 strokes. So you've then got the challenge of the handling being different, the style of riding being different, going from more of a leg out style, less knee out, to then having no engine braking. All these things making a real challenge for these riders, and to see that they're able to sort of handle that challenge is fantastic. So there's our top 3 already back through, round there, up and into the paddock section. Jensen Knowles there just clipping the back wheel on that gravel on the exit.
Yeah, a little bit of a twitch from the rear wheel as Jensen Knowles went through that gravel, just giving it a little peck on the cheek, I think, there, as they head towards the dirt section now. But it is still Darnton who holds the advantage, but Byron Johnson has closed the gap by setting the fastest lap of the race now with a 1 minute 14.130. But it's Darnton, Johnson and Jensen Knowles in those top 3 positions, but Knowles had to fight his way through some of the tail enders, but he's right on the case again with Edward Darnton and Byron Johnson. But as we look back towards Farm Bends, the leading trio will be coming back into our sight very shortly, and we can hear them 2-stroke machines just going up through the rev range, and we'll get a good idea as to who is where in terms of overall position. But back across the line, it is still Darnton from Byron Johnson and Jensen Knowles, but the gap has opened up to 1.1 seconds between your leading first and second riders, Edward Darnton and Byron Johnson, and Jensen Knowles a further 1 second behind.
And still holding the fastest lap, it is the man in second, the number A37 of Byron Johnson, who popped in a 1:14.130 on a previous lap. It's 1.1 seconds that separated him from Edward Darnton as they came across the line, but as you can see through that infield, there's absolutely nothing between them. Another look over the shoulder there from Darnton. It's worth saying these lads are all great friends off track. They all get on absolutely fantastically well. I know it's been school summer holidays. They've all been hanging out and riding bikes. There's number 5 of Archie Reynolds on the Automotive Solutions KTM at 85, being chased down by, again, the number 79 of Jackson Bennett. That's the battle for 4th and 5th. There's Josh Walker, who after a tough start is now back up to 7th place and doing his best to try and chase down the number 10 of Cole Reynolds.
He's doing a good job there and certainly limiting the damage that he inflicted right at the start of the race by not getting underway. He takes a look over his left shoulder through the paddock infield section, does the 4:55 of Josh Walker, and he's now on his way back towards the dirt as Darnton, Johnson and Knowles all come across the line, and Byron Johnson has posted the fastest lap of the race now by going 0.8 of a second quicker than Edward Darnton on that previous lap. So we are at 2/3 race distance, 6 laps down and 3 to go, but it was the fastest lap of the race for the young man in second place, 37 Byron Johnson with a 1:13.523. But as we look back up towards Mere Hairpin, that looked like 79 Jackson Bennett. It's still holding firm in 5th position, a couple of seconds away from Archie Reynolds, but Archie on that previous lap I think may have made a slight mistake because he posted a 1:20 compared with his best of a 1:16.8.
And I think just showing that Byron Johnson putting in a fastest lap towards the end of this race shows just how much he wants this. He is holding nothing back as he chases down Darnton. On screen we've got the number 10 of Cole Reynolds. Cole, having played his joker so far this season, has had some unexpected podiums for overalls, and that's just what they're for. So the number 10, he's come on leaps and bounds. He currently sits in 6th place.
Across the line now and shaking his head was Edward Darnton. He's in 3rd position now because Byron Johnson is up into the lead of this race. He posted a 1:17 on that previous lap and Edward Darnton a 1:19. So whether there was a bit of a coming together there for Byron Johnson and Edward Darnton, we didn't quite see it on the screen, but nonetheless what that means is that Byron Johnson leads the way by 0.996 of a second over 272 Jensen Knowles, and Edward Darnton, he has got a tall mountain to climb if he wants to challenge for victory here today in race number 1.
He does, after leading it for so many laps. He only takes one little mistake, and these guys definitely don't need a second invitation. So there is Archie Reynolds and Jackson Bennett coming in through our infield section, and both these riders really pushing on and having a fantastic battle for 4th and 5th place. It is Bennett though that's just not quite able to close that gap up any further. And we've also got again the number 10 of Cole Reynolds sitting in 6th place from Josh Walker, who's just come across the start finish. So Cole Reynolds in a relatively comfortable 6th place now. And again, we've still got the battle at the front being led by Byron Johnson, Jensen Knowles and Edward Darnton all over the back wheel now as they come in towards Mere Hairpin.
So the last lap flag should now be shown for all of these riders here. In fact, I can see that yellow flag with the black cross on it just being held out now as we have a look at the battle of the race lead. And Edward Darnton has regrouped and recovered, but he's only got half a lap to make amends through the paddock section and on towards the dirt now, and they do have a tail ender to contend with as well. And Byron Johnson is through, as is Jensen Knowles. Did Edward Darnton just slip up the inside there? Yes, he did, is the answer to that question. As they're into the dirt now, plenty of airtime for your race leader of Byron Johnson, and Edward Darnton just losing a few bike lengths through the dirt, but time is starting to run out, Danielle.
It is, and after that little mistake, all it took was that going into the off-road. Darnton not close enough to be able to make a challenge on this last lap to the Bullet Knowles. He's doing everything he can to try and get the power down as they come now through into Farm Bends and back out onto the start finish. But it is Byron Johnson, who tucks in behind those handlebars, trying to get the run to the line, but it is Johnson from the bullet of Jensen Knowles, and Edward Darnton will be disappointed with that one, coming home in third place. But it was only a tenth of a second that separated our front two, and around a second separating the entire top three. So it was incredibly close right to the very bitter end, but Darnton having to settle for third place, unfortunately.
Yeah, fastest lap of the race remains that 1 minute 13.523 set by Byron Johnson in his pursuit of Edward Darnton into the closing stages of race number 1 for the Academy riders in this S4 race. As across the line goes Archie Reynolds, who does keep Jackson Bennett at bay to round out the top 5. Josh Walker completes the race in 7th.
On the start finish now, we've just got a few more riders to come through and take the checkered flag. There is the number 10 of Cole Reynolds coming across the line on the Automotive Solutions 85, and just a few more riders we should hopefully see. It looks like we had a few retirements in that one, unfortunately. So that is Rip Jennings and Jackson Nuttall. They're unfortunately retired from that one. And now that is our first block of racing done and dusted. So we are going to take a little bit of a break for lunch, and then we'll be back up with our mini bike all-comers racing very shortly.
I'm on you.
Already?
Already.
You got a spare STI?
No, you said you were going to grab that.
Right, just gonna quickly grab.
Okay. Couple there just in case.
Wonderful. Smooth levitator. I really should have pissed. Unfortunately, I'm a woman. I actually bought one in a pub orchard once for the track. Yeah? My pussy and my sorry. That's why I stopped. Did that get picked up? Oh, I didn't. They'll be like, who's that cool person up on the telehandler? She has such a good sense of joy and whimsy. Why do we have ambience? wind is picking up. It's not how it makes it feel, it's how it's swaying crap. The more windy it is, the more this thing like shakes and moves.
So, welcome back here at Oliver's Mount for round 6 of the British Supermoto Championship here at Oliver's Mount in Scarborough. And on track now, we do have our mini bike all-comers making their way round to the start finish to take up their grid positions. And we will be underway with our second block of racing very, very shortly. Alongside me again is Bradley Hicks, the regular commentator here at Oliver's Mount with all the knowledge of this circuit. I say that, we are running a very amended circuit, aren't we, Bradley?
Yes, very much, and I'm glad to have my voice back ready for the second block of races here at Oliver's Mount. But yeah, I've been coming here commentating here for the last 6 years, but the first time I came here was about 20 years ago, in fact, for one of the main races, which is very different to the Supermoto layout compared to the normal circuit, as you said there, Danielle. Running through the paddock and, of course, the dirt section as well, which I don't believe these guys will be running on in this race. But still a very different layout and something to get our eyes around for sure.
Absolutely, and it was Zach Richards who took a fantastic and dominant win in our mini bike all-comers race 1 earlier on, and he is looks like he might be not starting from pole position, maybe giving himself a little bit of a challenge into turn 1 potentially. There is the 108 of Casey Hillier taking up her grid position as the last rider to make their way round. We've got a green flag at the back of the grid, red flag being shown at the front. You can see the start lights up there at the top of your screen, and out they go, and it looks like it's a great start there for the front row.
Yeah, certainly does seem to be the case there. I'm watching the number 69 of Zach Richards filter his way through the pack on the run towards Mere Hairpin for the first time here for the mini bikes all-comers, and as they go in towards Mere Hairpin, that is Zach Richards in second place because he's just behind there. Is that to Jackson Nuttall who's leading the way? That
is a fantastic hole shot there for the 183 of Jackson Nuttall. So fantastic ride from him. He's having a good day. There's Zach Richards looking for a move around the outside. Oh, he's just alongside and there he makes the pass stick. So it is Zach Richards from Jackson Nuttall. See Craig Loud there in 4th, and we'll just have a little look now as they head up towards the far end of the circuit. Again, as you said, Bradley, these riders not using the off-road in this circuit layout.
No, that's it. So they're already across the line at the end of lap number 1, and it is Zach Richards, the man leading the way by 0.6 of a second over Jackson Nuttall. Then it's Noah Bagshaw and Craig Louth in 3rd and 4th place, with number 09, Luke Wright, in 5th position. But Zach Richards already into the paddock section. I have to say, he's got a great road racing style there going on. Knee out and just skimming his knee slider across the top of the tarmac as he looks to extend that 0.6 of a second advantage. He's already through the twisty bit and well on his way towards Farm Bends.
Zach Richards, definitely one of these riders with plenty of potential, and definitely coming from a supermoto background. I know he said he's got a great road racing style. It would be good to see him navigate the off-road, so out with our academy riders and see if that would bring him on a little bit as well. But for now, he is just in our mini bike all-comers and setting a current session fastest with a 46.335. Next closest it is Noah Bagshaw there with a 47.634, currently holding in second, now in front of Jackson Nuttall.
And I think that Craig Louth is looking for an opportunity to come his way to try and put himself into 3rd position ahead of Jackson Nuttall. But Jackson doing a good job of holding the race lead. Of course, the man who got the whole shot and led in the early part of the opening lap, this being lap number 3 now. And Craig Louth, number 74, is looking left, looking right, trying to find that overtake opportunity, running a little bit wide on the exit of the paddock section, and just losing a tenth of a second or so on the run towards Farm Bends. But already Zach Richards is across the line as we watch Craig Louth gaining all the time on Jackson Nuttall as they come past the control tower to start lap number 4.
It was a good run out into Farm Bends for Craig Louth there as he gets a nice steady run down towards Mere Hairpin, but I do think he is lacking a couple of horsepower in comparison to Jackson Nuttall, and I think there's the move made by the 74. Oh, squeezing through there on the back marker of Casey Hillier, but making a good pass on Jackson Nuttall there with Craig Louth on the Plaz Cuts mini bike. He has a business based out of Morecambe and manufactures sort of non-standard pit bike parts. So if you've got a set of wheels, brake setups, different sort of adapters, spacers, and you need anything for any of these mini bikes, Craig is definitely the man to talk to. So if you are looking at getting into racing mini bikes, have a chat with Craig. He certainly knows plenty about them and will be able to get you out on 2 wheels.
Across the line to complete lap number 4, and it's the fastest lap of the race there for your race leader, as you would expect, the number 69 of Zach Richards. But Craig Louth putting some distance between himself and Jackson Nuttall on that previous lap. The gap now stands at 0.6 of a second, and Luke Wright is only a couple of a second away behind Jackson Nuttall as well. So as they go through the infield section, it's Louth in 3rd, Nuttall and Luke Wright.
And in 7th, Bradley, it's Gavin Shepherdson. He currently is holding off the number 18 of Theo Lupton in 8th and Martin Cooper in 9th. 10th is being held by the number 52 of Harry Page. It's then Oliver Hillary, Casey Hillier and Aidan Walkden, showing as 0 laps, so not out there at the moment.
So Zach Richards already across the line, as is Noah Bagshaw, Craig Louth, Jackson Nuttall and Luke Wright. The top 5 now through. There goes Hayden Owen to start lap number 6, as we keep a very close eye on the number 74 of Craig Louth, the man in 3rd position at the moment. And Jackson Nuttall is not letting him out of his sights, as is that the yellow flag going out there in the paddock section? Didn't quite see the reason behind that one. Nothing immediately obvious, but we'll keep a close eye on that one, Danielle.
I think that's there just for Casey Hillier. I did see Steve Hillier, so Grandad Gigi there, just making his way down to make sure she's okay. Casey Hillier, one of our newer riders to the championship, out there just learning the ropes. It's fantastic to see another girl getting out there and giving racing a go. So it does come with its teething issues, and it's certainly a steep learning curve. You go out there and you're thrown straight into doing a bit of racing after being in the Bambinos. So it's no wonder that we do see a few hiccups, but as long as she's okay and gets back out on that SHR racing machine, it'll be good to see her heading round. But as you said, it's the 69 of Zach Richards. He's extended his lead out now to over 7 seconds, with a fastest lap being a 46.3, but he has settled into a comfortable 48.8 second lap.
Yeah, running strong and consistent is Zach Richards, 7.5 seconds up the road from his nearest competitor. But the closest battle on the circuit there, we've got great battles all the way down. I'm looking at that one between Martin Cooper and Harry Page, just inside those top 10 positions. They're only separated by 1 second as Zach Richards heads in towards the paddock section once again, and is just about to put another rider down a lap. Didn't quite catch who that was, but he's around the outside and soon finds his way through and again has clear track in front of him.
And Noah Bagshaw now in a very comfortable 2nd place. He's 9 seconds adrift of Zach Richards, but does have a 9-second advantage over the 74 of Craig Louth. So our front 3 definitely spread out nicely. It's then around 3 seconds back from Louth to Jackson Nuttall holding in 4th. And then closest battle on track is that one between Nuttall and Luke Wright in 5th, but that is still about 2.7 seconds. So we saw Luke Wright having a fantastic race with Hayden Owen and Jackson Nuttall in race 1. We'll see if he's able to bring a bit of that fight into race 2.
So through goes Noah Bagshaw, just putting one of the riders down a lap. Craig Louth 11 seconds away, as you said there, Danielle, behind Noah Bagshaw, who in turn is 11 seconds behind the race leader of 69, Zach Richards, who is heading towards Farm Bends. In fact, there he is, right on cue, out of Farm Bends and heading towards the line to complete lap number 9 of 14. There he goes, and on that previous lap it was a 47.0, so consistent in those high 46 and low 47 lap times is number 69, Zach Richards, as he brakes hard for the right-hander of mere hairpin that will bring him in towards the paddock for what will be the 10th time of asking. But across the line, Noah Bagshaw in second position. Craig Louth and Jackson Nuttall not too far away as they go across the line. Through goes Craig Louth and has quite a healthy advantage now over Jackson Nuttall of 5.2 seconds, but Luke Wright is on a bit of a charge here, a tenth of a second quicker than Jackson, and brings the gap back down to less than half a second.
Yeah, I feel like I might have given him a little G up there on that last lap. So good to see Luke Wright on the 0.9 chasing down that fourth place. And we've got the 69 of Zach Richards. Again, last lap a 47.1. So he's extending his lead out, and there he is, right on cue, coming through our upper paddock section and into the infield. And he does a great job of making his way through back markers. He doesn't look too aggressive. He sort of lets the race come to him. And like you say, that fantastic road racing style.
Yeah, he's not afraid of just throwing that machine on its side, is he? As he scrapes the top of his knee slider against the deck. As this time around, he'll be coming to complete lap number 11. So that will mean 3 laps to go and approximately 3 miles left of racing for Zach Richards, now with a 13.5 second advantage over Noah Bagshaw. So he's pulling out that advantage by around about 2 seconds per lap.
Yep, and as it is, Bagshaw in second, still the number 74 of Craig Louth in third, and then Jackson Nuttall, it was 0.4 of a second that separated him from Luke Wright. There's Hayden Owen on screen now, the 143. He's had a good ride so far, currently sitting in 6th place with Gavin Shepherdson in 7th. Oh, just dropped down to 8th, apologies. Theo Lupton making a pass through up to 7th place there on the number 25.
Yeah, good stuff there for the 18 of Theo Lupton. He's just posted his fastest lap of the race, in fact, on that previous lap with a 53.010. Gavin Shepherdson doing the same, but with a 54.715. But Zach Richards back across the line to start the penultimate lap with a 47.479. So he's just starting to hit the cruise control button. He knows he's got a healthy advantage over Noah Bagshaw, and as he goes in towards the paddock infield section for the penultimate time of asking, through the left, now through the right, a quick change of direction to the left, get the power on, and Zach Richards now with a 15.7 second advantage over Noah Bagshaw. But Jackson Nuttall down in 5th position is still only 1.5 seconds away from Luke Wright, so the 0.9 of Luke Wright is not out of the woods just yet.
There's the 143 of Hayden Owen, who currently holds 6th place, getting the power on board that KTM 85 down our start finish. And there is that last lap flag being shown to all of our riders now. So it's one more passing for the number 69 of Zach Richards before he will take what seems to be another dominant win here in our mini bike all-comers, as his advantage over Noah Bagshaw was 20.4 seconds on that last lap. So a fantastic lead there for Zach Richards, and pretty much an inch perfect ride from him and then on race 2.
Yep, certainly is. He's coming around farm bends for what will be the final time, and just catching up to a few of the tail enders again. There is Zach Richards, but the checkered flag will go out to the number 69 of Zach Richards and takes a very convincing victory here at Oliver's Mount ahead of what will be the Noah Bagshaw machine. He's about 22 seconds or so in arrears behind the eventual race winner of Zach Richards, but still a solid and secure second position for Noah Bagshaw as he heads across the line to solidify himself in P2.
Yeah, that was another fantastic ride there from Zach Richards. Noah Bagshaw second with the 74 of Craig Louth in 3rd place. 4th should be the number 09 of Luke Wright, who did find a way through on Jackson Nuttall, with Hayden Owen having to settle for 6th. Theo Lupton in 7th. Gavin Shepherdson in 8th. Harry Page 9th, and Martin Cooper rounding out that top 10. It's then an 11th place for Oliver Hillary and a 12th for Casey Hillier.
So, fantastic race there to get us warmed back up after our lunch break. And a huge well done to all of our riders out there in our mini bikes. So, again, that is a non-championship race. So that one doesn't count towards any end-of-season trophies. But it is just a good opportunity for these guys to get a little bit more track time while we're here. It's such an iconic circuit, as we aren't running the Superlights here with us this weekend.
And you mentioned the history of this circuit, as we mentioned right before the racing got underway, this being the 80th year of racing at Oliver's Mount, and it has to be said the full layout has not changed a great deal from 1946 all the way to the present day. The only real difference is up there at the S's, back in the day, more of a 90-degree right into a 90-degree left. These days it's much more flowing. And of course back in 1991 with the introduction of the chicane down there at Farm Bends, because prior to 1991, it was just a straight run over Jeffries jumps and straight across the start-finish line. But other than that, not a great deal of change.
Christ, I can't imagine how fast that was, coming from Jeffries jumps all the way down the start-finish. And now I know that the machinery's obviously got a much quicker over the last few years, but that must have been some speeds.
Yeah, I mean, there's some great videos, I think, back in the 80s available online, and watching them come past the control tower with knee on the deck, it's scary, is one word I'd use to describe it.
Yeah, and it's certainly not really got much wider here, has it? And at those speeds, it looks even narrower. It sort of closes in on you. And I took a little bit of a drive down the back, sort of straight. We'll say it isn't straight. You head down there, and you are sort of adjusting the entire way down. So imagine that going plus 150, 170 mile an hour is absolutely insane.
Yeah, again, great onboards available online. I think from 2020, the Gold Cup meeting back 6 years ago of the likes of Lee Johnson and Dean Harrison fighting for that victory. But down the back straight, hitting the rev limiter in sixth down the back straight, and like you say, not the widest and not the straightest of straights. It is something else.
And like you mentioned, the Gold Cup is coming up in 2 weeks, and some fantastic names have been announced for the Gold Cup meeting here. I'll have to give a big old mention to the Supermoto lads that are going to be out there. So we'll see the Lord, Storm Stacey. I believe he's entered into a couple of classes. We're also hoping to see Davey Todd. So long as he's fit and well, we'll hopefully see him out here racing at the Gold Cup. A few other big names as well, isn't there?
Yeah, there's a few names lined up already, and I think there could well be potential for a few more to be announced, but we'll wait and have a look at the socials in the build-up towards the Gold Cup over the following fortnight. But you're right, hopefully David Todd will be okay. Of course, that injury he sustained at Daytona back in February, I think it was, is certainly curtailed his 2026 season, but if we could see him out here on the circuit in a competitive manner, that would be great, because I think the last time we saw it was 3 or 4 years ago, and it didn't have the best of weekends by his standards, but nonetheless he showed some great form, and I suppose he's relatively local to here, up at Saltburn, is it?
Yeah, Davey Todd's local Supermoto track would actually be Teesside, which is our next round. So a little bit of a nice detour into Supermoto there. So Davey Todd had raced Supermoto after a sort of background and even Supercross background in his early years of motorcycle racing, and was incredibly competitive on a Supermoto bike. Unfortunately, one of those, he was always the bridesmaid and never the bride when it came to winning the overall British Supermoto Championship. But certainly has the pace, and it goes to show when he made the transition into the roads, just where he found all this success being a multiple TT winner.
Yeah, he went on to win the senior TT a couple of years ago, in fact, did Davey Todd, ahead of Josh Brooks, I think it was, on that occasion, who I'm sure has had a little bit of a play in Supermoto in years gone by, as well as being quite a handy motocross rider.
Yeah, there's plenty of people that race at very high level across road racing, as well as British superbikes, that have come from a background of racing Supermoto, and I think Oliver's Mount's a perfect example as to why. You can see that it's very technical, not only on the tarmac of this circuit, but also when you're seeing how these riders handle having a bike being so loose under them, riding through the off-road on completely slick tyres, that transition section between the off-road and going back onto tarmac. They're all sort of transferable skills that we see our riders go on to do, we'll say, bigger and better things. I still think Supermoto is fantastic, but we do see them going on to likes of BSB, such as Christian Idden. These skills are fantastic for when you see the racing in the wet as well.
No, it certainly is, and we've seen it this year, in fact. We'll see him out later on today here at Oliver's Mount, but Alex Mullaney has dipped his toe into the world of road racing, and it just goes to show, as you said, the skills of Supermoto are transferable into road racing, especially when it gets slightly difficult in terms of weather conditions. Having the bike skill to control the bike underneath you when it's not quite playing ball, it's all transferable.
Absolutely. But coming up next, it is our British Supermoto race 2 for our Group C riders. And on pole position, it's the 434 of Ian Rogerson. Alongside him, the 164 of Sean Jones and the 77 of Stephen Haig rounds out our front row. So we have green flags at the back of the grid, a red flag being shown, and the riders now under starters' orders and pointed towards the lights.
Away they go, and a pretty much equal start from everybody on the front row there. So Ian Rogerson, Sean Jones and the 77 of Stephen Haig race towards mere hairpin, and the 511 of Phil G will be looking to join the party as well from the head of row number 2. But as they go in towards mere hairpin, it is the man who is in the middle of row number 1. It's Sean Jones who has taken the advantage here, as dropping down now into the paddock, jumping up to the upper level of that paddock section. Looks like Phil G, 511, has just dropped a place from the start here, but it is Sean Jones who takes the running.
And Danny Walk up to third place, a rider out there in, I believe this is his debut season with the British Supermoto Championship. So Danny Walk there in third place. He started 7th on the grid, so a fantastic run into mere hairpin for him. But first time of asking now into the off-road, and it's still Sean Jones that leads us from Ian Rogerson in second. So Rogerson having a great run round the outside there on the off-road to take that option inside berm. And I think it's fair to say we'll be seeing Ian Rogerson coming out in front over the off-road.
That certainly looks to be the case there, as Sean Jones, the man who led momentarily at the start of this race, just dropped back down to second place ahead of Phil G. Now that's your top 3 as they go through the left-hander at the bottom of Farm Bends, now up the incline into the right-hander that will lead them very nicely onto the front straight here at Oliver's Mount to complete the opening lap. And it is the 434 machine of Ian Rogerson. He goes from pole position and holds on to that race lead at the end of lap 1 by 0.6 of a second over Sean Jones, but Phil G now ahead of Stephen Haig for third place, in the 777 of Jordan Grant ahead of 31 Danny Walk, who, as you said there, Danielle, making up one position on that opening lap, but he was up into 5th place at one point.
Yeah, Phil G up to third, moting the number 77 of Stephen Haig down to 4th, and then it is a 5th place for the 777 of Jordan Grant. Danny Walk now down to 6th, Jason Laycock up to 7th, Dan Hudson 8th, Stephen Winter in 9th, and it's the 236, the Yamaha man of Dan Spencer, who rounds out our top 10 into the off-road. And I'm sure we will see Ian Rogerson pull an advantage here, and as you can see, several bike lengths just on the entrance into the off-road. Opts again for that inside berm, and Phil G definitely got plenty of off-road prowess, so it'll be good to see if he's able to get this step up nailed there from the outside, and he does. Nicely done, Phil.
Certainly is, and he is closing that gap between himself and Sean Jones, but in the meantime, 434 Ian Rogerson has already negotiated Farm Bends and back onto the front straight. The gap between himself and Sean Jones at the start of lap number 2 here was 0.653, but as they start the third lap, it has opened up, so Ian Rogerson now leads Sean Jones by 1.4 seconds, but the fastest lap of the race was momentarily Ian Rogerson's, but Phil G into the 1 minute 16, so a 16.771 for Phil G, and he is closing on the duo in front of him, hard on the brakes at the lower end of the paddock, now stepping up into the upper half of the paddock section. But Phil G strong on the brakes on that 511 machine, so we'll keep an eye on his progress. And now this is the point in time where he will be weighing up his options to not only catch up but pass the 164 of Sean Jones.
And I think it's fair to say Phil has had a little bit of enough of being in the sea today. Oh, just catching that inside leg, and a bit of a mistake there from Phil G. He's looking to try and find a way through on Sean Jones and give himself that last promotional position up to our B group for the final race of the day later on this afternoon. Tries that alternate line and not quite able to use it to his advantage. And Sean Jones comes out a few bike lengths ahead of him. And then it is Jordan Grant who's found a way through on Stephen Haig now up to 4th place. We've then seen the 44 of Daniel Hudson up to 6th. Danny Walk now down to 7th. Stephen Winter 8th. Jason Laycock 9th. And Rick Owen now in 10th place.
Good top 10 there for 351 Rick Owen. He's only 0.8 of a second ahead of the number 365 machine of Lewis Higgins. So Dan Spencer, Lily Rhodes in 12th and 13th position as we keep a close eye on proceedings back at the front. But that was the 777 of Jordan Grant who posted the fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 16.445. So he closes the gap between himself and Phil G by about 0.2 of a second to bring it less than 2.5 between himself and the man in front. But Ian Rogerson, 0.6 of a second is his advantage at the front of this race, with Sean Jones and Phil G still fighting for that second position. But as they go into the dirt section, Phil closes up the gap, and this time around no mistakes.
Yeah, Phil sending it over that first jump into the off-road and then taking the option line of the inside berm. Needs a good run out of here if he's going to try and challenge Sean Jones, who's coming up on just a bit of a back marker there, a little bit of lap traffic. That is, I believe, Graham Anderson there on the 444, who currently sits in 23rd on our grid. Looking a bit further down the order, a few shout outs. We've got an 11th, so the 56th for Lily Rhodes. She's just peeping in on that top 10 there in front of the 236 of Dan Spencer and the 671 of Steve Smith in 13th.
365 Lewis Higgins just dropped down to 15th position. He lost about 8 seconds or 7.5 seconds on that previous lap. But back with the leaders in the paddock section. A few tail enders just over in the distance, so we will be encountering a few more of them as this race progresses. But Phil G is there and not too far away from Sean Jones. It was 0.6 of a second gap between himself and Sean Jones at the start of this 5th lap. But in towards the dirt section they go. Of course, 434 Ian Rogerson, I suspect he may have an idea as to how close Sean Jones is behind him now.
I think he will. That top 3 is closed up incredibly tight. So, again, G and Rogerson are heading down through that inside line. And G looking a little bit closer on this lap as he heads up over the step up. And it was a good jump there from Sean Jones, who I think it'd be fair to say the off-road isn't always his favourite. But making a fantastic run around the outside on that last lap, coming out almost neck and neck with the 434 of Ian Rogerson.
And of course these top 3 guys all have incentive to perform well and finish inside those top 2 positions here in this race, because the top 2 do go through to Group B, don't they?
They do, and it looked like it was a pass down into Mia for the 164 of Sean Jones. There he is. He comes out in front of Ian Rogerson, so he set that move up on the start finish, was alongside, now braked him down at the hairpin. So fantastic run there from Sean Jones, and a mistake there from Rogerson as he clips the outside dirt, trying to get the power on. Just coming up on again a little bit more lap traffic coming through this infield section. Phil G now breathing down the neck of Ian Rogerson in this battle for our 2 promotion positions up to the Bs.
And what's interesting there is that a slight mistake from Ian Rogerson, but there was no way through for Phil G. This narrow nature of the Oliver's Mount circuit not working in favour of Phil at the moment, as again a slight mistake on the entrance towards the dirt section for Phil G. But he goes to the outside berm this time around and will try and carry the speed to complete that step up on the exit here, but he's not close enough there to challenge, is he? No, not quite this time around. But 164 Sean Jones leads the way from Ian Rogerson, but Phil G is just weighing up his options here to try and find the gap that he needs to put himself into those all-important top 2 places.
It was a long look over the shoulder there for Ian Rogerson, and he's got the bright pink of Phil G, who set the fastest lap on that last one with a 1:15.637 set for the man in 3rd. He's even being chased down now by the 777 of Jordan Grant in 4th. So it's now becoming a 4-rider battle at the front. So led by Sean Jones. Another glance over the shoulder. He's definitely still there, Sean. Ian Rogerson in 2nd. Phil G in 3rd.
Through the right, back to the left, over to the right now and out of the paddock And racing towards the dirt section yet again, Phil G half a second away from Ian Rogerson at the start of this 7th lap. But Sean Jones with a 1 second advantage. There he is in your picture, and heading towards the option line here. So your race leader, Sean Jones, goes for the outside berm. Inside berm for Ian Rogerson. Phil goes to the outside, and Jordan Grant, the 777, goes for that inside line. So 2 options, and both of those were taken. And a mistake from Phil G. He didn't complete that step up, and it looks like he just got caught out on the exit of the dirt. And that has really hampered his progress, because Jordan Grant is now on the rear wheel, and if he could get any closer, he'd be riding pillion.
Yep, you can see just how much that one mistake has cost him, and just how much track position he lost there as they make their way into Mia. So there's our race leader. We've got a back marker there moving out of the way nicely, so no interference here on this battle at the front. So it's still Jones who retook the position from Ian Rogerson after taking a early lead. And now into this paddock infield section. Rogerson all over his back wheel now, making their way up towards the off-road.
Through the paddock, and just having a look further down the order here, a change of position for 5th position, because 44 Dan Hudson has found his way through on Stephen Hay, and the 159 of Jason Laycock is now up into 7th place ahead of 31 Danny Walk, as Stephen Winter 127 is there in 9th, and 56 of Lily Rhodes has broken into those top 10 positions as Rogerson looks for the opportunity here to go up the inside of Sean Jones, but Jones will try and defend it to no avail, because Ian Rogerson now takes the advantage yet again.
Yeah, there was nothing that Sean Jones could do there once that Ian Rogerson made his way up that step up. He had the line that was needed to be able to get the run out of the off-road back out onto the tarmac. So the last lap flag now being displayed, and it is the 434 of Ian Rogerson who sets a new fastest lap with a 1:15.042. So a fantastic ride there from Ian Rogerson on that last lap. Definitely pushing to try and take this race win here today.
Now on this final lap, where will Sean Jones look for the opportunity? Will it be on the tarmac or will it be in the dirt?
I think if he's going to try anything, it's going to be in the tarmac. He's lost the opportunity going down into Mia, which would be a good outbraking opportunity, and he's now not close enough to him now on the run up to the off-road to try and get alongside him. So a few people will be brave on the brakes into the off-road, but he's not close enough here. Now, using this outside berm, I think Ian Rogerson is going to keep this one nice and tidy and have this one wrapped up through the off-road. You can see just how many bike lengths of advantage there he's managed.
Going for that inside berm, Ian Rogerson, but Sean Jones, number 164, he knows that time is starting to run out, so I'm sure he's just going to send it over the step up, but he's not close enough to challenge the 434 of Ian Rogerson. So as they make their way through one of the tail enders, it's going to be 434, Ian Rogerson bringing it home.
Yep, fantastic ride for the Brothers Racing rider as he comes across the line. Checkered flag is being waved. A well-deserved win there. It wasn't made easy for him by Sean Jones. Jordan Grant looks to have found a way through there on Phil G. And that is the pass for 3rd place, and Phil G demoted down to 4th. So he will have a front row start for the final race of the day coming up later on. We then see the number 44 of Dan Hudson, a rider that we've seen race with us previously, but isn't one of our usual championship contenders here in the 2026 British Supermoto and Superlight Championship. Rider there coming across the line on the back wheel, a little bit of style. You might not have won, but you won some style points at least, eh?
They're more important, aren't they?
Yeah, doesn't matter if you're going fast, as long as you look good doing it. I think that's the rule out there, isn't it?
That's what I thought.
So Lily Rhodes managed a 10th place finish on board the number 56. She's on a KTM 250, so what she lacks in capacity, she certainly makes up for in skill out there. So fantastic ride there from Lily Rhodes. 11th, it's a 351 of Rick Owen. 12th, we see the number 2 of Jordan Hastings, and in 13th, unlucky for some, but it is the 671 of Steve Smith. 14th, it's Lewis Hyam, then Philip Rigg, and Dan Spencer there in 16th place. In 17th, we see the number 66 of Jonathan Reed. 18th, it's the 714 of Andrew Goodsill, and just behind him, teammate and son-in-law on the 771 at Darrell Brett in 19th, and rounding out our top 20, the number 46 of Mitchell Dickinson. And just rounding out this group, we will see the 28 of Andre Clare, the 333 of Adam Hilton, and the 444 of Graham Anderson.
So good race all the way through there, and I wasn't sure what way it was going to go at the end of that one. 4-3-4 Ian Rogerson leading the way from the lights out, but Sean Jones did find his way through, but a slight mistake there saw Ian Rogerson retake that advantage. Number 511 Phil G found his way up into third at one point, but a slight mistake on the exit of the dirt paved the way for the 777 of Jordan Grant to sneak his way through into those podium positions, and that means that he will start the next race number 3 for the S3 riders here at Oliver's Mount on pole position with 511 Phil G and the 44 of Dan Hudson finding his way into the top 5 in the closing stages of that race. But a good ride for number 434 Ian Rogerson and the 164 of Sean Jones as they promote themselves up into the S2 class, the Group Bs, for race 3 later on this afternoon.
Yep, coming up next it will be our Supermoto British Championship Group B riders who will be making their way down from the top paddock to come down here and take up their grid positions. And our B group riders, we have a good mix of, we see some S2, S3, S1 riders all thrown in the mix, and we'll see who can come out on top. Now, looking out of our commentary box window here, Bradley, it looks like it's getting even sunnier. Definitely living up to its name of being sunny Scarborough here at Oliver's Mount. It's looking glorious out there.
It's not bad, is it? I might have to take the jumper off and get the shorts out if it keeps going at this rate. But yeah, certainly a lot better than what it was yesterday morning when you was out there on the circuit, Danielle.
Yeah, just a little bit. I quite like riding in the west, I'll be honest. But yeah, certainly no threats of rain at the moment, which is what we like to see. No changing wheels and getting swapped over. But I can hear it sounds like we are starting to get a bit of movement from the top paddock, and hopefully those B group riders will be down very, very shortly. It was a fantastic B group race earlier on, and we saw riders moving through the paddock. It was some great racing. And I think this was the race where we saw that battle with Craig Forshaw at the front. We saw Darryl Pennington having a cracking race on board the Automotive Solutions 666 Husqvarna. So it just goes to show that at the front of this one, it was all to play for. And these guys will do everything they can to try and battle their way through to make their way into that final A group of the race at the end of the day later on.
Now we've got more of that action coming your way very shortly. So I'm looking forward to this one. As we said, yesterday, I don't know if you heard it or not, Danielle, after the racing had concluded yesterday here at Oliver's Mount, Phil posed a question to me of, after the day's racing, how would I sum it up? And I said, unpredictable. And that seems to be the summary so far today as well. So I'm looking forward to more of that.
Yeah, I think Supermoto definitely is that. It is unpredictable. You can never guarantee that someone's going to go out there and take a win, or who's going to be second and who's going to be third. There's always something that can happen, things that can go wrong. There's plenty of action that can be had all the way through, and I think that is one of the things that make the racing in the British Supermoto Championship so great for our spectators to watch. And if this is your first time coming and watching Supermoto, make sure you are following us on all the socials. We are live over on YouTube on TNL Sports. So if you are watching here today and you feel, I didn't quite get a good look at that area of the circuit, or I'd like to see more, or even watch our previous rounds or our upcoming rounds, make sure you head over to TNL Sports on YouTube, where you can catch all the racing, and follow us over on Facebook and Instagram. It's the British Supermoto Championship, and you'll catch news, updates. We try and post photos of our riders on there, championship standings, things like that. So all the information you need to keep up to date with our championship. And taking a look over on the YouTube Live, we have a few riders getting shout-outs over there. So Jensen Knowles, the Bullet, getting a good shout-out over on there. We've also got Dave Spafford getting a shout-out as well. He had a good ride yesterday. He came past me in qualifying yesterday morning. He was flying on board that Honda. So I know you said he might not be doing too well today. He was flying yesterday. Woody getting a shout-out as well. So James Wood out there, he's in some new lovely black and fluorescent yellow RST leathers that we've seen him wear a few times this season. So nice and easy for us to spot, hopefully. And we should see him out here in our B group race as well. Woody, one of those riders, he's been in the championship for
oh God, I wouldn't want to say how many years. He's certainly got plenty of experience, but an all-round absolute gent and a nice guy in the paddock, and one of those guys that when you watch him race, you can sort of see that he's great value for money. One of those that you want to see him do well. You're always sort of cheering him on, whether you're a big fan or not. He's fantastic. So big shout out there to Woody. And there we go. There's our riders on track, and there's James Wood in those bright leathers. Nice and easy to spot, which is handy. On the front row, though, we will see the number 53 of Simon Burgess on pole, alongside him the 311 of Jake Sayer and the 59 of Dan Billum.
Row number 2 is the number 58 machine of Craig Forshaw and the 63 of Kevin Crowlers. Row number 3, Dax Almond, Max Rhodes, Chris Bick. Row 4, Sean Rogerson and Paul Reynolds, as we are under starters orders here for race number 2. The Group B riders underway here at Oliver's Mount, and a good start for Dan Billum on the outside of row number 1. So the 59 of Dan Billum looking to take the whole shot here on the opening lap as they go in towards mere hairpins. So keep your eyes peeled for the 59 of Dan Billum, who does now lead the way over the 311 of Jake Sayer, and your pole position man of number 53, Simon Burgess, down into third place now.
Yeah, what a fantastic launch there from Billum. Craig Forshaw, the number 58 Automotive Solutions rider, he's been sort of mugged off a little bit on the start there. He's back to around 4th or 5th position. There goes Sayer, Burgess, Crowlers, Forshaw, and that looks to be the 158 of Max Rhodes. Again, another one of our Academy riders that's made that jump to riding a 450, and he's certainly doing a cracking job of it. So into the off-road section for the first time. Billum opting for the outside line, Sayer going inside. Crowlers outside, a few riders there all mixing it up. There's James Wood going for the outside line, and then we're through and up over the step up, and it's still Billum that leads us, but a good battle there for third place between Simon Burgess and Kevin Crowlers.
Yeah, Kevin Crowlers is trying to wrestle that third place away from Simon Burgess in this opening lap, isn't he? But as they come across the line to complete lap number 1, it will be the number 59 of Dan Billum ahead of Jake Sayer, 311 on the red machine, and the 53 of Simon Burgess down into third place ahead of Kev Crowlers and 58 Craig Forshaw. That's the top 5 across the line at the end of lap number 1, but Max Rhodes, Chris Bick, Dax Almond, Paul Reynolds and James Wood, number 82, up into the top 10 places at the end of the opening lap. But a breakaway quartet already as we start lap number 2, and 53 Simon Burgess just a moment ago was looking as though he was going to succumb to the pressure of 63 Kevin Crowlers, but on this second lap he's really pulled the pin and is now on the rear wheel of 311 Jake Sayer.
Yep, so there is our top 3 making their way through the off-road, and we're still being led by Dan Billum. So Dan actually came from more of a background of mini bikes, so more of a road racing background. So the off-road isn't really second nature for him, but certainly doing a great job of throwing that Brothers Racing KTM 450 through the off-road. So fantastic improvements from Dan Billum. And there is Jake Sayer, followed closely by Kevin Crowlers and Simon Burgess now in 4th. Craig Forshaw tagging on to this train of riders there in 5th. It's then Max Rhodes in 6th place.
Yeah, there's a slight mistake in the dirt section there, I think, as Simon Burgess, number 53, asked for the power for the drive up the step up. It just twitched from the rear end and he couldn't complete that step up. That then put a stop to his momentum. And number 63, Kevin Crowlers, did not need a second invitation. And if you combine that with the fastest lap of the race for Kevin Crowlers, that is the reason he is up into third position now and trying to hound the 311 of Jake Sayer, who in turn is less than half a second away from the 59 of Dan Billum, who still leads the way.
Yep, we've also got the 97 of Dax Almond out there. He found a way through on the 126 of Chris Bick on that last lap, so promoting himself up to 7th. Bick now 8th, with Paul Reynolds in 9th and James Wood rounding out our top 10.
Inside, just outside those top 10 positions, it's 303 Sean Rogerson, 98 Jamie Wrigglesworth, 16 Tommy Sayer, and the number 99 of Andy Hayes, a local man, I think it's safe to say, for Andy Hayes in 14th place, ahead of Jamie Goldthorpe and Dave Spafford, Jensen Knowles and Dean Clark. Of course, number 16 Clark, running in 18th at the moment, was a man promoted from the C Group earlier on this morning, along with 144 Jason Ramshaw, and they are separated by only 1.5 seconds. So the promoted riders from the C Group earlier on still continuing their great battle from this morning.
And one rider you won't see out there today, unfortunately, it's the 167 of Michael Craig. He had quite a big off yesterday on the start finish at the start of our second B group race, unfortunately. So he's fairly battered and bruised as the man from Scotland. So we're wishing him well and a speedy recovery, but not out there racing with us today, unfortunately. Normally one of those riders that always looks incredibly smooth, no matter where he's at. Always looks like he's just out on a Sunday ride out.
Back with the leaders, and it is still Dan Billum who holds that advantage, as is that Jake Sayer still defending second position from Crowthers, who sends it up the step up and almost lands on that rear wheel, but keeps it all under control as Jake Sayer asks for the throttle. That rear end just squirming under power, but Jake Sayer keeping a hold of that second position, but the pressure is starting to be piled onto the shoulders of the man on the red 311.
And got to give a shout out to the brother of Jake Sayer. We've got Tommy Sayer also out there on the number 16. Tommy currently in this race sitting in 13th place behind the 98 of Jamie Wrigglesworth and just ahead of the 99 of Andy Hayes. So Dan Billum doing well to control this race out in front. He's not able to break away just yet from the 311 of Jake Sayer, and it was 0.9 of a second that separated them as they came across the start finish. There is James Wood. He's being Craig Forshaw, being chased down now by the number 158 of Max Rhodes. That's the battle for 5th on track.
Certainly is, as over the jump once again, Kevin Crowthers keeping a hold of that third position. But Jake Sayer going for the inside berm, Kev going for the outside, and that could work in favour of the number 63 of Kev Crowthers, but Jake Sayer has enough of an advantage to keep a hold of that second place. So keeping a watching brief on all of this happening out before him is the 53 of Simon Burgess, who on that previous lap posted a 1 minute 12.957. So Simon Burgess, the quickest man on circuit on that previous lap.
But the fastest lap of the session so far still being held by our race leader, the number 59 of Dan Billum on the Brothers Racing KTM. But here it is. Here's that battle at the front. And you could almost throw a blanket over our top 5. Max Rhodes doing everything he can to try and keep a finger on the pulse of this battle at the front as well, chasing down number 58 of Craig Forshaw. It's then Dex Almond in 7th, the 126 of Chris Bix in 8th. 9th is the number 10 of Paul Reynolds, and rounding out the top 10, the 303 of Sean Rogerson.
Certainly is. Further down the order, Andy Hayes, number 99. He's found his way up into 13th, ahead of number 16, Tommy Sayer. And in the same breath, Jensen Knowles is ahead of the 117 of Dave Spafford. So a few changes of position on that previous lap, but we are now at half race distance. 5 down and a rider down, in fact, on the approach towards the outside berm. Didn't quite catch who that was, but we'll keep a close eye on it as the top 4 make their way in towards Farm Bends. Dan Billum still leading the way. He was the quickest man on circuit 1 lap ago with a 1 minute 12.865, but Simon Burgess is also in those 1 minute 12s. But here we go across the line. Dan Billum, Jake Sayer, Kevin Crowthers, Simon Burgess, Craig Forshaw, and Max Rhodes inside those top 6 positions, and still waiting for Dax Almond and Chris Bick to come across the line now. And in fact, there goes the 126 of Chris Bick. So it could well have been the 97 of Dax Almond who's dropping down the order. In fact, he lost 9 seconds on that previous lap. So Dax just took in the front on the approach towards the outside berm, but he got himself back up, dusted himself down, and he's in 8th position. So after that, he's only lost 1 place.
Yep, that's just how quick he bounces back. So fantastic to see there. And looking out in front, big sends there from Kev and Simon Burgess into the off-road. Burgess and Sayer opting for the inside berm, and a little bit of a hump there. As you can see, it just sort of bounces that bit wheel and then up over the step up. But Dan Billum doing a great job here of defending from the number 311 of Jake Sayer, who certainly kept the pressure on for almost the entirety of this B race.
Certainly has. Coming around to complete lap number 7. We've got 3 laps to go for this race to run its course, and the fastest lap of the race now goes to the 158 of Max Rhodes in his pursuit of number 58 Craig Forshaw for a top 5 place.
And worth saying, I think this is only the 3rd championship round that we've seen Max Rhodes out there on the 450.
So fantastic to see that he's certainly getting to grips with it, and although not being able to make any passes on this group of 5, certainly putting in some fantastic lap times. So it's a 1 minute 12.845 on that last lap there for Max Rhodes. Not really much in it between that and the leader, only a couple of thousandths of a second. And that is currently the fastest lap being held by 6th. But here we are, our top 5 all heading through the off-road now. And it is still being led by the 59 of Dan Billum on the Brothers Racing KTM. Crowther's getting a great jump there from the outside up the step up. That helps him stay ahead of the number 53 of Simon Burgess.
We're going to be starting the penultimate lap very shortly, and Dan Billum has a 0.7 of a second advantage over Jake Sayer as we started lap number 8, but at the end of that one it opens up to 0.9 of a second between 59 Dan Billum and 311 Jake Sayer, so everybody holding firm inside those top 6 positions, but Simon Burgess is looking good behind Kevin Crowthers and hasn't quite got the opportunity coming his way just yet to put himself into those top 3 positions. But in the meantime, and Dan Billum and Jake Sayer are looking good to promote themselves up into the A race later on this afternoon.
Yep, as you said, it will be Billum and Sayer that, as it stands, will be promoted up to the final A race of the day later on. And it would be the number 63 of Kev Crothers holding pole for the final B race of the weekend. But again, into the off-road. Billum seemingly liking that outside line as he makes his way up towards the step-up, and it's a big send there from Crothers, almost on the back wheel now of Jake Sayer as they head through back into Farm Bends. So that was an attempted move there for Kev, and see if he's able to get closer to him on this lap. It is now the final lap of this second B group race of the day, so one last opportunity where he needs to make it count.
On that previous lap, the penultimate lap, the fastest lap of the race went to 58 Craig Forshaw in his pursuit of 53 Simon Burgess, and there is Forshaw not too far away from the 53 of Simon Burgess. In fact, there's not a whole lot of time to separate the top 5 with only 3.6 seconds covering first down to 5th, but Dan Billum, he's led this from the start, just catching on the inside there. That would have cost him a 10th of a second. A quick look over his right shoulder to see what he caught his foot peg on, and he's back underway. But Dan Billum still leading this race. It was by 1.1 seconds as we started this final lap. But don't discount the 311 of Jake Sayer or the 63 of Kevin Crowthers, because Kevin is going to the outside line. Jake Sayer goes for his favoured inside berm, but they are side by side over the step up, and Kev is levelling the 311 of Jake Sayer, who makes his presence felt on the inside, and Kev Crowthers is forced to submit and holds on to 3rd place.
Yep, Sayer doing everything he can to hold on to that position, and having the inside line is what secured it for him there to take 2nd place. Dan Billum taking the race win, Kevin Crowthers 3rd, Simon Burgess 4th, and it was 5th and a fastest lap there for the number 58 of Craig Forshaw.
Fastest lap of that 1 minute 12.661 on the penultimate lap, but on the final lap it was a 1 minute 12.697, so it just goes to show how consistent the man on bike number 58 is of Craig Forshaw as he completes the top 5, and that will give him a front row start, as you said there, Danielle, for race number 3 coming up later on this afternoon.
Yep, and looking out the rest of this group, we've got Chris Pick 7th, number 10 of Paul Reynolds secures 8th from the 303 of Sean Rogerson in 9th, and Jamie Wrigglesworth rounds out our top 10. Andy Hayes has to settle for 11th with the 82 of James Wood in 12th, and then the 119 of Jamie Goldthorpe in 13th. Now, this is the name I was waiting for. In 14th place, it's Jensen Knowles. So, Jensen, who's out there, and also in our academy, has just finished in 14th place on his academy bike. He's out there on, I believe it's either a 65 or an 85 Yamaha. Fantastic. He's out there racing against not only fully grown men, but all these blokes on 450s. That is fantastic. So a huge well done to the Bullet. They're finishing in a respectable 13th. It's then the 177 of Dave Spafford in 15th. Dean Clark, he moved up from our C group. He finished in 16th ahead of the 150 of Liam Pearson. And Jason Ramshaw, again from the C's, up to 18th, with Tommy Sayer and Dax Almond both dropping down to 19th and 20th respectively.
So Dax Salmon, not the best race of his career, unfortunately, as on that final lap, in fact, he lost 12 seconds. So he was up there inside the top 8 positions in the early part of that race, but Dax Salmon, unfortunately, tucking the front on the approach to the outside berm. But nonetheless, he is across the line, albeit down in a 20th position, but his fastest lap there of a 1 minute 13.067. That puts him very much inside those top 6 in terms of outright speed. But of course, it's not the lap times, but it is where you are when the checkered flag goes out. And unfortunately for Dax, it was down in 20th position. So some work to do before race number 3 gets underway later on in the day. But for now, we'll say goodbye to the Group B riders and, of course, the 59 of Dan Billum and the 311 of Jake Sayer as they are promoted up to the A race for race 3 this afternoon.
But coming up next, it will be our Supermoto Group A riders, and it was a fantastic race for race 1 earlier on today. And we had great battles through the entire pack, but our eyes were certainly on the top 3. It was a race win for the number 100 of Alex Mullaney, who managed to find a way through on the 21 of Ryan Kringle, and the number 1 of Chris Hodgson had to settle for 3rd after a couple of uncharacteristic mistakes, certainly coming through the off-road. We'll see, that is our top 3 for race 1. And row 2, it will be the 817 of Harley Sharp, and alongside him the 64 of Matt LeBrun.
Sam, can you mute your mic? Thanks, King. Sam or Rich? That's fucking what it is.
So, already making their way round for their warm-up lap, it is our Supermoto Group A riders that will be coming round to the start-finish here on at Oliver's Mount. And great to see our spectators down here ready and raring for this race, and I'm sure they will put on a fantastic show for us. The sun is shining here at Oliver's Mount, and it is absolutely glorious. Plenty of t-shirts and short weather now, but here they are. There is that is Alex Mullaney already taking up pole position. There's Chris Hodgson. We also see there Darren Wells. We've got Oliver Holmes down there as well. Jamie Duncan, he had an issue in race 1. I think he went down. There is also Blake Wilson. Darrell Pennington, who's one of our riders promoted up from the Bs. He's out there on board the Automotive Solutions 666 Husqvarna. So we'll try and keep an eye on him, on his progress in this one.
So just waiting for the last few riders to take up their positions. That looks to be the number 54 of Richard Blakeman, just moving grid positions there as we work through the grid and are ready to go racing very, very shortly.
Certainly, I'm going to keep my eye on the progress of number 37, Byron Johnson, as well. The other half of the promoted riders from the B race earlier on today. As we get the green flag and we are under starters' orders. All eyes on those lights, the revs rise, and away we go. And so we've got a staller there, unfortunately. Can't quite see who that is there, Danielle, but looks like somebody not making the best of starts, to say the very least.
That looks to be Harley Sharp there, not getting off the line and very lucky to not get clipped. But it's a whole shot for the number 1 of Chris Hodgson, who gets hooked up on the entrance into the paddock section. So it's Hodgson, Mullaney, Kringle, LeBrun, Hillier now up there after a tough race one for him. And now we're in through the infield section, and it is so close between these guys. Chris Hodgson trying to do everything he can with this clear track to try and make a charge out in front.
Certainly is, and it's breakaway quartet there. Is that the 64 of Matt LeBrun, who's joining the party here as Alex Mullaney sets about taking that race lead away from Hodgson, but not quite close enough to do it. But of course we do have plenty of time in this race as the number 7 of Jamie Duncan in the mid-pack goes for that inside line, but already out of the dirt and heading in towards Farm Bends. That is Hodgson from Mullaney from Kringle. The top 3 already into Farm Bends now, through the left-hander at the bottom, now over to the right, and it will be Hodgson who leads at the end of lap 1.
Yeah, but there's absolutely nothing in it between the number 1 of Chris Hodgson and the number 100 of Alex Mullaney as they made their way down into mere hairpin. So it looks to be all riders up and through on lap 1, but it's a mix-up of our race 1 podium, with now Hodgson leading from Alex Mullaney and Ryan Kringle in 3rd. It's then the 64 of Matt LeBrun in 4th place, being chased down by the SHRC rider of Dean Hillier in 5th on board the number 108 on the Yamaha, I believe he's on.
So Hodgson leads it by just shy of 0.4 of a second, but as he gets plenty of air overhead of Alex Mullaney and Ryan Kringle, they're putting some daylight in between themselves and Matt LeBrun. And just looking further down the order there, I can see that coming across the line now, in fact, is the 817 of Harley Sharp. So he's 38 seconds behind Byron Johnson in 18th and 19th. So plenty of work to do there for Harley Sharp after not the best of starts, I think it's safe to say.
Yep, and that makes a big difference in our ACU Under-21s Championship as well, that both Byron and Harley Sharp are both involved in. But it's a fastest lap for the number 1 of Chris Hodgson with a 107.910. So it's we did see Alex Mullaney break through into the 106s in race 1, so we've still got a little bit of a way to go before we're through into that. We had a waved yellow there in the infield section, but it looks like that issue's been resolved as our race leader makes his way and heads up towards the off-road.
Certainly does, and he's 0.7 of a second ahead of Alex Mullaney at the start of this third lap, my apologies. So 2 laps down already, as Mullaney again turning on the style over the jump that brings them into the option line. And all 3 riders inside those top 3 positions going for the outside berm. So Hodgson gets there first, and himself, Mullaney, Kringle, all clearing that step up as you would expect at the front of this A group. But Matt LeBrun and 108 Dean Hillier starting to have a good battle for 4th position as we keep our eyes peeled on the 2 at the front, because some daylight has started to appear between Alex Mullaney and Ryan Kringle. But as they come across the line to complete lap number 3, it is Hodgson from Mullaney by just shy of 0.6 of a second, and a 107.821 for Alex Mullaney is now the fastest lap of the race.
And it was the 217 of Richard Sharp, who was a faller in race 1. He's now up to 6th place. It looks like the number 54 of Richard Blakeman dropping down the order, now down to 17th. So looks like the fat and fast rider Richard Blakeman unfortunately had an issue on that last lap. That's promoted the 138 of Paul Groom now up to 8th place. So for Groomy to be in the top 10, that's a fantastic ride for him on the Trips UK KTM. Jamie Duncan in 9th, with Blake Wilson rounding out that top 10 as it stands.
Was that a look at the number, I'd say 94, but it's 741 in their bike there, isn't it, for Lee Williams, as he borrows that machine from Andrew Goodsall. But he is there in 7th position ahead of Paul Groom by 6 seconds, but he's only 1.4 away from the man in front, 217, Richard Sharp. As across the line, Hodgson leads Mulaney by 0.7 of a second, and a lot of trust going into the front tyre as he brakes hard for mere hairpin, but already into the lower end of the paddock, stepping up onto the upper section of that paddock. Mulaney and Kringle getting some air as they jump up in that paddock section, but now through the twisty bits, and Hodgson so smooth and stylish as he gets the power on that TM, racing towards the dirt section for what will now be the 5th time of asking. So Chris Hodgson, the reigning British champion, the 18 times British Supermoto champion, still holds the advantage over Alex Mulaney. But of course we did see this in race number 1, where Mulaney would just hold back and keep something in reserve until that final lap. So is he looking to do the same again here in race number 2?
If that's the case, Alex Mulaney has certainly been riding with his head this weekend, and that's exactly what he needs to be doing if he wants to be the rider that wins this overall ACU British Supermoto Championship. We've seen it, unfortunately, a few times where Alex has rode a little bit too much with his heart rather than his head, and that's cost him in the long run, where he's made mistakes all of his own accord, no assistance needed, but at the moment that it's looking like he's putting this together nicely. So if he can stay with 18-time British Supermoto champion Chris Hodgson here at Oliver's Mount, he's definitely doing something right. Ryan Kringle there in 3rd place, teammate to Chris Hodgson, and he's one of those riders that we've seen that can be super aggressive and super fast, but sometimes that aggression's cost him. And just to see him there working away and chipping away there in 3rd place, again, all these riders opting for the outside line, which is interesting to see, because normally, like you say, we do see a little bit of deviation from riders trying to make passes work.
So Mulaney now right onto the rear wheel of the number 1 of Chris Hodgson as they break for Farm Bends, and Mulaney just closing the gap ever so slightly by about half a bike length on the brakes at the bottom of Farm Bends. But 1, 2, 3 already back across the line to complete lap number 6, and the fastest lap of the race, and could well be the fastest lap of the day so far, to 21. Ryan Kringle in 3rd position, a 1 minute 6.940, the only rider to go underneath the 1 minute 7 bracket on that previous lap to join the duo fighting for the race lead. Keeping it under control as they head into the twisty section of the paddock. Right, left, right, back onto the power and up through the gearbox for Chris Hodgson as he leads Mulaney and Kringle towards the dirt section. And these guys are 9 seconds up the road from Dean Hillier, who is just about keeping the 217 of Richard Sharp at bay as they fight for 4th place. But Mulaney high in the air and hard on the brakes now, and he's forced to go to the inside berm there, Danielle.
He is, so he's there, down round through the inside. Is this going to give Ryan Kringle an opportunity? So Alex Mulaney covers the inside. It's sending Ryan Kringle wide. There's Dean Hillier, who, like you say, doing his best to keep Richard Sharp at bay. And Dean Hillier, a fast man in his own right, but also one of those riders that's incredibly challenging to pass. So there is Hillier, Richard Sharp, and it's then the 94 of Lee Williams, who's running on the 714 AWG Racing Husqvarna as they came across the line.
So the race leader's already across the line, and Ryan Kringle was 3rd across that timing line, but he's up into 2nd now. He's squeezed his way through, and Alex Mulaney, as we keep a very close eye on Dean Hillier and Richard Sharp, and Dean sliding his way through the lower end of the paddock, but Richard Sharp is just looking for that opportunity to come his way. Very experienced is Richard Sharp, having to just pick up the bike ever so slightly on the run through the paddock, because Dean Hillier is there exactly where he wants to be. So they are a few seconds ahead of the 94 of Lee Williams, who in fact is on the 741 bike in this particular race here today at Oliver's Mount. But going to the inside line is the 217 of Richard Sharp. Now, could this work in his favour? It looks as though Dean Hillier, carrying more speed around the outside, will just about keep a hold of 4th position. But Richard Sharp, he's trying everything to get in front.
He is, and Dean Hillier is incredibly good at defending. So he's putting that Steve Hillier Racing Company Yamaha exactly where Richard Sharp doesn't want it to be. So
Now it looks like Alex Mullaney back up to second, so Chris Hodgson's pulled out a little bit of an advantage as Alex Mullaney and Ryan Kringle squabble over that second place, which is just what this man wants. Chris Hodgson, smooth as butter coming through the infield section, and then it's hard acceleration up towards the off-road, and then try and get that bike slowed down as they enter into the off-road.
So Mullaney, who was briefly in third position, has found his way back through, as you said, Danielle, on the 21 machine of Ryan Kringle. But I think Alex Mullaney, who just braked a little bit later than what Chris Hodgson did a couple of laps ago, that forced him to the inside and really upset his rhythm. But he's managed to recover now and is starting his pursuit of closing the gap between himself and the race leader of the number one on the TM, Chris Hodgson.
Alex Mullaney and Ryan Kringle certainly seem to have the run on Chris Hodgson as they come through Farm Bends. You can visibly see the gap closing as they make the run out onto the start finish. So we're looking up towards Mere Hairpin, and we've seen some great late braking overtakes up there. So it's still Hodgson that leads from Mullaney, then Ryan Kringle in third. Ryan Kringle still holding that fastest lap from earlier in the race with a 106.941. Dean Hillier is still in fourth, and it looks like we've lost the 217 of Richard Sharp as he is tumbling down our order. So Lee Williams promoted up to fifth, Matt LeBrun sixth, and Jamie Duncan in seventh.
It looks like Richard Sharp there, as you said, he's lost about 14 seconds, but came across the line in 8th place, but that does drop him down 3 positions behind Lee Williams, Matt LeBrun, and Jamie Duncan. Number 7 in P7 there for Jamie Duncan. But back with the leaders, and they're already out of the dirt section. Alex Mullaney just putting his front wheel alongside the rear wheel of the number 1 TM of Chris Hodgson, but no way through for Alex.
No, Chris Hodgson running a very defensive race now here. He's putting that bike where it needs to be. Last lap flag is shown to the riders as they come across the start finish. So Alex Mullaney has one last opportunity if he wants to be able to try and take a race win in race 2 of our British Supermoto and Superlight Championship A Group Race 2.
Alex Mullaney looking strong on the approach towards the infield section. Through the left, back over to the right. Chris Hodgson hitting his markers, getting the power on, feeding it in nicely. Looks like Ryan Kringle may be out of the battle for the win here because he's about 10 bike lengths behind the number 100 of Alex Mullaney. But Chris Hodgson doing a brilliant job at the front of this race.
And also, Alex Mullaney will know that the man in front of him isn't in this championship race. He knows that if he finishes second, that will still be enough. He knows that the points that Chris Hodgson will be taking won't make or break this championship. Yes, it would be nice to put a little bit more of a buffer between himself and Ryan Kringle in third, but Alex riding with his head there to take second, but it's a well-deserved win there for the number 1 of Chris Hodgson. He was kept honest all the way through that and given absolutely no breathing room from Alex Mullaney or Ryan Kringle. It was a new fastest lap on the last lap as well for Alex with a 106.904.
I was going to say that he knows that Chris Hodgson isn't part of the championship, but it's not going to stop him trying on that final lap.
No, it certainly didn't stop him trying. A well-deserved 4th place for the 108 of Dean Hillier. 5th it goes to Lee Williams, and I'm sure Andrew Goodsill, he'll be sat watching and listening to this one, will be happy to see his bike up there in the top 5 of the A's. Matt LeBrun takes 6th place on board the number 64. 7th is awarded to Jamie Duncan, with Richard Sharp having to settle for 8th, so a tough day for Sharpie so far. 9th, it's the 138 of Paul Groom, a fantastic ride there from Groomy, and rounding out the top 10, the number 8 of Blake Wilson. 11th, the 42 of Oliver Holmes, with the 79 of Peter Bennett taking 12th. 941 of Darren Wells in 13th place. It's then a recovery ride for the 54 of Richard Blakeman taking 14th. 15th goes to the 37 of Byron Johnson, who, as you said, he moved up from our B group and found his way up to 15th. So fantastic ride there from Byron Johnson. It's the 211 of Chris Lambourne who takes 16th, the 666 of Darrell Pennington in 17th, the 5 of Archie Reynolds in 18th, and rounding out that class was the 817 of Harley Sharp.
Yeah, Harley, after stalling on the line there, he was only at 3.873 of a second away from the number 5 of Archie Reynolds as they came across the line to take that checkered flag. And I think if he had one more lap in that race, he could well have been on course for another position, but looking at his lap times, it would put him around about the Richard Sharp Paul Groom area in 8th and 9th place. But the fastest lap, as you mentioned, Danielle, 1 minute 6.904 for the number 100 of Alex Mullaney on the final lap in his pursuit of number 1 Chris Hodgson, who takes victory in race 2 for the Group A riders here at Oliver's Mount, the 6th round of the British Supermoto Championship.
When is Bambino training? What? I know we're not going there, but we're like, don't know. We're like, you're on a time. I thought there was a little part. When will I be able to repeat? Rob, can you talk instead of chat? Robert. Sorry, I full name again. Yeah, but you no. Rob is not good sex. What am I doing with that? Okay, well. But you could hear this was due to how it's driving and what we should feel. It's terrifying. Can someone please tell me when Bambino's training so I can like respond to like I can't possibly say I'm not a boy. I am kind of rip. R.I.P. or R.I.W.
So, out on track now, and I'm sure you can hear them before you see them. It is our S4 Academy riders who take to the circuit for their warm-up lap ahead of their second race of the day here at Oliver's Mount. And if you are here at the circuit and you are taking a bit of a wander around, there are plenty of fantastic spectator points here at this circuit. If you are watching, make sure you head over to the off-road. That is what makes Supermoto so special. And you can get a great view of these riders tackling that specialist-made off-road section. So, doing double duty and on pole position just off the back of his A Group race finish
it is the number 37 of Byron Johnson. Alongside him, it's going to be the Bullet, Jensen Knowles in second, and having to settle for third, it is the number 41 of Edward Darnton. So I believe we didn't quite catch it on the live stream, but it was getting caught up with a back marker that cost Darnton that race win in our first S4 race of the day. So we'll see if he's able to rectify that in race 2.
Well, he'll have Byron Johnson and Jensen Knowles to contend with if the story of race number 1 is anything to go by here in race number 2 for the S4 Academy riders. But it looks as though we're getting everything all set down there on the grid, ready for this race to get underway. So the green flag will be shown at the back in just a few moments' time to signal to the riders that this race will be underway very shortly. So there is the signal. All eyes on the lights. The revs rise. Dump the clutch, and away we go racing. And, well, everybody bar one is away racing at least anyway, because it looks as though we've got a staller down there on the grid. Didn't quite catch who that was there, unfortunately, Danielle. In fact,
it is Josh Walker again. So I'm wondering if he's having issues with the clutch on that KTM, because that's very uncharacteristic for Josh, I'll be honest. That's not a rider that we typically see stalling down here on the start, but doing it 2 out of 2 races so far today, I'm sure that'll be incredibly frustrating for him. But out in front, Edward Darnton, an absolute flyer of a start to take the race lead over Byron Johnson, now heading up towards the off-road for the first time.
Certainly is braking hard now and into that left-hander very shortly. In fact, they're right there now, and it is 41 Edward Darnton who leads the way, as you mentioned there, getting plenty of airtime on that 85cc machine. He'll go for the outside berm, but going for the inside berm, is Jensen Knowles. So Jensen on the inside berm, trying to find his way through on the 37 of Byron Johnson, but Byron keeping a hold of that second place as Edward Darnton has about a 1 second lead already as they go into Farm Bends at the end of lap 1.
Yep, a absolutely cracking run through the off-road there for the 41 of Edward Darnton, out onto the start finish now, tucked in behind the bars on that TM Leeds 85. And as you said, Knowles there taking the inside line. He's off the back of a fantastic B group race. So again, another rider out there doing double duty. But will that mean that Darnton is fresh as a daisy here after his lunch break? And with his head refreshed after what was a very disappointing first race for him. There's Johnson being chased down by the 272 of Jensen Knowles.
They've already got a healthy advantage over the number 5 of Archie Reynolds. A 1.9 second gap between Jensen and Archie, with the number 79 of Jackson Bennett a further 3 seconds away from Archie Reynolds. So the order has spread out. Josh Walker is now underway and is up into 8th place, 2.1 seconds ahead of Hayden Owen. But going for the outside berm are all of the riders inside those top 3 positions, and they really are using the high line on that berm, aren't they?
Absolutely, and unfortunately yesterday we did see a couple of riders take an unexpected detour through that off-road, so hopefully none of that happening today. Byron Johnson looks like he got a really good run out of the off-road and through Farm Bends. So our top 3 looking to be spreading out ever so slightly now as they came across the start-finish.
Yeah, 2.5 seconds was the gap between the top 3. But it has closed up to 2.3, but that's more Byron Johnson just falling into the clutches of Jensen Knowles. Edward Darnton leads the way by 1.5 seconds over Byron Johnson. And then 0.7 of a second behind Byron, it is the 272 of Jensen. So up into the upper end of the paddock. And again, that's the 272 of Jensen Knowles just clipping the gravel on the outside of the circuit, but keeping it all under control as he flicks his way through the infield section. Now hard on the power, on towards the dirt, and Darnton does have Byron Johnson starting to breathe down his neck as they approach this dirt section.
Yep, Johnson certainly keeping the pressure on Darnton. So Ed has seen there that there is a back marker that has taken the outside line, so opts for the inside. Johnson does a great run of managing to nip through the inside there and closes the gap right up to the 41 of Ed Darnton. Ed making a mistake and cutting across the grass, and that's allowed Byron Johnson through as they make their way through up Farm Bends and back out onto the start finish. So looks like an issue for Edward Darnton. He's looking down at the bike, so wondering if he's struggling to get gears, but he did take a look over and sent it over the grass, so he's not happy
as he came across the start here.
Yeah, not sure what's going on there for Edward Darnton. We'll keep an eye on it, but he is carrying on with this race. He's through the right-hander at mere hairpin, and Jensen Knowles is starting to see the 41 in front of him get loom larger and larger. So, Jensen Knowles senses the opportunity here of second position as Edward Darnton tries to keep the front wheel down on the ground, but he's certainly not looking at full racing speed here is Edward Darnton, because he's well and truly in the clutches of Jensen Knowles.
He is. There's certainly something that Darnton isn't quite happy with on that machine. So into the off-road, Darnton's still holding off Knowles and gets a good run out of that first berm and over the first jump. Opts for the outside line. Knowles goes to the inside berm. So Darnton getting a good run down that outside berm and sends it up the step up, nicely done, and then back out onto the tarmac. This is where we saw Darnton make that mistake and cut across the curb and onto the grass, and it looks like whatever the issue was seems to have resolved itself, because he's got a fantastic run there on Knowles onto the start finish.
Yeah, Edward Darnton being wheeled on down here across the start-finish line, and the gap between himself and Byron Johnson now stands at 1.8 seconds. So Edward Darnton losing 0.8 of a second on that previous lap. So he's got a lot of work to do here. 1.8 seconds is the gap between himself and Byron Johnson. And the 272 of Jensen Knowles is not out of this, because he's looking threatening on the brakes as they step up into the upper half of the paddock. And again, Jensen Knowles, he likes flirting with the stones on the outside of the paddock there. So just on the edge of the tarmac in the upper level of the paddock, there is a section of stones, and each and every lap Jensen Knowles just dipping the rear tyre into those stones, but it doesn't seem to faze him as Byron Johnson still holds the advantage. But Jensen is looking for the inside on Darnton, not quite close enough to make the challenge pay off this time around, but he knows that if need, when he needs it even in the future, then it is there for him.
That was a slam on the back brake there for Edward Darnton, just getting around the number 101 of Oliver Mullaney. Sends it up the step up, absolutely inch perfect there for Edward Darnton. Back out onto the start finish, and it looks like it's definitely a gear selection issue for the number 41. So we are now on to the start finish. He's still looking down at that bike, leg out, so it's a... looks like he may have potentially lost the gear selector. So if that's the case, it could be that Edward Darnton is stuck in maybe one gear, and depending on what that is, might mean that he's got the legs on the straights, but these tight technical bits that we see here, like the infield section where we see Jensen Knowles close in, that might be where he's really struggling to get the power out of that 85. So he'll be doing his absolute best. But looking at lap times, on the last lap it was a 1:17.6 in comparison to Byron Johnson, who popped in a 1:14.6. So the chance of him chasing down our race leader now becoming slim. It's now a case of trying to hold on to a second place from the Bullet.
Well, whatever gear he may be stuck in, it's got to be a high gear, because he's certainly getting some plenty of fresh air between himself and the ground when he goes into the dirt section. But Darnton over the step up there and out onto the tarmac. Looks like Jensen Knowles just got caught ever so slightly by one of the tail enders, and that could well be the reason that Edward Darnton just went for the inside berm on this occasion. But at the end of lap number 6, it is Byron Johnson who still holds the advantage over Edward Darnton, and this time around Byron Johnson posting a 1:16.3, and Edward Darnton, that means he closes up by 0.3 of a second. So the gap that was 4.8 is now 4.5, but it's going to be not quite enough over the following 3 laps for Edward Darnton to challenge for the race win.
No, this is certainly going to be a ride that Edward Darnton needs to try and manage. So both riders, Darnton and Knowles, clipping the gravel on the exit of the jump onto the upper paddock section. We're through the infield and now heading up towards the off-road. So it looks like Darnton's still, I can see that foot still going for the gear selector. So whether it's a gear selection issue or maybe he's got limited gears, but there's definitely something not quite right there with that machine. So Josh Walker opts for the inside line. That gives Edward Darnton the option to take the outside. And as we can see, on the exit of the off-road, Byron Johnson already now through into Farm Bends on board the number 37. So coming up and back onto the start finish, it's a healthy advantage as he finishes the penultimate lap.
Only 0.9 of them are remaining here between number 37 of Byron Johnson and that checkered flag. And here has an advantage of 4.9 seconds now between himself and Edward Darnton. But Darnton is 1.1 up the road from Jensen Knowles. So Jensen, if he wants an opportunity here, got a rider down, unfortunately, just in the upper level of the paddock. Rider is up and on their feet, but that means that, oh dear, as he drops the bike again, unfortunately. Marshall's in attendance, but Jensen Knowles well on the rear wheel of Edward Darnton.
Yeah, that was the 143 of Hayden Owen there, just going down in our infield section. But as you said, Bradley, up and okay, and Marshall's helping him get back underway. I'm sure we're disappointed with that one. But our race leader, Byron Johnson, looking stylish as ever, coming through the off-road, opts for the outside line now as he takes quite a high line through the off-road and then up and over the step up, absolutely sending it and landing on top. Inch perfect, sliding the back wheel out onto the tarmac.
Yet 2 more corners to go. In fact, make that 1 more corner to go, because 37 Byron Johnson is out of Farm Bends and he's across the start-finish line to be greeted by the last lap flag there with just 1 more to go. So Edward Darnton and Jensen Knowles, a few more opportunities going the way of Jensen Knowles as they head towards mere hairpin. So a look over the right shoulder for Byron Johnson, and he knows he's got a healthy advantage over his nearest rivals. But he was in the 1:17s, as Edward Darnton and Jensen Knowles were in the 1:16s.
Yep, Darnton doing everything he can to keep Knowles behind him, and so far he is managing that as they come through the infield section. So Darnton needs to keep that TM85 inch perfect, and it looked like Knowles was trying to come alongside him on the run into the off-road section, but it is Johnson as he comes up again on just another back marker, opts to take the inside line on this occasion and sends his way round towards the step up. Johnson over the step up now for the final time and back out onto the tarmac, and characteristically pops there up onto the back wheel and showboats just with a little bit of style now onto the start finish, and I'm sure he'll give us another wheelie for the crowd, drop it down a gear and make sure he pulls a wheelie.
There we go, wheelie across the line at last there for Byron Johnson. As next up across the line after those 9 laps there, in fact Oliver Mullaney was the rider just being put a lap down, but Edward Darnton is up in there into 2nd place.
Yeah, but Jensen Knowles, something definitely happened on that last lap, because Jensen Knowles, although finishing in 3rd, it was a 1:29.9 second last lap, which in comparison to his 1:14 is definitely uncharacteristic. So maybe those back markers causing a little bit of an issue on that last lap, or maybe just an incident on their own. But Jensen Knowles finishes there in 3rd, with Edward Darnton managing to secure that 2nd place.
Well, we saw Jensen Knowles looking at the inside on Edward Darnton as they went in towards the dirt section on that final lap. But maybe he just outbraked himself, maybe he just toppled over, who knows. I'm sure we'll find out from Jensen Knowles. But nonetheless, Byron Johnson, a convincing win for him by 4.5 seconds. But interestingly enough there, of course, Jensen Knowles a 1:29 on that final lap, Danielle. So an issue for Jensen Knowles. Byron Johnson a 1:20 on the final lap as he tried to pop a wheelie across the line. But Edward Darnton at 1:21. So whether they did tangle together, Darnton and Knowles, I'm sure we'll find out later on.
Yep, I think I'm going to go try and grab a word with them. We are going to take a little bit of a break now before we get back underway with our final block of racing. So we'll have a little bit of Bambino training out on track for our spectators that are here today. So these are our riders that are just getting to grips with riding. And we'll be back with the live stream very shortly.
Oh my goodness.
Discord from my other phone and it's kicked you out because it can't have two of me. I'll come sort it.
Well, I can join it on mine, depending on... Yeah, I can do it on mine.
Oh yeah?
try unplugging the microphone bit and putting it back in. I'm back at the thingy.
Hello, hello.
No one's here to let me go up. But Rob, if you see Andy, if you could let him know that before the next race, Alice is back and ready to be lifted. True. I can hear bikes.
I saw two pumpkins.
Oh, they're tiny. They are tiny, tiny children.
Yeah, you can barely hear them because they're so tiny. Okay, well, here's one.
I'm just sat. This is so fun. Yeah. Thank you. Okay, so what I don't like is that he's tipped the fork bit a little bit, so that I'm on a skew. It's kind of leaning a little bit more than it was. I don't like that. So what I'm standing on is like no longer flat. Does that make sense? No. That's what I mean. If he tips it any. No, have you seen how high up I am yet? Zach? Oh, there you are. Hi. This is where I've been all day. So when I'm like, it's shaking, it's right. So it's been like kind of shaking a little bit all day. In like, because it rocks with the wind. What more do you expect? I've been stuck in the air all day. What more you want from me? This is where I've been. Are we watching this? Are we filming this race? Bye, Sarah. Surely it's just like that only problem if they don't have the commentators. I agree. Wow. My basket is quite
So, we are back with our third and final block of races here at Oliver's Mount for the round 6 of the British Supermoto Championship here at Oliver's Mount. And on the grid now we do have our mini bike riders, the all-comers race, non-championship. But it's fair to say this class has been dominated by the number 69 of Zach Richards so far today, hasn't it, Bradley?
Yeah, it certainly has. He took a rather convincing wing earlier on today, did the number 69 of Zach Richards, and I'm sure he'll be looking to do the same again in this one. That's Zach. Is that Zach at the back of the grid there, Danielle?
Yeah, I think Zach might not be taking up the pole position, giving himself a little bit of a challenge into turn 1. Certainly doesn't need it. We've got Craig Loud there on the front row as well as Noah Bagshaw.
So let's have a little look. So we've got Zach Richards, Noah Bagshaw and Craig Loud that should all be on the front row. We'll then see the number 9 of Luke Wright in 4th, with Jackson Nuttall 5th, Hayden Owen 6th and Theo Lupton in 7th. We then see the number 25 of Gavin Shepherdson, who should be in 8th, 9th Harry Page, 10th Martin Cooper, Oliver Hillary, Katie Hillier and Aidan Walker.
Under starters' orders, the lights are out and we are away racing, and Zach Richards is already filtering his way through the rows in front of him. So Zach Richards, I suspect by the end of this opening lap, he will be well up there in contention with the likes of Noah Bagshaw, Craig Louth, Luke Wright and Jackson Nuttall. And let's not forget that Jackson Nuttall and Luke Wright had a great battle earlier on this afternoon, as already Zach Richards has found his way up into second position from the line to mere hairpin. So Zach Richards very much finding his way through the field on this opening lap, but now he trails the number 183 machine, I think that is there, of Jackson Nuttall, as Zach Richards gets the power on that small two-stroke CC machine, but looking to go the long way around on the approach towards Farm Bends. Green flags are waving, and at the end of lap number 1, is that Jackson Nuttall there just keeping Zach Richards at bay?
Jackson Nuttall's starts so far today have been absolutely fantastic. So the 183 of Jackson Nuttall, that is at least 2 whole shots we've seen from him today, and what a ride. So a big well done to him, but I think it's no surprise when the 69 of Zach Richards comes through near hairpin out in front. So it's then Richards from Nuttall, and then that looked to be Bagshaw there in third, with Louth being demoted back a couple of positions as they made their way through the infield.
So Zach Richards now out in front, but Jackson Nuttall, as you said, they're keeping the number of Noah Bagshaw behind him. So as they go back out of Farm Bends and across the start-finish line, it is the 69 of Zach Richards. He's 2 from 2 at the moment. They're looking to make it 3 from 3 here today at Oliver's Mount as he comes around to complete that second lap. So 2 down and 12 to go for the race leader of Zach Richards, but Jackson Nuttall still keeping Noah Bagshaw at bay as they head towards mere hairpin. A quick change of direction there from the left to the right around the Rick Lascelles chicane that brings them back into the paddock, and Noah Bagshaw not able to find a way through at the moment on Jackson Nuttall, who has proven so far today that he is a brilliant rider when it comes to defending.
Absolutely has. Those starts coupled with the defending he has done today is very, very impressive from the youngster. It looks like we've had an issue there for the number 74 of Craig Louth, showing on our timing screen now back in 10th. So potentially a mechanical or an off for Louth, but we'll keep an eye out and see where he can come back through to, because he's certainly not one to give up lightly.
No, absolutely not. So he's down there in 10th position, as you said, as Zach Richards, Jackson Nuttall and Noah Bagshaw and the 09 of Luke Wright come around to complete lap number 3. And again, Jackson Nuttall just going defensive on the approach towards mere hairpin, allowing no way through for Noah Bagshaw. And the 09 of Luke Wright is only 7/10 of a second away from Noah Bagshaw as well. So it's going to be a 3-way fight there for second position as Noah Bagshaw looks for the outside, but Nuttall keeps that door closed, and in fact Noah Bagshaw does find his way through eventually.
Yeah, I think that might be a learning experience there for Jackson, as he just came up on the back marker of Casey Hillier. Casey doing exactly what she needs to do, staying on her line, but Jackson not quite decisive enough when it came to choosing a line. He tried to go up the inside of her, and with the speed he was carrying, he certainly could have gone round the outside, which was a little bit safer. So just lost a position there for the 183. So that demotes Jackson Nuttall down to 3rd, Luke Wright 4th, and then in 5th it is the number 25 of Gavin Shepherdson.
Having a good ride so far in this third race of 3 for the number 25 of Gavin Shepherdson, but with the clear track in front of him, Noah Bagshaw is starting to pull out his advantage over Jackson Nuttall. It was 1.2 across the line, as Jackson Nuttall now sets about keeping the 09 of Luke Wright at bay. So as they go through that twisty infield section in the paddock, now over the dummy grid, what is usually used in the events here at Oliver's Mount, and round Farm Bends, it is still Nuttall from Luke Wright in the battle for 3rd position, but using all of the track and up onto the rumble strip towards the 09 of Luke Wright as he tries to carry that momentum out of the paddock section and across the start-finish line there for the 09.
Luke Wright definitely looking racy as he's trying to chase down Jackson Nuttall on board that 85cc two-stroke machine. There's Bagshaw, who currently sits in second. But like we say, Jackson Nuttall doing a fantastic job with his defending. So although he probably does have a little bit of a horsepower advantage on Luke Wright, so Luke doing everything he can to be on the back wheel here of Nuttall. Just not quite enough room at the in for him to be able to try and squeeze round the outside now as they make their run up to the far end of the track.
Yeah, you can see it is 6 of one, half a dozen of the other there between Jackson Nuttall and Luke Wright, but Luke again using a sweeping line on the exit of Farm Bends, which is exactly what he needs to do to keep Jackson Nuttall in view, as Zach Richards now opens up his advantage. 6 laps down and he's leading by 22 seconds. How's he done that then?
How has he done that? He's absolutely flying today, Zach Richards. Looking down the order, the number 74 Craig Lowell now up to 9th place, chasing down Harry Page. But it is still this battle for that 3rd place between Nuttall and Wright, the one that we're watching. It's certainly the closest battle on track.
It absolutely is. We can't take our eyes off of it. Now, Noah Bagshaw is about 4 seconds up the road from this fight for 3rd position, but Jackson Nuttall and Luke Wright going for it for that final podium spot here in race number 3 for the mini bike all-comers. And this time around, Luke Wright is about as close as he has been across the line behind Jackson Nuttall. The gap is a quarter of a second as they run towards mere hairpin, but I don't think there isn't going to be a gap there for Luke Wright to put himself in front of Jackson Nuttall, but in fact, just as I say that, he proves me completely wrong, as Luke Wright does now in fact take 3rd position away from Jackson Nuttall.
Yep, he got a cracking run out onto the start finish, making a nice and wide line, trying to use all that power to try and get the run on Nuttall down the straight, and he made it work. And Nuttall, not much he could do there. He sort of had to concede there to Luke Wright. So that was the pass for 3rd place. And there's Nuttall, just not quite carrying as much corner speed on the exit back out onto the start finish that we have seen Wright do. So hopefully something that Nuttall can work on. Now we're back down the start finish. Craig Lowell's had a cracking lap, so from coming up from 9th, he's now back up to 6th place. There is, I think that looks to be Harry Page. We've got a little bit of lap traffic there on screen. There's Casey Hillier on the Steve Hillier Racing Company machine. Through the infield section goes Luke Wright and flat out towards the final corner.
So Zach Richards leads the way over Noah Bagshaw, Luke Wright, Jackson Nuttall, Gavin Shepherdson, Craig Lau, Theo Lupton, Martin Cooper, Harry Page, Casey Hillier and Oliver Hillary, who did not come around to complete lap number 3, as Zach Richards now heads the pack by 31.5 seconds. But Noah Bagshaw 5.8 seconds up the road from Luke Wright, who has 1.9 seconds of an advantage over Jackson Nuttall. Then it's the 25 of Gavin Shepherdson rounding out the top 5. But Craig Loud is only 6.3 seconds away, and I say only 6.3 because he is lapping about 3.8 seconds per lap quicker than the 25 of Gavin Shepherdson. So, as we look back to the screen and in the infield section, that's the 183 of Jackson Nuttall hard on the throttle on the approach towards Farm Bends. Uphill 180 degree right-hander as Zach Richards is just coming back into our sight now. So that is to say that Zach Richards has lapped up to 5th position now as he comes around to complete lap 11.
Yeah, what a fantastic ride there for the number 69. Fastest lap of the session so far is a 45.676 being set by our leader. And as they come across the line, we do have 3 laps remaining. So it's Richards, Bagshaw and Wright are our current podium, with it then being Nuttall, Shepherdson and Louth rounding out our top 6.
In the infield section, keeping an eye on Jackson Nuttall, holding himself well in 4th place. Only 1.6 away from Luke Wright, and in fact he closed the gap by 0.3 of a second on that previous lap, did Jackson Nuttall, between himself and the 09 of Luke Wright. As again we watch that number 69 machine of Zach Richards out of Farm Bends and coming across the timing line once again to start what is now the penultimate lap here at Oliver's Mount. So he's had a very good weekend so far, has Zach Richards. As looking on the timing screen, 74 Craig Louth has not come around to complete lap number 10 at this stage. So Theo Lupton in 6th, and Martin Cooper now showing as being promoted up into 7th position. Harry Page up into 8th place. We'll try and have a look around the circuit as we keep our eyes on the 09 of Luke Wright, as Zach Richards tries to punch his way through some of the tail enders here. And I'm sure he'll get the power on nice and early and carry that speed all the way towards Farm Bends, as Jackson Nuttall looks to put a lap down as well.
I think that just goes to show that even though Zach Richards is so far in front on lap times, he's still not finding it easy to get through on Jackson Nuttall. So Jackson, who, as we said, is doing a fantastic job of defending, even managing to hold off our race leader. So fantastic riding from him, I have to say.
Certainly is. He's in towards Mere Hairpin now, and it looks as though he may have found his way through on Jackson Nuttall as a yellow flag goes out there. Didn't quite catch who that was there, Danielle. Just trying to restart that machine.
Yeah, that looked to be the 108 of Casey Hillier again. She's up and okay, just getting that machine restarted. And back in through the infield section. Zach Richards, those back markers definitely cost him on that lap. It was a 51.5 second lap for him there. So probably one of the slowest of the session so far for him. But he comes across the line to take the checkered flag, and another well-deserved win here at Oliver's Mount.
Fastest lap of the race does go to 69 Zach Richards, a 45.676 that he set in the early stages of this race, in fact, with that final lap of a 45.940. Just testament to the consistency of your race winner of Zach Richards. So next up should be the machine of Noah Bagshaw. Jackson Nuttall has taken the checkered flag in 4th place. Theo Lupton and Martin Cooper both taking the checkered flag in 6th and 7th. Casey Hillier across the line in 10th position, and a personal best lap of the race of a 1 minute 4.149. So the lap times tumbling over the course of those 3 races, which is good news for Casey Hillier on bike number 108. But Noah Bagshaw is now across the line, as almost side by side there between Luke Wright and Gavin Shepherdson, albeit 1 lap separating them. But Luke Wright rounds off the podium here in race number 3 for the mini bike all-comers, 6.3 seconds away from Noah Bagshaw by the checkered flag. Jackson Nuttall 4th, Gavin Shepherdson there in 5th place, Theo Lupton 6th, Martin Cooper in 7th, Harry Page, Craig Louth and Casey Hillier rounding out the top 10 finishers.
And again, as we mentioned, that was one of our non-championship races here today at Oliver's Mount. That is just a opportunity for these guys to get some more track time and have fun out there racing their bikes. But coming up next, we will see some of our championship riders, with the first of our solos coming out onto the track, our Supermoto riders, and it will be our Supermoto Group C riders that we'll next see making their way down from the top paddock and taking to the circuit for their warm-up lap. So, out on track now, it is our Supermoto Group C riders who are making their way round to the start line and taking up their grid positions. So, just a few riders swapping and changing there. And just having a little look, I think I can see Lily Rhodes down there. I can see the 714 of Andrew Goodsell out there on the AWG Racing Husqvarna. Alongside him is the 771 of Daryl Brett on board the AWG Racing KTM. So one of our Evo riders from yesterday. Good ride from the 31 of Danny Walk in our earlier race. He was a little bit unlucky not to remain in that 4th place, so he starts this one in 6th. But on pole it will be the 777 of Jordan Grant, alongside him Phil G and the 44 of Dan Hudson.
Under starters orders, and away we go then for race number 3 of the Group C riders, and it's very closely contested in the mid-pack on the approach towards mere hairpin on this opening lap. But as you mentioned there, the number 31 of Danny Walk could well be a challenger for the podium in this final race of the day for Group C. But as they make their way in towards mere hairpin, that looks to be, is that Jordan Grant who's up towards the front, in fact leading the way as they go into the upper level of the paddock. And Phil G not making the best of starts. He's down in 6th position from the middle of row number 1 there, Danielle.
He is. So it was Jordan Grant, Dan Hudson, and that looks to be one of the... that's Jason Laycock there up to 3rd, just getting a glimpse of those leathers. So fantastic start from him. He started that one in 5th place, but is now currently in 3rd. Then we also have the 77 of Stephen Haig in 4th place. So that has demoted the 511 Phil G down to 5th or 6th there as they came through the off-road for the first time. Daniel Hudson coming out of the off-road now, not looking as comfortable through the off-road as some of the riders behind him, so we'll have to keep a close eye on that, because I think he's going to come under pressure there from the 77 of Stephen Haig. And Jason Laycock certainly looking racy now out onto the start finish.
Yeah, certainly is. At the end of lap number 1 there, 2.2 seconds is the gap between 777 Jordan Grant and the 44 of Dan Hudson. Then it's Stephen Haig ahead of Jason Laycock. Phil G drops 2 positions, make that 3 positions from the middle of the front row for Phil G. Lily Rhodes up ahead of Jordan Hastings and Danny Walk. Bike number 31 of Danny down in 8th place ahead of Rick Owen and Stephen Winter. But the number 365 of Lewis Hyam ahead of 236 Dan Spencer inside the top 12 positions, as the 777 of Jordan Grant just hits his markers, and he'll know that he'll have a healthy advantage as he starts this second lap. But a good battle starting to form for that final rostrum position between the 77 of Stephen Haig and Jason Laycock and the 511 of Phil G in the very early stages of this 10-lap event.
Yep, Jason Laycock finding a way through, but Haig looking quite quick through the off-road. So Haig opts for the inside line along with Jordan Grant. So Laycock and G to the outside over the berm. It looks like G got a better run up onto the step up, but not really able to put it anywhere. He's alongside Haig, who shuts the door on him now as they go into Farm Bends.
Yeah, he's looking for any gap to come his way there, isn't he? Phil G, the man at the back of that trio, fighting for 3rd position, including Stephen Haig and Jason Laycock. But Phil G looking for the inside as they go towards mere hairpin. We'll pick them up in just a moment as Dan Hudson posts the fastest lap of the race to close the gap between himself and the race leader of 777 Jordan Grant. So the gap that was 2.2 is now down to 2.1, and Dan Hudson will have the momentum starting to build behind him as Phil G does in fact make his way up into 4th place ahead of the 77 of Stephen Haig. So it's Jason Laycock who's rounding out the top 3 at the moment, but Phil G is right there in contention and looking menacing as they go through the paddock and on the approach towards the dirt section. Phil looking for that inside line, but it's not coming his way at this stage, but he's there ready to take advantage when the opportunity does come his way. Plenty of fresh air and speed over the jump that leads them into the option line, and Phil goes for that inside berm, which he hasn't used so far in this race.
No, but he's looking fast through the inside, and he's already ahead of Laycock, so that was a fantastic move there for Phil G. So I know he was commentating with you, Bradley, yesterday, but he was dying to get out and race today, and that's the type of thing that he'll have been looking forward to doing. He certainly loves throwing his Supermoto bike around, and I did confirm he is on a 2016 Husqvarna 450, so same as me, but he has got a little bit of a TM front end on there. So what was throwing me was the number board looked like a TM, but the back looked like a Husqvarna, so I wasn't far wrong.
Well, it's 450 and 4-stroke, and that's about as far as my knowledge will take me, so it's good to know that he's out there on the Husqvarna. 5'11" Phil G stepping up onto the upper level of that paddock, and he does have quite a bit of clear track in front of him now. 3.8 seconds worth of daylight between himself and Dan Hudson, who again closes the deficit between himself and the race leader of Jordan Grant. So Jordan now has an advantage of 1.6 seconds, whereas a couple of laps ago it stood at 2.2. So that's down to 1.6. Phil G, with the clear track in front, could be looking to post one of, if not the fastest laps of the race to close down the gap between himself and Dan Hudson. Meanwhile, Jason Laycock, number 159, and Stephen Haig on the 77 bike are fighting hard for 4th position. So as they go through the inside berm for Jason Laycock, I think that was, they are side by side. As they come out of the dirt and back onto the tarmac, the 77 of Stephen Haig has found his way through on Jason Laycock. So now Jason will have a tall order to try and find himself back up into 4th position, because at the moment it is occupied by the 77 of Stephen Haig, and with Phil G having clear track in front of him, he almost posted his exact same time as Dan Hudson. 1:17.633 for Dan Hudson, 1:17.634 for Phil G, so we're talking only a thousandth of a second. Meanwhile, Jordan Grant sets the fastest lap of the race with a 1:16.3 to open up the advantage to 2.8 seconds.
Yeah, that just goes to show how incredibly close the racing is out there, and even when you take into consideration all the corners, all the off-road, all the challenges, these guys are so evenly matched. It's fantastic to see. So we have got blue flags being used out on circuit. Now those blue flags are used just so that our lapped riders are aware that if they are being overtaken, they're not giving up a position, they can stay on their line and the faster rider will find their way through, which is exactly what Jason Laycock and Stephen Haig have just done. So both of them opting through the split lane. So Laycock getting a good run on that outside, but not quite close enough now to Haig to retake that 4th place position as they make their way through into Farm Bends. And the live stream just shows how much dust has been dragged out onto this circuit, and almost now onto the start finish.
Across the line for Stephen Haig and Jason Laycock, the gap between the 77 and the 159 currently stands at 0.3 seconds. As we watch Phil G through the lower end of the paddock, now hard on the brakes, a quick change of direction to the right, over the step up, back to the left, a very technical section of the circuit as he just flirts with the gravel on the outside of the tarmac, does Phil G. But he's already through the twisty paddock infield section and well on his way towards the dirt. So back at the front, 2.5 seconds is the gap between Jordan Grant and Dan Hudson. It is just toing and froing between the 2.5 to 2.8 second range between Grant and Hudson, but that battle between 77 Stephen Haig and 159 Jason Laycock, Stephen Haig has just pulled out a few tenths of a second as they go in towards the dirt. Inside berm for Stephen. Jason has the outside berm, but he won't be close enough to challenge the 77 of Stephen Haig as he goes over the tabletop. Not clearing it from that inside line, but nonetheless with a healthy advantage of a couple of seconds now over Jason Laycock. He won't be worried about that too much.
No, out in front, the 777 of Jordan Grant putting in a new fastest lap of this session. So although we're over half race distance now, certainly still pushing out in front to extend that advantage of 3.658 over the number 44 of Dan Hudson. It's looking like Phil G is going to have to settle for that 3rd place, unfortunately. So there's the number 77 on screen now. That is Stephen Haig holding 4th from the 159 of Jason Laycock. We've then got the 56 of Lily Rhodes, Jordan Hastings, and the 365 of Lewis Hyam in 8th place. 31 of Danny Walk, 9th, and the 351 of Rick Owen is who rounds out our top 10.
Watching them through the dirt, that is the 77 of Stephen Haig. In fact, the 777 of Jordan Grant just making his way now in towards Farm Bends. So Jordan Grant with a 3.6 second advantage now. He's still in the 1 minute 15s. In fact, the fastest lap of the race was set on lap number 6 with Jordan Grant with a 1 minute 15.998. This time around it's a 16.458, but that could well be enough to break the toe for the 44 of Dan Hudson, who now trails the race leader by a total of 4.331. So again, hard on the brakes for the 777 of Jordan Grant as he goes up into the upper level of the paddock. Good battles behind them as the number 2 of Jordan Hastings in 7th place is closing the gap between himself and the 56 of Lily Rhodes. So Lily in 6th place, Jordan in 7th place. They'll be heading towards mere hairpin any moment now. But back at the front, we're already into the dirt. Jordan Grant, a quick change of direction to the right, using the berm on the outside, on the power. Little bit of air as he approaches the inside berm, in fact, on this lap. So Jordan Grant, he's found his line and he's sticking with it because it seems to be working for him with a 4.3 second lead.
I have to say, I ended up preferring the inside line myself. So as you come through that inside berm, you can get your back wheel right on a really nice rut that you can't quite see from our camera angle, and it sets you up just to do, like we said earlier, a little bit of a seat bounce up onto the step up. And it just makes that line that little bit smoother. If you are using the outside line, yes, you can carry a lot more speed and launch it up the step up, but for our riders that might not have that confidence in the off-road, that's a really good alternative, and it is that little bit quicker.
Well, whatever Jordan Grant is doing, it's working because he's now 6 seconds up the road from Dan Hudson, and another fastest lap of the race for Jordan of a 1 minute 15.850 as he makes his way through the twisty section of the paddock infield as the last lap flag is now shown. So only half a lap to go for Jordan Grant between himself and a victory here at Oliver's Mount in Group C, race number 3 of the day. And as he goes over the jump there, we get a quick look back for some great battles there. And as we said, Jordan Hastings has again closed the gap between himself and Lily Rhodes. That now stands at 3.5 tenths of a second. As the 777 of Jordan Grant now negotiates that section of the circuit onto the step up. No seat bounce this time, inside berm, and just gently makes his way to the top of the tabletop. But nonetheless, he is your race leader, and with one more corner to go, he's looking good for the win.
He is out onto the start finish, a little glance over the shoulder, and takes the checkered flag. A well-deserved victory there for the 777 of Jordan Grant. Daniel Hudson in 2nd place, and then the next rider we should see will be the 511 of Phil G. So he ended up being quite spaced out, but he did find a way through on the 77 of Stephen Haig in the closing stages of that last lap. It was a 7-second lead that Grant managed to cross the line with. The number 159 of Jason Laycock did a good job to hold off the hard-charging Lily Rhodes on the 56 RWJ Racing KTM 250. Jordan Hastings finishes in 7th with the 365 of Lewis Hyan in 8th, and in 9th it's the 351 of Rick Owen. Rounding out that top 10 though, it was the 31 of Danny Walk.
So Lily Rhodes holding on to that final top 6 position, but Jordan Grant a victory on bike 777 and the fastest lap of the race with a 1 minute 15.850. That's a good job all round for Jordan, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that was a job well done there for the 777. And looking down the order, I know who's going to have bragging rights back up at my van. It will be the 771 of Darryl Brett, who beats father-in-law and team boss. It's the 714 of Andrew Goodsell. So that was the battle for 15th and 16th on track. But I'm sure that certainly meant more to Darryl than a 15th place finish. So a huge well done there to my teammates. It was then the 46 of Mitchell Dickinson in 7th, and Stephen Winter had to settle for 18th with Adam Hilton in 19th and Graham Anderson rounding out our finishers down there in 20th.
So a few riders who didn't make the start of that one: Andre Clare, Jackson Bennett, Aaron Hillary and Joe Gardner. So 20 starters and 20 finishers hit for Group C, race number 3 here at Oliver's Mount. But a convincing win for Jordan Grant, Dan Hudson, Phil G, your 2nd and 3rd place finishers. Stephen Haig And eventually, he was 7.6 seconds up the road from the 159 of Jason Laycock. So Jason, at one point, who looked as though he was going to challenge Stephen for that fourth place position, it did unfortunately fizzle out as the laps ticked by, and eventually he crossed the line to round off the top 5, albeit 7.6 seconds away from the 77 of Stephen Haig. But from Group C, we'll turn our attentions over to Group B for the third and final race of the day for the Group B riders, and they will be coming up in just a couple of minutes.
Yep, and I've already seen that coming up for our B Group Race 3, we do also have a Joker being played. So the number 99 of Andy Hayes deciding to play his Joker in this race. So that means it will double his points in this race towards the overall. So we'll keep an eye out on his progress, because this will be a race that will mean quite a lot to his championship charge. And we're keeping an eye out over on Mere Hairpin and listening out for the riders making their way down Sheen's Rise, ready to start their warm-up lap.
Is that your car in the chat? Got you. You could be a boat though, you're missing out. You could totally sell the MX and get the MX. Jack, what camera are you on? Cool. Yeah. Two little places there.
So, coming around to the start line now, we do have our Supermoto Group B riders. And heading them up will be the number 63 of Kev Crothers, and alongside him the 53 of Simon Burgess and the 58 of Craig Forshaw on the Automotive Solutions Honda. Just down on the grid, mentioning the 434 of Ian Rogerson and the 164 of Sean Jones were our final promoted riders up from the C's to the B's, and they will be starting from the back of the grid as we get ready to go racing for our final B group race of the weekend. And we look to have a green flag at the back of the grid as our riders maybe a couple of riders getting themselves ready. There we go. So green flag at the back of the grid, red flag at the front. We are now under starters' orders.
Certainly our red lights are on, the revs rise. Out go the lights, and we are away racing for race number 3 of Group B, and racing towards mere hairpin for the first time of asking of this 10-lap encounter. Hard on the brakes now in towards that chicane, and of course mere hairpin, and that is the 58 of Craig Forshaw who is leading the way. So Craig Forshaw, who was on the outside of row number 1, third on the grid, he now takes the charge and leads the way, and we've got a rider down on the approach towards the jump on the paddock section, unfortunately. And that will mean that a gap will open up towards the rear end of the field. But in the meantime, 58, Craig Forshaw, strutting his stuff at the front of this race as we head towards the dirt section for the very first time.
Yep, and that transition from the lower section of the paddock up to that hump has been a pinch point all weekend, so I am surprised that we haven't seen more incidences there so far. So if whoever that rider that's down is up and okay. But there it goes, Forshaw, Crothers up the inside round that inside berm, getting a good run, and about half a bike length in front, sending Forshaw the long way around. Then it is Burgess, and that looks to be the 126 of Chris Bick getting a great run there, who currently holds in 4th place after starting this one in 5th. Crothers using all the track there over the outside curb now, coming down the start finish.
End of lap number 1, and it is Kev Crowland who leads the way by a tenth of a second. 58 Craig Forshaw, 53 Simon Burgess. Chris Bick there, as you said, in 4th position ahead of Jamie Wrigglesworth. Paul Reynolds, Andy Hayes moves up into 7th position. So very much a home circuit in more ways than one for the number 99 of Andy Hayes. 303 is Sean Rogerson in 8th place. Dax Almond and 82 James Wood round out the top 10, with the number 6 of Dean Clark and the 16 of Tommy Sayer on the cusp in 11th and 12th position. But back at the front, and that's a change. Craig Forshaw, number 58, hits the front of this race once more as they head towards the dirt again. So Forshaw, Crowthers and Simon Burgess in those top 3 positions, but this is where Crothers is quick through the dirt. Now, does he go inside or outside? One lap ago it was the inside, and this time around it is exactly the same. Almost deja vu there for the number 63 of Crothers as he goes for that inside line, and it works in his favour. In fact, that may have been a mistake from Craig Forshaw, because here comes Simon Burgess up the inside and just puts the number 58 of Forshaw up onto the high line, and Forshaw down from 1st to 3rd.
Yep, Forshaw forced up onto the banking, so doing well to stay on board that Automotive Solutions Honda as he now makes his way down the start finish, chasing in 3rd place. We do have a few more riders in this class that have also played their jokers, so we're looking for the best possible finish to try and double their points. That's going to be the number 6 of Dean Clark, who currently sits in 11th, and the number 63 of Kevin Crothers, again, who's leading this, so it couldn't possibly be better for the number 63, so he'll be looking to hold on to this, and it'll mean a lot for his championship points if he can do the double points. Fastest lap so far, it's number 53 of Simon Burgess, popping in a 1:14.202 as he now chases down the number 63 for 2nd.
I'm not sure what happened to Max Rhodes on the opening lap there. He's showing us down in 18th position. I'm sure he was a bit higher than that on the opening lap.
It might be the case that Max could have been our faller at the transition between the lower and upper paddock section. So I'm sure he'll be up and okay, fingers crossed, and continuing to be out there. It looks like he has completed the 2 laps, so that's a good sign. Dax Almond, man on the move, he's currently found a way through on the number 8 and the number on the number 99 and the number 303 of Sean Rogerson and Andy Hayes to move himself up to 7th place. So a good ride there from Almond.
Certainly is, and in fact make that one more now because he's ahead of the number 10 of Paul Reynolds as Andy Hayes drops down into 10th position with Dean Clark. Now actually Andy Hayes is dropping down the timing screen here, Danielle. Not sure what's happened to the local man, but number 99 Andy Hayes dropping down the timing screen, so we'll keep an eye for the number 99 of Hayes. But in the meantime, into the twisty paddock section, we're looking for, there's the 303 of Sean Rogerson. This is 8th position for Sean Rogerson, just behind the number 10 of Paul Reynolds by 1.3 seconds. But in front of them is Dax Almond in 6th, Jamie Wrigglesworth in 5th, but Kev Crothers setting the fastest lap of the race on that previous lap.
Dax Almond looking incredibly racy there, trying to do the 98 of Jamie Wrigglesworth on the brakes into the off-road, but not enough room at the end. So Wrigglesworth opts for the inside, Dax sent to the outside, not much choice there. And a little bit of a mistake from Wrigglesworth as he entered that berm has given Almond all he needed, and he comes out of that off-road in front, nearly loses the rear though, and manages to keep on. So it looks like he's on the borrowed bike there. I think that might be the potentially the 151 of Blaine Pearson's machine that he's managed to beg, borrow and steal to be able to get out there racing today.
Yeah, good bike control to keep it on two wheels and rubber side down on the exit of the dirt section as he approached Farm Bends at the end of lap number 4. We are on lap number 5 now, and Kev Crothers has a 0.6 of a second lead because the number 53 of Simon Burgess sets the fastest lap of the race. So Simon with a 1 minute 12.019 as the number 6 of Dean Clark almost goes into the rear wheel of the 16 of Tommy Sayer, and this is the battle for 10th position as Dax Almond keeps the number 98 of Jamie Wrigglesworth at bay. So inside the top 5 now for Dax Almond on the number 151 borrowed machine. He's into the dirt section already, plenty of air in between the rubber and the dirt as he goes for that inside line once again.
Yeah, and Wrigglesworth going around the outside, and you can see we have some great lines formed through that off-road that are certainly helping. A look over the shoulder there from Almond, and he's managed to put some daylight between himself and Almond. It's then a battle between the number 10 of Paul Reynolds, the Automotive Solutions team boss, and the 303 of Sean Rogerson. So both bosses of our sponsors. So Rogerson in the Brothers Racing. We have I. Rogerson Plumbing and Heating, and then Automotive Solutions we have who are based in York. So both fantastic sponsors of our championship and live stream. So a big thanks to them, but also goes to show that they'll definitely leave it all out there on the track.
Certainly will do, and being based in York, they're not a million miles away from here in Scarborough, just down the A64 and you're there really.
Yep, so if you do have a BMW or Mini and you need to see a specialist, Paul Reynolds is definitely the man to go and see.
Now that the shameless plugs are out the way, we can get back to the racing here. That was the number 82 of James Wood, and you're absolutely right there from what you said earlier on for race number 2. He's going to be a tough one to miss, is James Wood, in those black and fluorescent yellow RST leathers. He's in 9th place, 3.3 seconds away from Sean Rogerson, and 4.4 seconds at the road from 16 Tommy Sayer. So a good ride for James Wood, as we keep a very close eye on proceedings here in the battle between Paul Reynolds on number 10 and the 303 of Sean Rogerson. They're in towards Farm Bends now, and Sean Rogerson closing on the brakes through the left at the bottom of Farm Bends, but they're back out onto the front straight, and that front wheel pouring at the air for Sean Rogerson as he tries to get the power on that big 450.
There's Dax Almond, closely followed by Jamie Wrigglesworth through at mere hairpin, and accelerating hard towards that transition up onto the top paddock and jumping on there. There is Reynolds and Rogerson still battling away as they come through the infield section. So Paul Reynolds with that knee down style, and I know for a fact that Sean Rogerson comes from more of an off-road background, so these differing styles are certainly going to meet their match. So it's usually 6 of one, half a dozen of the other on tracks like this. So where Reynolds would have the advantage through the tarmac technical infield section, Rogerson would have the advantage through the off-road. But it looks like Reynolds is definitely holding his own, taking that inside line and getting a good run up the banking and over the step up.
Certainly is. He's holding his own there ahead of Sean Rogerson, as at the front, that's number 53 of Simon Burgess leading the way there, and plenty of air as he steps up onto the upper level of the paddock. But the 53 of Burgess, 2.1 seconds up the road from Kev Crothers, and the 58 of Craig Forshaw a further 2.5 seconds in arrears from the 63 of Kev Crothers. So, looking further down the order, that in fact the battle between Paul Reynolds and Sean Rogerson is the closest on circuit, separated by only 0.3 of a second, as we watch the 53 of Simon Burgess through the dirt section, going for that inside line, and Kevin Crothers, number 63, going for the outside line, so roles reversed from what we saw earlier on in this particular race. But it is working in favour of Simon Burgess, who's in towards the farm bend section now. On that Husqvarna, I think it is he's riding there, is it, for the 53 of Simon Burgess?
It is. Husqvarnas and KTMs, very, very, very similar machines, and usually the weapon of choice in the British Supermoto Championship. We do see a few other makes and models thrown in the mix, such as your Hondas, your TMs, the old Yamaha here and there, but the KTMs and Husqvarnas are certainly the primary choice for our riders, and they do make Supermoto specific models. And it's good to see manufacturers going out of their way to make the Supermoto specific race bikes. So we do see some manufacturers doing the road varieties, such as Aprilia, Reiju in the smaller capacities. But Ducati, who brought out the 698 Supermoto, they have also looked to develop a 450 based on their motocross, so it'll be exciting to see that make its way into the paddock. But a waved yellow flag there, not quite sure who that rider was that was at the side of the circuit, but it didn't cause our race leader any issues.
Certainly didn't, as he gets the power on in towards farm bends once again at the end of this penultimate lap. So through the left, flicks it to the right hander, and up the top of the screen you'll see that last lap flag now being shown for the 53 of Simon Burgess. So just 1 mile left of racing action here today at Oliver's Mount for the man on bike number 53, and that is all that separates himself from a race win.
Yep, there is no time left for Crothers to be able to make a challenge. He's not close enough as they come through this infield section, but it's been a very comfortable ride for Burgess. A 1:11.968 is his current fastest lap, and the fastest lap of this session so far. So he'll now be just trying to keep it nice and tidy as he comes into the off-road section for the final time. Still got that waved yellow as our riders make their way over the jump, so not quite sure which yellow that's for. Just having a little look, just coming on a back marker there, I believe that is the 150 of Liam Pearson. So I haven't really mentioned Liam very much so far today. There he is on board the 150, son of Blaine Pearson. And Liam, who's made a transition from our academy class, now out there on a big bike, having a fantastic ride, and very much under the radar out there in our B group, but certainly putting in the laps. But it was a fantastic race win for Simon Burgess and Kev Crothers in second, and Craig Forshaw having to settle for third.
And 63, Kev Crothers on that final lap. He posted a 1 minute 13.324, which was 1.4 seconds quicker than your race winner of 53, Simon Burgess, to bring the gap back down to 0.9 of a second. So you have to ask yourself, if there was one more lap, could Kev Crothers potentially have mounted a challenge on Simon Burgess? Of course, that is all academic now, with the checkered flag going out to Simon Burgess. But rounding off the podium is the 58 of Craig Forshaw. 126, Chris Bick off of the podium there in fourth place, but still a brilliant ride for Chris, ahead of the number 98 of Jamie Wrigglesworth, 1.4 seconds ahead of Paul Reynolds, who in turn did keep the 303 of Sean Rogerson at bay by only 0.3 of a second. James Wood, Tommy Sayer, Jason Ramshaw rounds off the top 10 with Ian Rogerson, Jamie Goldthorpe, Dean Clark. Max Rhodes found his way back up to 14th position ahead of 117 Dave Spafford, 164 Sean Jones, 99 Andy Hayes, and the 150 of Liam Pearson. But unfortunately, it looks like the 97 of Dax Alman didn't come around to complete lap number 6 of 10 there, Danielle, which is a shame for the man who was riding so well.
Yep, I think he may have been our yellow flag in the off-road section. So a big shame for the 97 of Dax Almond. So hopefully he's all okay. Just mentioning those riders that played their jokers, that was the number 6 of Dean Clark, who finished that one in 13th place, and also the 99 of Andy Hayes. So Andy won't be happy with that. He finished that one in 17th, and I believe we also had another rider that played their joker, and if I'm not mistaken, that was the number 16. So that was, we also had Tommy Sayer playing his in our earlier race. So those riders that have played their jokers will double their points for their respective races, which can really throw the cat amongst the pigeons when it comes to the overalls. So even if someone has won all 3 races in their respective class, if a rider has played their joker and their total points for the day works out higher than what you'd get for the 3 wins, which for each win you get 35 points, they can then take the podium. They can then take that top step and those championship points. So it really, really does mix up our overalls on the day, and definitely add something a little bit different and exciting to our championship. And it also means that sometimes you don't know whether you'll be getting a trophy. Sometimes it can work either way. At the moment, we are now just waiting for our Supermoto A Group riders to make their way down from the top paddock, and this will be our final solo big bike race of the day, and our penultimate race of the weekend.
No one ever does. I don't know. When's the time I get home, really? Maybe at time I'll go home, maybe whatever time. Probably about 2 hours after we finish here, whatever time that is. If Andy really wanted to, he could literally just never let me down, and I would just be stuck up here. Like, there's no way I could actually ever get down, nor would I attempt to. So the dad, it's a lot of control. I'm kind of. Has been made for a while.
So, out on track now and completing their warm-up lap, it is our Supermoto A Group riders, our fastest riders in Supermoto here in the UK, and we do have a rider playing a joker in this class as well. So the number 64, Matt LeBrun, he's had a good race, good ride so far this weekend. He's played his joker, which will double his points. So has the number 94 of Lee Williams. So we'll have to keep an even closer eye on those riders in this final A Group race of the weekend. And there's Lee Williams right at the bottom of your screen, just in front of him, Byron Johnson. On the front row, though, it will be a reverse grid. So, as much as you would have been expecting to see Chris Hodgson, Alex Mullaney and Ryan Kringle, on the front row, it's the 217 of Richard Sharp who takes pole, alongside him Jamie Duncan and Matt LeBrun. Row 2 sees Lee Williams and Dean Hillier, and then it is Ryan Kringle, Alex Mullaney and Chris Hodgson on row 3. So we're just waiting for these riders to get on starters' orders. There's our green flag just being readied at the back of the grid. And all riders looking to be ready. Just making sure everyone's happy. So there's that green flag at the back of the grid. Red flag up at the front. And we point towards the start lights. Under starters' orders, and away they go, and it's a good launch on the front row for the number 7 of Jamie Duncan, as well as Matt LeBrun. So it's who's going to be the latest on the brakes into mere hairpin, and who's going to come out in front.
That looks to be Matt LeBrun just squeezing out the number 7 of JD, Jamie Duncan, and Jamie is there in 3rd place, but Chris Hodgson making his presence felt as he moves up to 4th place, but Matt LeBrun leads the way ahead of, is that Dean Hillier on the 108 machine is up into 2nd place, so Matt LeBrun leads Dean Hillier as they go through the twisty paddock section, but Jamie Duncan up there into 3rd position from 2nd on the grid, but Chris Hodgson from 8th on the grid. That's the end of row number 3 here at Oliver's Mount, already going up the inside to take another position away.
Chris Hodgson knows what to do on these races with a reverse grid. It all matters in the early stages. LeBrun getting a little bit of breathing room as he heads into the off-road, so separating himself from Hillier. It looks like Jamie Duncan opting for the inside berm and has moved himself up to 2nd. So a cracking pass there. It looks like a mistake from Hillier as he's not come out of the off-road. So Hodgson now up to 3rd, Kringle 4th as they come through Farm Bends.
Yeah, it's the army of 2 on the TMs. It's Chris Hodgson, number 1, and the 21 of Ryan Kringle as Hodgson looks for an inside pass on Jamie Duncan going in towards mere hairpin, but does he get it done? Of course he does. Chris Hodgson is not an 18-time champion for no reason. He finds his way through on Jamie Duncan. Now the question has to be asked, how quickly can the number 21 machine of Kringle find his way through, as cruising across the line Dean Hillier is looking as though he could well be a retirement here at the start of lap number 2, Danielle.
Yep, Hillier pulled over at the side on the start finish, so looks like it's an issue for him after potentially going down in the off-road. There's Matt LeBrun. So LeBrun leading 18 times British Supermoto champion Chris Hodgson on board the TM leads SMK 450. Little mistake there from Hodgson as he has that leg kicked out. And LeBrun having some absolute style for miles through this off-road. I don't know if you've seen over on our British Supermoto Championship Facebook page, but some cracking videos popped on there of the man from Jersey styling it up through the off-road. Out onto the start finish, and he's being chased down by the number 1.
Certainly is. I was watching the number 21 of Ryan Kringle on the exit of the dirt section, just having a little bit of a flirt with the grass on the outside of the circuit. A little bit of a twitch from the rear end of the bike, but it's all under control now for the Manxman on bike number 21. Jamie Duncan in 4th, Richard Sharp in 5th, Lee Williams, Alex Mullaney not making the progress that we expected there for the number 100 of Alex Mullaney, but we still do have 8.5 laps to go here in race number 3, ahead of Richard Blakeman, Ollie Holmes and 941 Darren Wells.
And if you're playing your joker, this is exactly where you want to be. So Matt LeBrun doing everything he can to try and keep Chris Hodgson behind him. There was almost a 2-second difference in lap time between LeBrun and Hodgson on that last lap. But just because Hodgson was the faster man on track, being faster and finding a way through are two completely different things. And Hodgson will know he doesn't want to force the issue. He knows he's a faster rider and just needs to let the race come to him. Matt LeBrun, on the other hand, He needs to do everything he can to put that Husqvarna exactly where he needs it to be to defend from the multiple British Supermoto champion of Chris Hodgson.
Oh, Chris Hodgson around the outside and really had to breathe in and squeeze through between the grass and the 64 of Matt Lebrun, but it looks as though the number 1 of Chris Hodgson, starting from the end of row number 3, has found his way into the race lead here at Oliver's Mount as they burst back into our side in the paddock, and it is Hodgson from Lebrun, and then Ryan Kringle on the 2 previous laps, consecutive laps there for number 21 Ryan Kringle on the exit of the dirt section approaching Farm Bends. He just uses all of the track and a little bit more, so Ryan Kringle is really starting to press on here in his pursuit of not only Matt Lebrun but also the other man on the TM Leeds SMK 450, number 1 Chris Hodgson.
On screen there was the number 42 of Oliver Holmes, the Fat and Fast racing machine on board that KTM. So Oliver Holmes, he's currently sitting in 8th place behind teammate 54 of Richard Blakeman. Alex Mullaney currently sitting behind him in 9th. So Alex got a lot of work to do now if he wants to try and redeem himself in this race. But it's still Ryan Kringle who's looking for a pass now on LeBrun. So LeBrun looking over his shoulder, doing everything he can to try and block Kringle. But I think there was no match for the horsepower of that TM down this straight.
I think Matt Lebrun so far in this race has spent more time looking over his shoulder than he has going forward, because number 1 Chris Hodgson and 21 Ryan Kringle breathing down your neck is certainly not inspiring but for you the confidence. But nonetheless, there goes Jamie Duncan. In fact, I think that was the 7 machine in 4th, and 217 Richard Sharp. Here's Mullaney, number 100 Alex Mullaney, now down in 10th place there, Danielle.
Yep, and if you look at that bike, it is on its back wheel. That bike has no rear suspension. That shocker has collapsed. So that is probably one of the worst handling bikes that he'll ever have to ride. And if he can bring this home, that is fantastic. That honestly, trying to comprehend how awful that must feel to ride, it's unbelievable. So watch him come over this jump now. He's going to have no rear suspension. Look at the bike. He's barely able to jump at all, and he's doing everything he can to try and make his way through this off-road and try and collect at least some positions. So an absolute nightmare for Alex Mullaney. He's over the berm. He's just fighting everything he can with that bike.
Yeah, it wasn't working for him there, and that certainly goes some way to explaining why he wasn't quite as high up as what he was there. But Chris Hodgson then leads the way 1.5 seconds ahead of Ryan Kringle as they come across the line at the end of lap number 5. Matt Lebrun, Jamie Duncan and Richard Sharp, my apologies, 217 Richard Sharp is in the top 5. As you said there, the number 100 machine of Alex Mullaney goes from bad to worse. He's dropping down the timing screen as we keep an eye on the number 42 of Ollie Holmes. That promotes him up into 8th position ahead of Paul Groom and the 116 of Harvey Ward. But the 138 machine there, Paul Groom, just negotiating his way through the infield section as we go back to the dirt, and it is Chris Hodgson from Ryan Kringle.
Yep. There is Hodgson Kringle exiting the off-road and coming through Farm Bend. So Chris Hodgson doing everything absolutely inch perfect in this race. There's Dean Hillier with his arm out on the start finish, not wanting to get involved in this race. So he looks to be just cruising around trying to catch some points. There's LeBrun and what looks to be Jamie Duncan there in 4th place, so chasing him down, and back into the paddock section, hopping onto the top of the paddock are 2 menacing lads on those TMs. So that Italian machinery has certainly been the bike to have this weekend. They have been almost inch perfect, the pair of them.
Certainly have, and it is going to be a TM duo fighting for the victory here in this final race of the day for the Group A riders. Hodgson leads the way by 1/4 of a second. So through the right-hander, Matt Lebrun there. There goes the number 7 machine of Jamie Duncan, following in close proximity to the number 64 of the man from Jersey, Matt Lebrun.
So Matt Lebrun now under pressure from regulars in this championship. The number 7 of Jamie Duncan on the Fat and Fast KTM, and then it's the 217 of Richard Sharp, who has had a difficult day to say the least so far, in being a faller in race 1 and having a tough time fighting back through the pack in race 2. But here he is currently in 5th place. It's then a little bit of a way back to the number 54 of Richard Blakeman, right on cue, coming across the start finish line. And next up should be the 94 of Lee Williams, again a rider that has played their Joker. LeBron, the other rider out there with the Joker being played, hopefully doubling third place points for him. And there he is through the infield section on that white and green Husqvarna. And also worth mentioning, I know for a fact that bike is not in the flush of youth. That is not a brand new machine. That is potentially, I think the newest that could be is around a 2018. So most of the riders out in this class are on pretty brand spanking new or only a couple of years old machines. That bike probably knocking on 8 years old and still out there performing incredibly well. And he's definitely putting it to good use here.
Yep, certainly is there as he keeps the number 7 machine of Jamie Duncan and the 54 of Richard Blakeman at bay. Through farm bends they go, but already the leader of number 1, Chris Hodgson, is across the line. Now 4 seconds ahead of Ryan Kringle. Ryan on that previous lap lapping in the 1 minute 10s. So the man on bike number 21, the Manxman, in the 1 minute 10s, now 4 seconds in arrears to Chris Hodgson, but 4.4 seconds up the road from Matt Lebrun. Now we do have 3 laps to go, and Matt Lebrun is lapping 1 second quicker with every lap, so we could well see Matt Lebrun trying to catch the 21 of Ryan Kringle, but time is running out if he wants to do so.
Yeah, with only 3 laps to go, it really is a now or never type move that's going to have to happen, not only for the battle for this third place, but also for fourth. So if Matt LeBron makes a mistake, it could be a 2 for 1, because I'm sure Jamie Duncan or Richard Sharp won't need much of an invite to try and find a way through into those podium positions. There's Oliver Holmes coming through, currently in a very, very strong 8th place, just behind the 94 of Lee Williams, the high-tech coatings rider on the borrowed machine for today. He's having a good ride, and hopefully playing that double points should set him up nicely for an overall today.
Jamie Duncan, that 450 machine underneath him, just starting to protest as he got the power on, and that could well pave the way for the 217 of Richard Sharp to try and find his way through as they approach mere hairpin. But Jamie Duncan, can he hold on to it? Yes, he can. So Matt Lebrun still holding firm in 3rd position ahead of Jamie Duncan and 217 Richard Sharp as they make their way up into the upper level of the paddock before the tricky technical section within the main paddock. Through the right, back to the left, over to the right now. Matt Lebrun now hard on the throttle and up through the gearbox on the approach towards the dirt section.
Yep, this is a very, very impressive ride from the number 64. He's definitely being kept honest by Jamie Duncan and Richard Sharp, and they're certainly keeping the pressure on. So all 3 riders opting for the outside line. You can see there Ryan Kringle not a million miles away in front, but certainly not close enough for LeBron to be able to make a move. And you see him there up over that step up, landing on the downside, ready to go up and out of the banking. That was really lovely move, and he gets such a great drive down this straight. He's pulled probably 3 or 4 bike lengths over Jamie Duncan just exiting that off-road. So fantastic to see LeBron out there. He's doing a 108.7, so after leading this doing 109s, now down into a 108, is just showing the improvement there for the number 64 of LeBron.
Hodgson through, I think that could well have been the 311 of Jake Sayer, just being put a lap down now. But Jake Sayer lapping in the 1 minute 13s is the man on the bike 311, so still at a very quick pace is Sayer. But Chris Hodgson, nobody seemingly matching the pace of the reigning and 18 times British champion. He leads the way by 7.1 seconds. And Brian Kringle, Matt Lebrun, the gap between Kringle and Lebrun, 2.2 seconds, and Lebrun is 1 second up the road from Richard Sharp. In fact, Jamie Duncan, who in turn is half a second ahead of Richard Sharp. But out of farm bends for the number 1 of Chris Hodgson, comes across the line, greeted by the checkered flag on the back wheel. An incredible ride for Chris Hodgson. Once he got to the front, nobody else had a look in.
Fastest lap was awarded to the number 21 of Ryan Kringle, who had to settle for second. Third, it goes to Matt Lebrun, a fantastic ride to the man from Jersey after playing his Joker. Fourth, it's the 7 of Jamie Duncan, and 5th is the 217 of Richard Sharp. Across the line goes the 54 of Richard Blakeman to take 6th place, 94 Lee Williams in 7th. And all eyes peeled now. There's Oliver Holmes, who takes a very well-earned 8th. Ninth place is the 138 of Paul Groom, and I'm sure he'll be happy with such a consistent day here today, and being very much inside the top 10, which is rounded out by the 116 of Harvey Ward.
Certainly is, and they had a great fight there, did Paul Groom and Harvey Ward on the 138 and the 116, separated by only 0.187 of a second on that final lap. Harvey Ward closed the gap from 1 second to 1/10 on the final lap, as Paul Groom and Harvey Ward then come across the line and immediately congratulate each other with a big thumbs up, and I'm sure that we're talking about that race long into the evening. But at the end of those 11 laps, when all is said and done, it is the number 1 of Chris Hodgson on the TM Leeds SMK 450 who takes victory here at Oliver's Mount, ahead of the second of the TMs, number 21 Ryan Kringle, and using his joker in this race, number 64 Matt Lebrun, all the way from Jersey here at Scarborough to round off the podium in race 3. Number 7 from the other end of the country, Jamie Duncan, the Scotsman, ahead of 217 Richard Sharp to complete the top 5. 54 is Richard Blakeman, 94 is Lee Williams, 42 Ollie Holmes, and rounding off the top 10, as we mentioned, the 138 and the 116 of Paul Groom and Harvey Ward. 941 Darren Wells, 37 Byron Johnson, a man we didn't mention throughout the course of that race, but Byron Johnson up into 12th place ahead of Peter Bennett for 13th. Blake Wilson on the Cove in 14th position. Then it's Archie Reynolds, Darryl Pennington on the 666 in 16th place, Dan Billum, Chris Lambourne, and the 311 of Jake Sayer rounding off the 19 finishers here in race 3 for the Group A Supermoto riders. Unfortunately, we did start with 21, a retirement for the 108 of Dean Hillier, and the number 100 of Alex Mullaney. Issues with the bike, then unfortunately going down in the dirt section saw him only complete the 4 laps, and it did not start for the 817 of Harley Sharp.
Oh my god, are you still at work? Oh, Harry. British Supermoto. British Supermoto. Maybe. My feet hurt. Yeah, but I've got altitude sickness. I am the baddest bitch in town. Don't forget it. Don't get it twisted. I'll never like you forget. I'm gonna go with the latter. And you are literally a foghorn. No, they're going off the track. Oh!
So, after the excitement of our final A race of the weekend and a very dominant victory by the number 74, number 1 of Chris Hodgson, we now have out on track the future of our Supermoto Championship, our S4 Academy class. So these are the riders that hopefully in a few years' time we will see racing out there in our A group. And I have to say, this championship has proved that it is a breeding ground for talent. Alex Mullaney, although we've seen him go down, and we do wish him well and hope he's okay after what was a very, very nasty crash earlier on in that race, he is actually a multiple times Academy champion. So Alex worked his way up through the ranks from racing a 85 in this class, then moving on to a 250 where he had some great successes, and is now out there on a 450. So it just goes to show that this class really, really does breed the future of Supermoto champions. And we're just waiting for the riders to make their way round to the starting grid and take up their positions. And then we will be underway with what is unfortunately our final race of the weekend. And if you've enjoyed the racing with us so far, make sure you don't miss any racing coming up in the future. We've got our website. It's www.bssc.pro, where you can find our calendar. But in case you haven't already, get round 2 in your calendar. It's the 19th and 20th of September at Teesside Autodrome up in Middlesbrough. And you'll be able to see the action live or over on the live stream on the Sunday. But there are our riders just taking up their grid positions. So just waiting for that final green flag at the back, held there by our starting Marshall Kirk. So making sure all these riders are happy. Oh, nearly. We're nearly happy. Almost there. And then we'll be underway racing. And it was another win for the 37 of Byron Johnson in race 2. Is he going to be able to make it a hat-trick? We'll have to wait and see. Edward Darnton's going to do everything he can to stop it. And the number 272 of Jensen Knowles, he's certainly one to watch out there on board the SHRC Yamaha.
He certainly is, as they race towards Mere Hairpin for the first time of asking, and as they go through the paddock, they're sorting themselves out and jockeying for position, but that looks to be Edward Darnton leading the way. So Edward Darnton on that number 41 machine. He was third in race 1, second in race 2, looking to go one better here in the final race of the day, not only for this particular class, the S4 Academy riders, but of the weekend as a whole. So looking to go out on a high here from Oliver's Mount, round number 6 of the British Supermoto Championship. Edward Darnton, number 41, certainly going the right way about it, as he had a few issues in race number 2, didn't he, Danielle, did Edward Darnton? He was second in the end ahead of Jensen Knowles, but it was a gear shift issue. Not that it had broken off, but half of it had, so he really had to fish for those gears.
He did, so unfortunately lost the tip of his gear selector, so not able to change gear using his toes, and was actually having to change gear using the heel of his boot. So having to use the back of his foot to try and click those gears. It was no surprise that he was struggling out there. And on that last lap, there was a little bit of contact made between himself and Jensen Knowles, who tried to do a very last-minute attempt at a pass through the off-road, and Darnton aptly shut the door. So that was why we saw a little bit of a difference as they came across the line. But Darnton looking to redeem himself now out in front. So it's the number A41 of Edward Darnton that currently leads us through the infield section from 37 of Byron Johnson, and the 272 of Jensen Knowles holds third.
Yeah, Archie Reynolds was fourth across the line at the end of lap number 1, 3 seconds up the road from the A79 of Jackson Bennett. Cole Reynolds there as well in sixth position, 2.2 seconds away, but the closest battle is that going through the dirt section on screen at the moment. The number 41 of Edward Darnton, 1.5 seconds of daylight between himself and the A37 of Byron Johnson, and then the 272 of Jensen Knowles. But out of the dirt and through Farm Bend, Edward Darnton using all of the track and just flirting with the grass on the edge of the tarmac is Edward Darnton, but he's got it all under control, and he's back through the gearbox, past the control tower, to complete lap number 2. 1 minute 14.267. He opens up his lead by half a tenth of a second over Byron Johnson to make it 1.656. And then Jensen Knowles a further 0.8 of a second behind the A37 of Byron Johnson.
I have to say, Byron Johnson has also just come off the back of racing in that A group. So to go off the back from how intense it is racing in a Supermoto A group race and then jump straight off that 450 onto an 85 and then go out there and be racing right at the sharp end of the academy class is something else. It's absolutely fantastic to see. I think Byron Johnson and Edward Darnton and Jensen Knowles are definitely going to be these names that we're going to keep seeing in the future, and we wish them all the best. Looking down the order, we've got the number 5 of Archie Reynolds, another rider that's been out on a 450 today, and now currently holding a very firm 4th place. And all day he's been battling with the 79 of Jackson Bennett. Cole Reynolds, in 6th place, with Josh Walker currently holding 7th.
Out of farm bench yet again, Edward Darnton taking a look over his right shoulder, being wheeled on by his family, friends, supporters down here across from the control tower, and he opens up his lead again, but to 2.4 seconds as he starts lap number 4. So he's already in towards mere hairpin now, as hard on the brakes. Byron Johnson having a look over his right shoulder to see the whereabouts of 272 Jensen Knowles, and the answer to that question is 1.7 seconds behind, because Byron Johnson at 1 minute 14.4 means he pulls out a further 0.9 of a second over 272 Jensen Knowles. But as they negotiate and navigate their way through the paddock, hard on the power now and up through the gearbox on the approach towards the dirt section, Edward Darnton getting into the thick of things with some of the tail enders. So the blue flag's waving for that particular rider as Edward Darnton is high and stylish over the jump that brings him into the outside berm. But as you said, Edward Darnton, Byron Johnson and Jensen Knowles, you have to say these are very much the next generation of Supermoto riders coming through.
They are, and out back onto the tarmac. Edward Darnton doing a great job of pulling a healthy advantage now over Byron Johnson. But for 2 wins and a second, the overall is likely looking to go to Johnson, who has a bit of a moment coming out of farm bends onto the start finish. The rear end of that 85 getting a little bit squirrely, trying to get the power down, but he manages to keep it all under control as we look up towards mere hairpin. And it should be Johnson that's still managing to hold off Knowles as they head into this transition section up into the paddock.
Edward Darnton again, another fastest lap of the race with a 1 minute 13.426, really starting to confirm himself at the top of the timing screen and at the front of this race. He's 5.3 seconds ahead of Byron Johnson, who has the A272 of Jensen Knowles for very, very close company. 0.4 of a second was the gap between the A37 and the A272 of Jensen Knowles as they hit the dirt once again.
We can see the number 100 of Alex Mullaney. He's up and okay after what was a very nasty crash in the off-road. So managed to pop his shoulder out, but on track. We've got a pass for second. Jensen Knowles there, using a little bit of elbows out action on Johnson and then makes a mistake. So all that work, and Johnson finds a way back through as they come across the start finish. But as I was saying before that, all that action interrupted me, Alex Mullaney up and okay after that off a little bit earlier on.
No, that's good to hear and good to see him there watching this race on from the sidelines. As you said, that was the first time that we have seen the A272 of Jensen Knowles challenge or put a challenge on the A37 of Byron Johnson in this particular race, and he ran a little bit wide through the left-hander at the bottom of farm bends, but nonetheless he knows that he does have the pace and the opportunity to put himself in front of the race 2 winner of A37, Byron Johnson. So as they go towards the back of the house and in towards the dirt section yet again, Edward Darnton, A41, he's 6.9 seconds up the road from the Dicing duo for second place. As Jensen Knowles follows, no he doesn't, he goes to the inside berm. So Byron Johnson goes for the outside berm and 272 Jensen Knowles goes for that inside berm. And as they go over the step up there, clearing it is Byron Johnson, but Jensen Knowles just scampering his way up the step up and almost within reach and distance of the A37 of Byron Johnson, but not this time around.
No, not quite close enough there for Knowles to be able to make a move. And it was fantastic to see him put on such a cracking pass there on the exit of the off-road. Just shows just how much he wants this. So he's not happy settling for third place, being so close to Byron Johnson. Edward Darnton is now out in front to the tune of 6.9 seconds. So after all the dramas in race 2, he's now having a relatively relaxing race 3, which I think he'll be glad for.
Absolutely. A 1 minute 14.1. It's about 7 or 8 tenths of a second away from the absolute fastest lap of the race so far. But down here across from the control tower, I can see that Jensen Knowles really is being wheeled on to try and put the pass on Byron Johnson. But the number 37 of Byron Johnson will not be wanting that to happen, as he goes for the outside berm again. And again, deja vu from 1 lap ago. Jensen Knowles goes for that inside berm. So where Byron Johnson will be clearing the step up, Jensen Knowles just scampering his way up, and it seems to be pretty much equidistant as they go out of the dirt from what it was when they went in.
I have to say, even if Jensen Knowles isn't able to make a pass work there, it's great to see that he's got the sort of racing instinct to not follow. He's doing the right thing. He's taking an alternative line and giving himself the opportunity that even if Byron Johnson does make a mistake, he's then put himself in a position that he could capitalise on that. So fantastic to see that from such a young rider. Definitely got his head screwed on there, and he's gone to show that all weekend racing in both the academy and our solo adult groups as well. So a fantastic young racer.
And for my money there, Danielle, Byron does not look 100% confirmed in that second position, because every time he goes in towards mere hairpin to bring them into the lower half of the paddock, he takes a long look over that right shoulder to see the whereabouts of 272 Jensen Knowles. So he knows that he's got a little bit of a gap of about 0.8 of a second, but Byron Johnson just keeping a watching eye on the progress of Jensen Knowles, as Edward Darnton 5.1 seconds up the road now from Byron and Jensen. He makes his way out of the dirt section, and when he comes across the line this time around, there will just be one more lap to go, I believe, there.
Yep, and it's been a textbook ride there from the number 41 of Edward Darnton. And here he comes across the line, trying to tuck down on that TM Leeds 85. There's Johnson and Knowles. A little bit of a gap back to Knowles as they came across the line. So the gap back was 1.4 seconds. And it's 5.1 between Darnton and Johnson. So a healthy advantage there for the number 41.
Certainly is. Looks like he may have missed a gear ever so slightly on the exit of mere hairpin, but nonetheless with a 5.1 second advantage over his nearest competitor. It won't trouble the young man who's leading the race that much as he heads over the dummy grid now and races towards the dirt section for one final time here at Oliver's Mount.
And here he is coming through the off-road using that upper berm. We've got a waved yellow through the off-road, so hopefully we've got a couple of riders that look like they may have come together there. So I think that was definitely the number 10 of Cole Reynolds there, just getting back underway. And there we have it. The number 41 of Edward Darnton exits the off-road and now takes Farm Bends, the final corner, out onto the start-finish. A look over the shoulder, and I could see that one coming a mile off, onto the back wheel to cross the line and take the checkered flag for a well-deserved race win.
Well, I don't know what was more impressive, his performance in that race or the wheelie across the line. Either of them or both of them were very impressive, to say the least. 4.7 seconds up the road from Byron Johnson as the A272 of Jensen Knowles does come across the line in third position to round off the podium here for race number 3 of the British S4 Academy Riders. Cole Reynolds, number 10, is across the line in 6th position, albeit a lap down after a slight tip-off, it would seem, in the dirt section. But next up is the A5 machine of Archie Reynolds. He comes across the line now, and Archie Reynolds and the A445 or A455 of Josh Walker is across the line in 7th. And the checkered flag goes out to the A79 machine ridden by Jackson Bennett to round out the top 5, but a convincing win for Edward Darnton in the final race of the day.
Yep, and I think that shows that the future is definitely bright for the British Supermoto Championship. And I
think they will all now be going back up to their vans ready for a well-deserved trophy presentation. And you can see them just down in the bottom of our screen. They all get the opportunity to stand on the podium here at what is a very historic podium, isn't it? It's one of those places that you can feel it around you. There's definitely an atmosphere here, and these riders certainly privileged to get that opportunity to be able to stand on the podium. And it's nice to see people coming down and lining the barriers here on the start finish and giving these riders their well-deserved cheers and well done and applause. Now, when it comes to the racing here at Oliver's Mount, we are getting ready to wrap up. That was our final race, and as we mentioned, if you are wanting to come and watch further racing with us, it will be at Teesside on the 19th and 20th of September. If you're here and a spectator live at Oliver's Mount, the next event here is in 2 weeks' time, across the weekend of the 4th, 5th and 6th of September for the Oliver's Mount 80th anniversary Gold Cup event. Isn't that right, Bradley?
Yeah, it certainly is. And, another announcement went out earlier on today that Steve Parrish will be in attendance here in that weekend. So just a fortnight's time between now and the 80th anniversary Gold Cup. So a very, very historic event that will be celebrated for 80 years in 2 weeks' time. And we look forward to seeing everybody that is here at this weekend. We'll see you in a couple of weeks, hopefully, for that Gold Cup, because I know I'm looking forward to it, and I know you are too, Danielle.
I absolutely am looking forward to the Gold Cup event here. So we've got riders such as Storm Stacey. We'll see Dean Harrison. Hopefully it will be also Peter Hickman here, Richard Cooper, Mike Brown. All these huge names in racing will be here in just 2 weeks' time, racing around the full circuit. So it'd be absolutely fabulous if anyone local here comes and supports that event. But when it comes to Supermoto, if you're not already, make sure you followed us on all the socials, the British Supermoto Championship, and you can keep up to date with our upcoming races in the remainder of this championship and see who it was that took the overalls here today at Oliver's Mount with all those jokers that have been played. But other than that, I think it's just a matter of saying our thank yous for everyone that made today possible. So a big thank you to our sponsors. Absolutely too many to name, but just to mention a few, we've got Automotive Solutions, Walker Group, Mark Bate and Sons, SHR Excavations, DVS Scaffolding, I. Rogerson and Son Plumbing and Heating, Brothers Racing, and I'm sure I've missed a few, but honestly, none of this would be possible without the support of our sponsors. A huge thank you to all our marshals, medics, the Orange Army. If it wasn't for you, we wouldn't be able to go out there racing. So a massive thank you to all our marshal supports, officials, volunteers, and also a big thank you to you, Bradley. Thank you for joining me today. It's been a pleasure as always, and I hope you've had a lovely day.
No, I really have. And one final thank you to yourself, Danielle. It's always a pleasure to share the commentary box with you, and your knowledge on Supermoto knows no bounds. So thank you very much for leading the way and making another weekend perfect with the commentary here at Oliver's Mount.
But other than that, thank you to everyone who came and watched this weekend and everyone that has watched over on our live stream. We hope you've enjoyed, and we will see you at the next one.